welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a good day. Let's get started. Thank you for the resub, Fat. Oh my gosh. Do 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 do. Brain. Oh, ooh, sorry. Okay. Can we vote on new emotes? Well, it is, and it is not a thing. Because we've got a fair list, but like what we can handle right now, we've got some ones planned, and we have one that's left over from my little mini subathon that we have to finish up. But yeah, and then what I'm thinking about, because I am, is in November I'm gonna be doing a subathon. I'm hoping to just, get more growth to the channel. So we're doing a subathon in November, and I'm gonna have the emotes partially involved with goals there, because subathon. If we get enough sub points, then we can have more emote room. But there's not much room for emotes at this particular point in time. They're pretty filled up, all the little slots. So yeah. Hi nuriakea, hi Violetta, hi Andy, hi Board, hi Fat, hi LaHonk. Yeah. Was it? Yes. I think I got. Okay. Was it Subathon? Subathon was 53 streams ago, so I don't think so. But maybe. It was a bit ago. It was a bit ago. How about we just jump into tonight? We continue with our Spooktober. Tonight we have SCPs. I have a few prepped. One of them is pretty long. It's one of yours, I think, nuriakea. I can double check, but everything's still running super slow for a minute. Well, that's not what I meant to pull up at all. That's it. Lots of clicky clicks. We'll get there. Violetta is not stinky. Stop that. So mean. Yes, it's nuriakea one that we will be reading. It's ethics committee case file. Oh no. And this is the internal record keeping interface, because it's the ethics committee. So the SCP subgroups. I like finding these ones that are like, oh, it's a different subsection. They're a little bit different, mostly because like it's cool to see the different formatting they have. And this one is different. You say, uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, this is 8980. SCP-8980. Write that down. And yeah, it's so long. Should we be worried? nuriakea, you're the one that recommended this. What are you doing to me? Similarly, we were gonna read a different one, but it was very long. Ergophobia. Ooh. Everything's running so slow. I don't know what it is. Ooh. Okay then. Huh. That's interesting. So ergophobia is fear of finding or losing employment. Oh, I can turn off my fan now. That's interesting. So, fear of work, fear of losing work. work things being scary. I'm gonna quickly bop and turn off fan. It's gonna be quick enough that I'm just gonna mute, and you're just gonna see my model's eyes go soulless. So really quick. Okay. I'm already back. Okay. Um. Oh, length isn't exactly the option. What I was saying is it was a long one, and it was a very currently, significantly, lots of political peoples involved, and I was like, that could be a little bit hot topic. Maybe a little bit could stir up some juices, and I didn't want to touch it just yet. I'd love to hear, nuriakea, if you could summarize if it attacks anybody specifically, because if it is, like, in any way supporting propagandas, I wouldn't want to do it. Or if it makes any side, like, extra icky. You say nope. Okay, then we'll probably read that one next time. We're gonna read 8980, so let's get that up. And I don't know how long it'll take for us to read, but we'll probably take some breaks in between. And if we have time after, I've got a couple more that are, like, on the docket. Maybe I'll have to ask for, like, is one of these actually short? Because that might be necessary. But 8980, part of the 2024 anthology event. It's very good. Yes, this is part of it. It was like, it's so current that it's like, oh, did someone say propaganda? Yeah, they wanted to get a propaganda out of it. No, it's probably fine. Nuriakea says it's fine, so I'm gonna go for it. Just mildly nervous, cause it's all very touchy. I hope all of you Americans have, like, gotten registered to vote if you're of the legal age to vote, and you've got a plan, or you've already done early voting if that's a thing, or whatever, because but, like, otherwise, let's not talk about it. It's just so inflammatory, I'm scared. Okay. Alright. SCP-8980. Bam. It starts with, I guess, somebody's email? I don't know. And then date and time, and all of this stuff. So this whole formatting is going to be a little bit different. So we open with also the format. It's very green, nice, I like, with the dark background and stuff. And then it's all, like, old computer text, the extra pixelated looking things, you know the sort. 80s video game text, basically. Now we not put much talking there you can use. Yeah, nuriakea tends to have long ones. That's not bad. Just means that I have to save them for these super long streams, because otherwise they get interrupted, and I don't like to do that. Okay. But it starts, like I said, we have top left corner the email, F Marinos plus the plus sign, site dash 17 at eth dash com dot scip dot net. So, ethics committee, SciPnet. And then, stop moving around. Then on the top right, speaking of obscenely long articles, it's 8980. Yeah. And top right is the date. November 7th, 2017. Well, November 07, 2017 dash 0343 local. So supposedly this is created when, or we're reading it when, it is 3:43 local time. What the hell are we doing up this late? Says I, about to stream till 2 a.m. and then have a little wind down, probably being awake till 4. Okay. Ethics Committee case file. ID number 140-120-15-8980-F. Then says clearance 3/EC plus only, so I'm guessing level 3 Ethics Committee only. Status ongoing and priority medium. So, Ethics Committee investigation files. This is not the SCP we're investigating, but the workers, which I like. Let's look into this. Let's analyze the choices that the Foundation is making. I like it. Okay. The following file is undergoing active Ethics Committee investigation for violation of the SCP Foundation's Code of Conduct. Oh no. We're not on the right side. We're spies. We're the HR department and we're disappointing. Okay. Information contained therein may not accurately reflect reality, and this document should not be considered a reliable source. Uh-oh. They've already warned us. We've got an unreliable narrator. Be ready. Now there's a couple of buttons to hit. We have a light mode, a colorblind mode, and an accessibility mode, and the big proceed button. Hello, Sandwich de Mexico. Welcome. I'm curious. If I click colorblind mode, what will it do? What will it look like? What? Oh, aw. I was like, the text all changed looking, and then no, it went back. It was like a little glitch where we had like serifs on everything. It was, oh no. Okay, I'm going back to normal. There didn't seem to be any difference. I was hoping that it was like a bit more obvious stuff. Okay, I proceed. Because everything underneath this, I can see how long it is, but it's all blurred out. I'm officially unblurring. Ooh, but there's a new top. And there's a little content warning in the info. I will read this. Okay. Ergophobia without regards. Please note that this article contains extremely sensitive material. Viewer discretion is heavily advised. The full list of sensitive topics, which necessitates spoiling some topics that will come up, is as follows. I'm going to summarize some of the things. Please ensure you are emotionally and physically capable of reading the article before proceeding. There is an in-universe content warning mid-article that marks when more serious themes become increasingly prominent in the story. Okay, and it's another reminder from the site. This article is a work of fiction. Everybody's okay, please. Any resemblance to character in any real-life persons are purely coincidental. This article is nonetheless based on several true stories. Ooh. So there's going to be psychological, physical, sexual abuse, lowercase or uppercase trauma, misogyny, explicit and implicit, some gaslighting, isolation. You can kind of get that. I don't want to get all of them too specific. I'm keeping them vague because it said that they could be spoiling some topics. So things will be like generally probably not fun. Then there's Ethics Committee Memorandum. This document has been annotated by a qualified panel of Ethics Committee Review Specialists, ECRs, for inaccuracy or misleading information. So some of this is incorrect. Flagged content is classified into 3 categories. So we did get told this is not reliable, but thankfully somebody's gone through to try and flag when things are bullshit. Oh, wouldn't this be helpful in various things? Oh my gosh. Okay. So we have red highlighted information is information that should not have been included. This information, what the fuck? What did you do that? Get out of here. Yellow highlighted information, information that is inaccurate or misleading. Why you lying? Sus. Green highlighted information, information that should have been included but was missing. Okay, they didn't say this, but you should probably know this, so we're just adding this little footnote here. That's green highlighted. I'll tell you, I'll try and keep it in my head so that I don't just say the color, but I'm like, oop, our flaggers said something. Our ECRSs, but I just can't. Anyway. And then finally, additional contextual information may be highlighted in blue. Hover or focus on a particular element to see corresponding review comments. Cute. And it says ... loading document ... So all of this is going to be, as if we are accessing this through our email, which I forget what our name was. I think it was something like Marinos. Okay. SCP-8980. Finally jumping into it. We have a photo, what looks like a dark-haired white woman, white button shirt, some kind of silvery necklace, hair pulled back, pinned behind her, and with a big black, redacted bar over her eyes. So we can't tell who she really is, but Okay. That is our SCP, I guess. It says SCP-8980 and then in brackets 2009. So we seem to be just calling this person an SCP. Item number SCP-8980, object class Euclid with a little blue bar, so our reviewer annotation says, as of 2015, SCP-8980's object class has been pending reclassification to neutralized. So that's not removed, but that's like no longer an SCP, I think. So it's been pending for quite a while that it shouldn't be Euclid anymore, but it's still up. Hi, Toast. Risk class warning. And that was highlighted red. So then we have a reviewer annotation on that. Improper formatting, it says. Usage of risk class in SCP documentation must be accompanied by a disruption class as part of the anomaly classification system, ACS, standard. And then incorrect classification. Phenomenon typically poses only a mild risk to SCP-8980 itself, warning a caution class at most. So, what the hell are you doing? Why are you lying? This is just full bullshit. Yeah, just none of that should have been in there. Special containment procedures. SCP-8980 is contained within a standard human containment chamber in Site-17 using standardized non-electronic security measures. Gotta go old school for some reason. It is to be fed on a tri-daily basis with a Class B2 diet. I'm reading exactly what it says. Everything's saying it, but this is very clearly just a woman. I'm pretty sure we can say she, but we'll get a specific later. Anyway, but the tri-daily and Class of B2 diet were both highlighted yellow. So, for tri-daily, it says reviewer annotation vague vernacular. Could imply anomaly is fed once every 3 days. Thrice daily should be used instead. So a little red flag like, are they feeding her? What the shit? Alright. And then Class B2 diet, highlight, also yellow. Reviewer annotation, incorrect diet. SCP-8980 does not require any dietary needs. Containment specifications external to this document suggest SCP-8980 has an allergy to sugar. though SCP-8980's medical records do not indicate as such as of 2003. So it looks like whoever the hell wrote this is trying to say feed her less and don't feed her sugar, aka don't let her get fat. Which, for that, I would like to punch you squarely in the everywhere. Dehumanization is standard practice. Oh, I know, nuriakea, but I disagree with it. Generally, when it's the other things, it's like, come on, guys. It's blurry, but come on. With this, it's just a straight fucking person. And I don't know if she's straight, but this is just a person. Why are we doing this? This is very uncool. Anyway. Also, it's especially, just as like a side note to the fictional world and to ours, looking at this. Sorry to break the illusion. She's a person, and this has been flagged as possibly being a bunch of icky misogynist stuff. So the hairs on the back of my neck are raised, and then I see you dehumanizing her when you're just being a sexist shit. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm gonna call it out a little bit. I'll keep just reading as it is unless we get to logs and stuff, because I usually do that. But okay. SCP-8980 is allowed to engage in social activities during designated periods through extended contact, though extended contact must be overseen by a qualified member of containment staff. And that's blue, so it says, assigned containment staff for SCP-8980 consisted, past tense, of Dr. Christopher Burns, Dr. Rachel Steele, and junior researcher Morgan McFarrell, all of whom were SCP-8980's co-workers prior to containment. Each is a subject of interest for this review. Okay. I had a concern that this was just like straight up a researcher that was here, or like weirder if it was just like awful, not exact. All of it's going to be weird, but if one of the Foundation researchers or doctors, is just like, oh, my wife is an SCP, she's just so much of a nag or something bullshit like that, where that's why she's in here is because icky. But she's a freaking researcher. What are you doing? But here we go. We'll see. We're still not done even this containment procedures. We don't know what she is. But yeah, we're very sus of her coworkers. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it will. This is where my spidey senses is going. I'm ready. But yeah. Okay, so SCP-8980 is not to come into contact with electronic equipment. Usage of electronic equipment, such as cell phones, televisions, or computers, must be approved by head researcher Christopher Burns. We've got a giant reviewer annotation on this, so here's the big T. Christopher Burns was a Level 4 containment specialist employed by the Foundation between 1982 and 2014. He was scoped and hired by the SCP Foundation shortly after achieving his doctoral degree in computer science. I'm going to note, he is no longer working by 2014. Hi, Cage. We'll restart this little blurb. We have to give Cage love. Hello, Nightwind Raid. Hello. Where is my things? Give my things. My things is not showing. It's not what I thought. Anyway. I'll try other things. But hi, Cage. Welcome in. Here, love frogs at least. Yay. I hope you had a very good stream. We've just gotten started, so you haven't really missed much. So none worries. You have not missed, and I'm going to restart the T segment. The quick summary is there's an SCP that's just a woman, and where the ethics committee and we're a bit concerned about how things have gone. So we're reviewing the SCP file and there's a bunch of highlights with notes like, why the fuck they say that? And so we're the team that's like, what the fuck's going on? Anyway, okay, so head researcher, because it's Christopher. Head researcher Christopher Burns, he it has to approve if just a woman, really, like, that they're doing this. I'm concerned that that's it. um, we haven't gotten to her description. Maybe it's probably something's happened that makes her actually a SCP, but the content warnings suggest that they're a bunch of assholes. So yeah. Of course, Cage. Okay. So the head researcher dude, he's the one that's, and yes, that was a very good one, Board. He has to approve if we use electronics. And then we have the little reviewer annotation that just has all the tea on Christopher. I'll read this again. Christopher Burns was a level 4 containment specialist employed by the Foundation between 1982 and 2014. That is all in past tense. And earlier we said that as of 2015, they want to change her object class to neutralized instead of Euclid. But it still hasn't done. It's still reviewing. It still says Euclid. He was done at the Foundation just before that. And they only just started changing things. I get the feeling all of this is because of this asshole. I'm ready to hate Chris. Anybody else watch Everybody Hates Chris? We all hate Chris. Okay. But this Chris we do not like. I don't think we like. Because this is feeling very sus. I don't think he's a good person. And only right after he left did everything start getting considered, I think. I don't know. Okay, so he was scoped and hired by the SCP Foundation shortly after achieving his doctoral degree in computer science. You grew up on that show? Yay! Oh, it was great. Okay. Throughout his time at the Foundation, Dr. Burns was involved in the containment of several notable software and hardware-related anomalies, including SCP-079. I'm going to have to click that right now so that I don't lose that link, because it will get buried. Oh my gosh. Everything's very slow for no good reason. I don't like it when it does that. Everything's being very slowly loading. I don't know what I have that's overloading it currently. My poor computer. But I'll fix it. I'll get it tidied up soon. But now I've reminded myself of our name. We're F. Marinos at Site 17, so that's good. Okay. Right. In charge of many hardware-related anomalies, resulting in his eventual promotion to Containment Specialist in 1998. He achieved Level 4 credentials in October of 2010. He chose to retire in 2014, undergoing Class E amnestic treatment per his own volition. Go ahead and lurk, Dumda. Hi, Dumda. I didn't call out everybody that joined us with the raid. I didn't. Hi, Yar. Hi, Safety. Lahonk was already here, you little double duty. But yeah, okay, there you go. Sorry. I already, I kind of like doing that, saying hi to everybody who's here in the first little while. And you guys count. So, okay, anyway. Yes, this guy. So he's decided to go ahead. Yes, lurk away. Go ahead. And yes, the little frog is taking a rest around the lake because Dumda did the little wave. I like that we have that little glitch. It's my favorite. I like it. Erased his memory. Great, good. You got to have a happy ending. A little shit, probably. Early on in his career, the Ethics Committee received reports regarding Dr. Burns' behavior. which was seen as condescending and aggressive by his colleagues. I knew it. I knew he was icky. He was regularly reported by coworkers for his behavior. After a formal meeting with a Site 17 human resources representative, Dr. Burns agreed to be more mindful and cognizant of his behavior towards other Foundation personnel. I doubt that really worked, but it says the committee has not received any additional reports regarding his behavior since, aka maybe it got better, or maybe he got better at hiding it. But then, yeah, when he chose to retire of his own volition, was he, maybe just a little bit given an ultimatum, mayhaps? Hi, you ate, you kitty. Dr. Burns is the primary subject of investigation for this annotated review, of course. A vast majority of SCP-8980's documentation, including this file, was drafted and published by him. No. This? Flagged in several, just already more than 10 spots for being concerning? No. Definitely not created by the guy that's concerning. Okay. Communication over electronic messaging systems in SCP-8980's immediate vicinity should be consistently monitored for corruption or degradation if it occurs. As a former member of Foundation staff, and there's a big old highlight on former in red. This is a big, what the fuck's wrong with you? Review annotation says, misleading information. SCP-8980 was still a member of Foundation staff even while in containment. Yes, this is a standard practice. They're an SCP, but they're still employed because they could still lend their brain as long as that is an option. Plus, that way their families get some support. I think that's one thing that I assume that they do. I feel like this is one thing that the Foundation kind of does good. Maybe because a union stepped in. I hope so. Probably. I don't know. I theorize. I hope. I'm optimistic. SCP-8980 is to be returned to its position and former duties upon the cessation of anomalous properties. To this end, SCP-8980 is to undergo yearly routine testings to ensure it's still anomalous. Okay. Description. SCP-8980 is Lillian Marley. This is highlighted blue. So here's some additional info on Lillian. I think there's enough smart people that maybe smart people push back. That's what I think. 'Cause they could leverage things is what I think. It's less like a union and more like a mutiny. But yeah. that's what I think. Ooh, thank you, Lord. I love your little I doubt people properly did the collection of all of them, but I love these little bits. Oh my gosh. Euclidean reads. Okay. Lillian Marley was a Level 3 containment specialist and is currently employed by the SCP Foundation. Marley joined the SCP Foundation in 1999 after discovering an algorithm directly related to an anomalous mathematical inequality, shortly after obtaining her bachelor's degree in computer science. So from this understanding, just gonna call it out, Lillian's a little bit younger, not excessively, but a bit younger than Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, Dr. Burns, whatever. And I clocked his timeline for a reason. The whole don't feed her, it's really feeling like also the constantly check if she's going to be an SCP or not additionally added in. It feels like It's a romantic relationship or an attempted romantic relationship. Yay. Okay. So she's just finishing her bachelor's in computer science right after she joined the foundation in 1999. So she's hot young co-ed. Anyway, this is why I think that the guy's extra icky, probably. Obsidian meads. Have I tried mead? Yeah, I've tried mead. I don't know if I tried good mead though. I don't know. It wasn't my favorite. Okay. Although researcher Marley did not pursue a higher degree while employed by the foundation, she quickly became a prominent member of junior staff due to her work ethic, conscientious attitude, and accomplishments. Her thorough objectivity and rigor in research eventually earned her Level 3 credentials in 2004, shortly before she began to manifest anomalous properties in 2005. Researcher Marley is the secondary subject of investigation for this annotated review. So it's primarily Mr. Burns, Dr. Burns, and then this. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Mead's one. So okay. She turned anomalous in 2005. Alright, we get the timeline. I understand. A 28-year-old reviewer annotation. Incorrect age. SCP-8980 was 28 years old at the time of containment. As per standard protocol, an artificial intelligence construct should have been assigned to update the page on SCP-8980's date of birth, January 12th, or the page should have only contained its date of birth. SCP-8980 is 40 at the time of this review. So 2005, she was 28, but she's not anymore. Oh, you too. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm sorry. So she's a good deal older. She's 40 at the time of this review, whenever this is supposed to be. Wait, we had the date. But it's gone. Okay, I'm gonna go back. The date that we were supposedly reading this was there's 7s involved. November 7th, 2017 at nearly 4 a.m. Whoa, why does it look different? Is this the colorblind look? Why does it all look different? That's weird. I don't like it. I'm gonna go back. I don't like what just happened. Undo it. No. Bad. Okay, well, I don't know, but that fixed it. I don't know what happened. Okay. Thank you for redeems. We will get to them a while from now. We'll be real. It'll be a while. If you want a refund, let us know. But okay, so she's supposed to be older. Why did you say how old she was as opposed to just her birth year? That's suspicious. And then, so she's 28. He, Dr. Burns in his file writing, writes Caucasian, and this is highlighted in red, not just yellow. So what the heck? Viewer annotation, improper nomenclature. Caucasian is an obsolete classification. If ethnicity is necessary to specify, which it is not in this case, specifying the individual's culture of origin is preferable. So, okay, you did not need to say she was white. It wasn't necessary, but if you're going to do that, you could just say, what's going on? What the heck? So, interesting. I mean, I said it because I was describing a picture, but he said it because he's describing his person and how he wants to specify. Anyway, and then finally, human. Reviewer annotation. Replacement. The word human can be used in place of ethnicity. See prior annotation. So, instead of saying Caucasian, we, reviewer annotation, our ethics committee, are saying you should have just put human because the next words are female. He was just claiming Caucasian female, and that always makes me a little bit uncomfortable. But I guess in this clinical sort of text, it makes sense. But yeah, human, much more helpful, you know? Because I think you missed that part. Yes, you're in jail. Deal with it. Blame Yar. Wait, why are you crying, Yar? You did this. What the hell? Okay. Anyways, she's a human female born in San Francisco, California, USA. SCP-8980 stands at 160 centimeters in height and possesses dark hair and brown eyes. It has displayed no abnormal Hume, Eve, or Akiva radiation readings since containment. Hey, you're back. You're free. I like our during COVID season Caucasian. Oh my gosh. Hello. Well, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. I mean, I've been on and off, just not consistent every day. This one had content warnings that we did kind of call out, and I plan to, apparently it has in-universe content warning a little bit later, so we should read that. But I did give a quick things. I probably should have put it up on the text. I have done that. I did not do that this time. I will remind people if I read it that it's about to be ickier. Put that in my brain. Put that in the bread. Okay, good. So she hasn't had concerning radiation readings since containment, which kind of implies that maybe there were concerning earlier, but anyway. SCP-8980's anomalous capabilities activate when utilizing electronic software. Whenever SCP-8980 produces, edits, deletes, or otherwise interacts, even indirectly, with digital information, the information is modified in some manner that negatively affects SCP-8980, whether socially, financially, psychologically, etc. Past examples of this include critical files deleting themselves randomly from devices owned by SCP-8980, words in files changing into similar inappropriate words, i.e., and then i.e. is highlighted, incorrect Latin phrase, e.g. should have been used instead, as this sentence clause is providing an example rather than clarifying the prior sentence. Ooh, look at us being little grammar nerds. It says, I like you, and then it has an arrow, I lick you. Where's the licky emotes? They're very relevant right now. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. No worries, Cage. And then the next one's electronic communication being sent to incorrect addresses, often resulting in data breaches or confusion. Important programs initiated by SCP-8980 engaging in undefined behaviors, even if impossible. E.g., well, this time he's using the right one, throwing segmentation faults despite being memory safe. Then electronic payments intended for SCP-8980 being routed to incorrect recipients or failing to send under automated systems. Yeah, there it is. Here's what I was expecting. Okay. And then finally, electronic devices randomly shutting down in close proximity to SCP-8980, especially when owned by other individuals. You can tell there's going to be a yawn with the big inhales I do. It's always like, and then yawn moment. Oh no. Okay, the exact source of SCP-8980's anomaly is unclear and is subject to ongoing research. Now, this is interesting. I have never. Okay, Yar, no worries. You are letard. Sorry, was recently watching something that had that joke in there a bunch. Go eat, take care. My fortune cookie says you will find new ways to say thank you this week. Ooh, that's cool. And I like that as a promotion for people to consider their gratitude. Because thinking about what fortune tellers tell you, there's, oh, cool, the future. No, consider it. It's a way to change what you focus on or you expect. It's very interesting that way. So I like that that's a way of saying, consider gratitude this week without saying it in a way that's an order, which is very good for people with pathological demand avoidance. Anyway, brain spiraled into weird directions. All right, but here. So I have never seen, or I don't think I have. I don't remember. I don't think I've ever seen this section in an SCP file before, and they haven't flagged it as concerning, but I find it concerning. It says discovery. And I don't know. Because of the hair standing up on my neck, I'm nervous that this woman is not an SCP at all. They've just chained her up and said, hey, don't touch your stuff. Don't work. Don't affect my files. Don't do that. Oh, yeah, we didn't pay you. Don't worry about it. It totally wasn't me trying to steal your money. Or, yeah, that's fine. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. And don't touch my things. Don't work. I'm just a little nervous that all of this has been done to kind of say, don't let her do things. She's actually just a normal human woman. But the one thing that kind of turned me off of that little anxious theory was that he wrote in, test her regularly test her so she can get back to work. So the hair on the back of your neck is going to fly out like a cartoon porcupine. Oh, you didn't know? Does anybody else need porcupine quills for beatings and stuff? So I got some. No. No. But okay, so that concern has been a little bit quelled, but I'm still a little nervous that this is all bullshit. Because why are you adding discovery? It feels like you're over-explaining. Okay. SCP-8980 first became anomalous, and then first became anomalous when it Raven offers a porcupine quill. Obsidian beads! Honestly, that could be something. I have not beaded in so long. That could be something I try and pick up very awfully. Not well. Not good. Not trained. But it'll be fun. Okay, so first became anomalous, and then reviewer annotation says incorrect certainty. Whether SCP was anomalous beforehand is unclear. The phrase was first discovered is more appropriate. Yes, because it sounds like these are all things that might have started at a different time. Beating off with Raven. Why did I read that and not see what you were doing, you little shit? I guess I could. You're not wrong. But would I? No. I would probably say obsidian beads. Okay. First became anomalous, or was first discovered in February of 2005 during a routine team meeting. Oh, shut up, board. Researcher Marley attempted to display a graph demonstrating a comparison between two algorithms. However, instead the projector began to display highly explicit content. This resulted in Human Resources penalizing researcher Marley by requiring an audit of her personal devices bi-weekly, and bi-weekly is flagged in yellow. Vague vernacular could imply SCP-8980 was audited twice weekly. Once every 2 weeks should have been used instead. So, yeah. Audit her personal devices and reducing her pay despite protests that her device never contained such material and that it was not due to any fault of her own. So the thing is, that last majority of the sentence was added. So he wrote it to have despite protests. So the that her device never contains such material is all that we've added in. The reviewer annotation says missing context, failing to specify the nature of SCP-8980's protests imply that it was protesting the punishment itself rather than the basis of the case. So another little thing that's like just a little implied misogyny, as they kind of warned, where, what do you mean? She was protesting, yeah, but you could have just said she insisted that she never contained that material. But whatever. And it got me just again nervous that, like, is this guy bad enough that he's the one causing it? Or someone else is, The other coworkers are also being flagged, so, I don't know if it was like pranks that went out of hand. I don't know. Anyway, okay. Over the coming weeks, researcher Lillian began to report significant issues with her devices and assigned SciPnet account. Provided examples included random deletion of files, modification of interpersonal communication in a way that negatively affected her, which had, in one instance, resulted in additional penalization, and random shutdowns of nearby electronics owned by her coworkers. Again, all of this, it feels just a little bit like someone could be pranking her. Like the I like you to I lick you could have been. Isn't there ways that you can make someone's phone do that, where you, like, every time they say like, make it say lick. Every time they say stop, it says some kind of copy pasta. Like that's a thing, right? No? Anyway. The keyboard shortcuts, that's what it is. But anyway. So I'm just a little nervous that that's what that is. Replacement of her devices, recreation of her accounts, and even temporary relocation and isolation of her physical self failed to prevent these anomalies from occurring. After deliberation, it was determined, reviewer annotation here, it was determined, passive voice. The use of passive voice obfuscates, my mouth is not working, obfuscates that this action was taken by Site 17's Containment Oversight Committee with advisory from Dr. Burns' research group, excluding SCP-8980. So it was specifically these people, they chose to do this. So this was passive voice, but this little reviewer, it feels like actually that's very typical with this clinical writing. It was determined is usually how they write it, because otherwise it would be, oh no, you're right. You're right. Text, author, you're correct. I'm sorry, I should not have said anything. They would have probably said Dr. Burns' research group or the oversight committee determined, as opposed to it was. Now you can and replace things. Oh, yep. Yeah, there's a fun message I came back to see. Yep. Oh! Emotes only did happen. Checked. I'll do the hydrate and posture check. Thank you, Dice Candy. Hello. Yes, move. Okay. Swoop. Swoop. There you go. Okay. Anyways, it was determined that the best course of action was to classify researcher Marley as an anomaly, citing concerns over property damage or potential loss of life. They were concerned about loss of life. It was going to go that far? Oh my gosh. Marley hesitantly agreed to undergo containment with the little added info that we have. Temporary is highlighted for reviewer annotation. It's missing context. SCP-8980 only agreed towards tentative, temporary containment. Lacking this context, the phrasing implies consent to permanent containment, which was not granted by SCP-8980. So Marley hesitantly agreed to undergo containment, is what he said. But we are saying she agreed to undergo temporary containment until anomalous properties ceased. Which again makes me really nervous that all of this was some icky, manipulative way that our Dr. Burns like took her in and frickin' like kidnapped her essentially, called her an SCP, and it's just twisting everything to turn her into that. I'm super nervous that this is what's happening, and half expectant of it. Now we have Addendum 1, Initial Interviewers. This is not looking good. Following containment, head researcher Christopher Burns conducted a series of initial interviews to understand the scope and severity of SCP-8980's anomalous properties. These interviews were recorded in full below. Date, March 10th, 2005. So maybe a month, maybe not, after things have started to happen. Interviewer, head researcher Christopher Burns. He doesn't even call himself Dr. Burns there until the Dr. Burns shorthand. I'm just like, why do you keep doing that? Do you think head researcher is more cool than doctor? Usually they say. Anyway. Interviewee, SCP-8980, or her actual name, Lillian Marley. I'll call her Marley because she only got a bachelor's, but she's researcher Marley at least. And subject, initial post-containment interview. As we begin the log, when we read stage directions of sorts, I'll do the specifics. You hate Site 17 deep well. I like your little rat little bounce. Just very cute. But I think I'm in the same group. I'm feeling it, dude. As we get into this and we see more highlights, I've warned you that it's going to be a lot of misogyny. If you need to leave, I'll never judge you for it. Please. This is also why we don't keep attendance, because I'm not going to judge you if you're like, that's not my vibe tonight. I don't want to deal with that, or I don't usually handle that well. I'm going to sit out. This is why I say it every time. I don't keep attendance. I don't want you guys to have pressure ever. Especially not with things that are to look after yourself. Yep. Usually they say doctor. I don't know why he keeps saying head researcher, because that's usually just what you say when it's in context to the project, is what they've done. If I'm remembering these things correctly, I remember them being referred to as doctor consistently, and then head researcher in the context of this is the team, or maybe this is the representatives at the table. Reading the ones where it was all the people that were at the big votes that weren't the overseers, they'd say head researcher, chair, or whatever, but then they just call them doctor otherwise. So it's yeah, you're just trying to give yourself more clout, and it's icky. Definitely supportive of manipulator type. Anyway, saying all these things. I'm going to call Dr. Burns. I'm going to call our SCP Marley, because that's her name. And, well, if we want to give her the respect that her being a co-worker is, I'd call her by her last name as opposed to her first name, which would be a very civilian way to refer to her. Okay, go eep, do, take care of yourself. We'll see you later. Yes, even my mods can leave if they need to leave, so please leave. I'm gonna get heated, but this is what I chose to do to myself. Okay. Dr. Burns and SCP-8980 are both seated in SCP-8980's containment cell, a decently furnished standard humanoid containment unit with a folding table between them. They usually don't say something like decently. It's usually a little bit more clinical about the descriptions in this. He's definitely decided to annotate or log the video interestingly. And then we have a sentence here that has been flagged in red, which is to say, what the fuck? Remove this. And it actually says self-explanatory, just unnecessary personal information. Self-explanatory. Get rid of that. Embellish. Yeah, they usually don't embellish. That's the words. Now get out. Go bed. Go eat. Or come back when you see that we don't have SCP-8980 on, which might be the whole stream. I don't know. Probably just leave. Just go eat. So this sentence is, what the fuck, dude? But he says, a number of SCP-8980's personal belongings are present in the room, including several books and an aging stuffed animal. Why? It feels like he's focusing on the story of this. He's describing her, and she's still 28 at this point. And so stuffed animal, honestly, I'm going to call it out. I think he wants to infantilize her just a little bit. With their age gap, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, but then back to relevant information. Dr. Burns adjusts his chair and straightens his tie before speaking. Also not really necessary, but okay. Less of like alarmingly unnecessary. More just like, okay, whatever. Alright. Dr. Burns, I apologize for these unfortunate circumstances, Lillian. And Marley interrupts. Marley, instead of SCP-890, interrupting. You're not following the standard procedure. In formal interviews, especially the ones that go into files, you call me SCP-8980. I'd like to keep this professional. Which says everything to me. She has been dealing with his shit. She doesn't like how he's trying to, like, emotionally connect to her right now. She's like, if you're doing this, you're doing it properly. Shut the fuck up. And I'm, good on you. Okay, good for you, Lillian. Dr. Burns clears his throat. Burns, yes, of course, you're entirely right. I apologize for these unfortunate circumstances. SCP-8980. I understand that being forced to undergo these inane procedures must be quite troublesome for someone such as you. Marley shrugs. Marley, it's fine. I'm just hoping we'll get this resolved within a week or two. I need to get working on the manifold problem again. Burns, we can only hope this'll go by quickly. Dr. Burns straightens several papers he is holding. So he's nervous. Why are you nervous? Stop doing this. Burns, all right, let's start with the basics. What is your name, age, and occupation? Her name is Lillian Marley, but I'll refer to her as Marley as that would be her way that they should be referring to her as a colleague, because they would say, like, researcher Marley or Dr. Marley. They'd say Marley in the papers. Maybe they'd say her first name because they're close, but as she's called out to Dr. Burns, I don't want you to call me by my first name. We are not that close. So that's it. Yeah. Okay. What's your name, age, occupation? Marley. Researcher Lillian Marley, 28 years old. Level 3 containment specialist at Site 17. Then there's a pause. I appreciate your formality this time. Dr. Burns sighs. Burns, all right. Well, next, please describe the circumstances in which you discovered your anomalous properties. There's a momentary silence that elapses. Marley, ... Is that necessary? You could just put all of the details on the file directly. Dr. Burns smirks, and I'm immediately uncomfortable, especially considering, you know, the first thing where they were all like, oh no, was like the sexually explicit content when she was trying to do a presentation. All of this feels like this half feels like it's his fetish material that he's writing or something. Like he's getting a kick out of this. Oh, it's icky. Burns says, what happened to the format? Marley exhales and shakes its head. At this point, typically in logs, at this point, researchers start to say her or his or their head. the clinical usually dips away at a certain point because most of the people have an automatic, you know, assumption, like especially in the English language and most like places we have a classic like you gender something even when you are like, oh, that's just an item. Like Herbert, my little frog, I've named Herbert. I've given him a he pronoun because it's a creature carved. I'm going to give him a gender for whatever dumb reason. Most people do that. That he is still so consistently it, despite him knowing her as a person beforehand, is unsettling. But okay. Marley exhales and shakes its head. Marley, fine, I was in the middle of a presentation on my heuristic for, and then we have a little highlight around calculating Ackermann function values m over 50. The annotation says the definition of this statement is largely irrelevant for the purpose of this investigation. Which I think is just like, don't worry about it. Yeah, not to mention her calling her Lily, and it's all okay. So we don't really need to know that is what they're kind of saying, but that is her being overly specific because she's uncomfy, I would say. It's my guess. When the projector suddenly began to display ... deep breath here. And then in quotes, so she maybe put her finger quotes up or she says it kind of funny. Sexually explicit material in front of the staff present, none of which was actually on my hard drive, I should add. Burns. I see. Normally that would be classified as an anomalous event, but presumably further incidents occurred. I think that means what that meant to be said is normally that would not be classified as an anomalous event, but Marley lightly scowls and says, "You're my boss, Burns. You already know the rest of the story." Burns. But for the record, please? Oh yeah. Did we not specifically call out that he is her boss? So all of this is power dynamic problems? But for the record, please, he had said. Marley sighs. Marley. All right, I began to experience repeated instances of malfunctions in software I was nearby, including important files getting deleted, emails being sent to the wrong addresses, and my coworkers' computers shutting down randomly. Is that enough for the interview? Burns. Yes, that should be sufficient, thank you. Marley. Of course. Then a pause. Have you determined its grade yet? And then we have grade highlighted blue, and we have some extra brain. Why did I? Extra information. Grade, in quotes, shorthand for anomaly coherence grade, AG or ACG, a classification used by SCP Foundation containment specialists for determining an anomaly's internal logic. Grades consist of the following. First is pseudo-explained. The anomaly is fully explainable through parascience. Second is internally consistent. Anomaly is not scientific but follows well-established rules. Third is pattern-based. Anomaly follows some set theme or pattern, although has no set rules. And fourth is inexplicable. The anomaly follows no consistent rules or patterns, making containment exceedingly difficult. ACG is not used by containment practitioners unless necessary, and thus is not included in formal documentation. My guess here, but I'm sure it will say in a minute, is that they would probably eventually at least call it pattern-based, where it's like, it's vaguely about electronics, so it follows some kind of theme, but not really rules. It does whatever it wants. And then Burns says, not precisely. We're running some Hume tests at the moment, and if those turn up null, we'll try looking at Elan, E-L-A-N, vital energy. Marley lightly scoffs. Marley, like those tests ever work? Burns. Well, I'm nothing if not thorough. Isn't that what you always used to tell me? Marley leans back and tilts her head upwards. Yeah, she leans back, tilting up, I imagine, an eye roll, but who knows. And Marley says, ... I suppose I did. All right, do whatever tests you need to. Just try to get them done as quickly as possible, please. I've only spent an hour in here and I'm already antsy. Dr. Burns smiles sympathetically, then stretches, letting out an audible yawn. I'm overanalyzing his movements. Like, that's a fair description if he did that, but anyway. Then he says, well, you already know standard protocol forbids us from giving you a PC, but I suppose I could arrange for some light reading to be brought in the meantime. We just scrape it from the lounge or something, so no guarantees if it's anything interesting. Marley smiles curtly. Thank you. That would at least be appreciated. That's what she says. There you go. Stump. Burns. Of course. Anything else in the procedure before I end this interview? Marley. That should be all. Burns. Wonderful. I'll see you again when we finish testing. Dr. Burns and Marley, SCP-8980, shake hands before Dr. Burns terminates the recording, which is decidedly not part of procedure. What the heck? What the heck? End log. And the afterward says, SCP-8980 is cooperative in its containment. I've provided it with basic reading materials for the coming days of testing, mainly light fiction novels and magazines from the employee lounge. SCP-8980 anomalous property testing will proceed using both blood samples and physical examination. All a quote from Dr. Burns. Now we have Addendum 2. Test results. During the following week, several tests were carried out on SCP-8980 by containment staff. Primary tests results are recorded below. Our chart says type, results, and comments. I think what they mean is, a little bit of a physical examination. Like, they gotta check if something is related. They don't know where or why this SCP, or this anomaly is happening. So it would make sense that somebody would be, trying to look around, but I don't know. Okay, type, Hume, results, baseline, comments, rules out possibility of standard reality manipulation. Yeah, I'm uncomfy too, but, mayhaps they have, a system where it's, okay, we're going to bring in a doctor, like a medical doctor that's with the Foundation. Is this person okay with you? Okay, you're female. Is it preferable that you would like to have a female doctor? Okay, and then we can do that. Maybe they do that. Maybe they don't. Maybe the physical examination is, okay, spin around while they're clothed. Okay, well, I don't see anything. Maybe it's, okay, computers are upsetting, right? What if we bring a magnet to you? I don't know what it is. They didn't specify. It's vaguely examination. Okay, type EVE or Eve, results, baseline, comments, rules out possibility of standard thaumaturgical activity. Then type QL, results, unabstracted, comments, rules out possibility of standard reality abstraction. Type ectoentropic, results, localized, comments, rules out possibility of standard interdimensionality. And finally, type I-ACRS, and that is highlighted blue. The annotation says, stands for Inter-Anomaly Correlative Regression Score, a scale for how closely an anomalous effect is related to existing data points on other anomalies. The results is insufficient data, so the idea is this might be related to a different anomaly. You might not be 8980, you might be other numbers -2, Comments. More experimentation is required to draw concrete conclusions. So we don't really know, are you related, are we not? And it says, as no tests yielded positive results, SCP-8980's containment team formulated a new plan of action to research the anomaly. We have a log. I'm gonna scroll. It's a long one. I'm gonna read this log and then we're gonna do redemptions. Redeems. We have barely tucked in to this. So, yeah, I'm not reading anything else, and we might have multiples. Yeah, I think we're gonna have multiple streams of just this story. Well, it's fun. Yeah, it seems she is really just a normal human. It really seems. But there's the vague possibility that she's connected to another SCP. That's about our best lead. The manipulative theory still leading. Okay, so next log here. Date March 16th, 2005. So 6 days later, they gave it almost a week trying to do the tests. Same people, interviewee, subject, anomalous testing results, and future plan of action. Begin log. Interview is conducted in a standard interviewing chamber. SCP-8980 is seated, though visibly agitated. It repeatedly taps its leg and huffs for an extended period. Huffs. I don't know if I would use those words. I would think most of the researchers would just say it repeatedly taps its leg or bounces its leg. Oh my god, bored. But the huffs is the bit that feels like there's a qualitative judgment to it. So I don't know. Some of them might be better to do with their own stream. Yes, that's the energy board. It very much feels like it's about to be. After a few minutes, Burns enters, prompting her to look up at him, in brackets, very angry. Very something. I was thinking with longer ones. Yeah, they have essentially. There's been ones where that's happened. But anyway, okay. So far, oh my gosh. Are you reading this board? Board, you copy. Oh my gosh, you little shit. So literally the next sentence is, after a few minutes, Dr. Burns enters the room, prompting SCP-8980 to look up at him. There's just not a very angry added. Marley says, "You're pretty late." Burns, "I know, sorry, I got caught up in traffic today." Marley, "It's 10:13 a.m. You got to the site 2 hours ago. I know your schedule. We've worked together for 2 years now." Is he verbally prompting her? What? I don't think he didn't verbally. He walked in and then looked up. Traffic delayed. Okay, we worked together for 2 years now, Burns. The traffic delayed my other work. You know I have a lot of responsibilities as research head of Section 3. Marley, "Sure." Silence. Marley, "So?" So she says, "Sure," and there is nothing said, and then she says, "So," and Burns says, "You're impatient today." You chose to comment on it after she said sure. You're the one that did nothing after she said that. You should be coming in with a specific plan. Anyway. Marley, agitated in brackets. "Look, Burns, I've been stuck in a cell for the past week getting my blood drawn and being put through the ringer with all these tests. I'd hope, at the very least, you'd give me the luxury of being on time." Which is fair. But Dr. Burns shakes his head, and Burns says, "Jesus, you can be a real ballbuster sometimes, Lily." You should not be referring to her as that. You should not be referring to her as that. Marley massages its. I'm gonna start saying her. I can't handle it. Just know that he's gonna keep calling her it. gaslight, gatekeep, gross guy. Yeah. um, she massages her temples. Marley, just ... Spare me this time. What's the outlook? Burns places his briefcase on the table and fetches a few documents from the top before placing the briefcase on the floor once more. He bites his lip in hesitation. Why are you describing yourself so specifically? You can just say he hesitates. What in the fuck, dude? Burns, well, unfortunately, it does seem like all the standard tests came back null, indicating that your anomaly isn't pseudo-explainable. Silence. And then Marley, okay, I figured as much, because, they would have told her. Dr. Burns pulls out and slides another document towards Marley. She picks it up and begins to read while Dr. Burns continues speaking. Burns, we haven't been able to figure out any concrete rules yet, but we can at least determine the anomaly isn't inexplicable. Marley, ... Yeah, I can definitely see some correlations in the data here, but nothing that can allow us to predict any particular... Burns waits momentarily. Dr. Burns waits momentarily while Marley squints at the paper. Burns, we've been able to establish one likely through line for all the past incidents, though. Marley stops reading and looks up, concern on her face. Marley, ... which is... Oh my god. What a wild fucking take on this guy. Dr. Burns clears his throat and Burns says, well, ... it seems like the anomaly is trying to humiliate you. Silence. Marley, what? Burns, here, look. Dr. Burns slides a third document to Marley, who immediately begins to read it fervently. Dr. Burns, every instance of 8980 changing text has been to your social detriment. Every document is deleted. It's deleted has been when you absolutely needed it for work, and every email that's been sent to the wrong address has caused some breach of sensitive information, calling into question your cognitive stability, and every device that shut down was in the middle of a critical operation while you were nearby. Which is why, I wonder... Yeah, the anomaly did it. Okay, anyway. Marley looks up at Dr. Burns. Marley, what? ... Do you think it's... And I guess he interrupts here. Burns, are you religious by any chance? Why the fuck is this relevant? We already ruled out thaumaturgical, so get away. Marley pauses, taken aback, and contemplates the question momentarily. She shakes her head. Marley, ... No, I was born to Catholic parents, but I haven't been religious since I was 15. Burns, then our first suspect is targeted divine punishment from an Akiva-based entity or an esophysical attachment of some kind. You're trying to tell her that God is trying to humiliate her? Divine punishment? Fuck off? Okay. I can get the relevant departments to run some tests on our behalf. Thankfully, Esophysics is centralized in 17, so they can get back to us quicker. Marley glances down to the paper she is holding. Marley, ... Thanks, I appreciate it, and pauses, then says, looking at the results, ... I assume you'll also want more data points out of me. Burns smiles and folds his hands together. Why? Burns, you've always had a pretty good head on your shoulders, SCP-8980. Yes, we'll want to be absolutely sure that there's no underlying pattern by conducting a few experiments on you. If it's any consolation, it'll give you something to do while we figure out this whole situation. Marley, ... That will add at least another 2 weeks onto my containment. That's ridiculous. I can't do that. Dr. Burns sighs softly. Dr. Burns, I don't think there's much of a choice, sadly. We can't have you inadvertently ruining critical software in the site, especially with some of the nightmares we lock up here. You're just going to have to put up with it for a while. If it helps, we've already reassigned the manifold problem to Morgan, who should be able to handle it. Just consider this an extended vacation, all right? Marley sighs loudly. Marley says, okay, all right, fine, whatever. But you better make sure he credits me for the parts I already did. I was wondering, gender of Morgan, and we have an answer. Okay, so remove me to give the super specific project to the guy. Okay, And please make sure he credits me. Dr. Burns' response has a blue tag, which makes me nervous. It says, of course I will. And the annotation says, the article in question, finding triangle areas in Gajos Riemannian manifolds, in brackets z-curve greater than 1, end brackets, was published with then junior researcher Morgan McFarrell as the sole author. SCP-8980 was only credited in the acknowledgments alongside other members of his research team. Fuck you, Chris. Fuck you, Morgan. While the incident in question was found to be a violation of the Foundation's citation policy, they said, what the fuck? No disciplinary action will be taken at this time, because of course not. I'm now worried that we are on their side. Ick. It has been noted that a significant amount of time has passed since the incident occurred. Retroactive punishment was deemed too consequential on Dr. McFarrell's career to be worth pursuing. That's why they said, it's fine. Fuck you. Okay. Separately, hi, Dirt. Oh my gosh. Let's get the money frogs rolling. Thank you. Gosh, 9 months. 9 months this is. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I can't hardly believe it. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna go? I'm just gonna pull out the link if it'll let me. It's not seeming to let me. Okay. Right, so he was being a rude dude. And not crediting. Gage! Oh, yay. Another resub. The OGs getting their 9 months. This is. Money frogs. Thank you, Gage. Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? Oh my gosh. Oh. Our Twitch baby is just a Barracuda from Mario. What? What the hell? I don't know what this means even. I'm losing my spot. Cute squeak. Oh, thank you. I guess I do that. Hi, Annie. Hello. That's a cool Dora. Let's get. Oh yes. So they've messages keep at. It's a weird snapping turtle with wings that hops essentially. What is? I'm very confused. What is? The Doro is not? Oh, astrophysics. Wait, what? No. Why do you say this? A parakeet. Oh gosh. Yeah, brain. I know it's Mario. I just don't know why my 9 month is relevant. Astrophysics. That's SCP world nonsense, sci-fi bullshit. Hi, sorry. I heard my mic starting to do little bitty pops. I don't know how loud they were for you. So then I unplugged and replugged, but I made sure to mute first because pops. Um, yeah. Sorry. Oops. Um, where was? And I hope the pops weren't too bad on you guys. We're nearly done before we do the triggers break. I'll just jump into where we were. I'm taking so freaking long. All right. So Dr. Burns says that he was going to. You didn't even hear the pop? Oh, I heard a couple. I'm not gonna try and recreate my bud. Yeah. Well, I don't know what it was, but I hope I've solved it. Some people make a joke. Oh. And so you are saying because we are frog and turt and no, just turt and cage. So turtle and bird. I'm like, I'm not seeing a bunch of frog, but then again, I don't know. But okay, I see now. I see. I'm sorry I'm slow. I have enough brain power for really analyzing the shitty context of this story. I do not have the brain power to catch references. I didn't hear them, but I wish I had. I bet it was some mass TSKR. What is that? Oh my gosh. We need to stop, Raven. We need to focus. Okay. So he says he's going to give credit or tell him to give credit, and he doesn't. And he helps him not do credit. And it's a bunch of bullshit. And then there's silence, and Dr. Burns, I was going to say Dr. Derns, says, so should we proceed with the second phase of testing? Raven is burp. No, that works too. I was wondering if it was frog. I mean, there was decidedly no deer in any of there, so concern. But it's fine. It's fine. Okay, I focus. So he said, should we do the next testing? Yeah. And Marley says, ... Not sure there's much of a choice here. And his response is great. I have no choice. This is not consent. It's forced. Gets a response of wonderful. Fuck you. Okay, he says, I always appreciate it when a meeting goes smoothly, aka when you bend to my will. I'll be sure to get your testing set up by tomorrow. Is that all for today? And she says, yes. Burns says, all right, I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. On time next time. And you just know that he's weirdly cheery as he leaves, and she's just like stone cold, like, what in the Jesus Christ was that? Hello. Welcome and maybe mass, you cozy. That's a very cute cozy. And that's the end of the log, but we'll read the afterword before we jump into triggers. Afterward says, I'll be reaching out to various other departments while we get some experimentation set up. We'll need to try approaching the anomaly from unique vectors to get some data points, so I'll try to allocate some funding for this project. Hopefully more data will give us some more correlations. Dr. Burns. Oh my gosh, bored. You were waiting that long? This was a long log. That was a big one. You're a 5-year-old. Okay. I say that to myself as well as I giggle and enjoyed too. But here we're gonna go. We're gonna do triggers now, okay? So We'll pause this chaos. I'm gonna jump straight into it. Bam! I'm angry. I'm angry. Grr. I promise I'm so angry right now. Oh, keys. I know. But the deer noises. What's the TSKR? What does that stand for? Or what is it about? Is this like the other version of ASMR? I was a dum-dum when I joined. I still don't know so many things. Man, I don't even work here. I can't help you. I'm sorry. I sound like Candace Flynn. I sound like Ashley Tisdale. Oh my gosh. Get me in the next High School Musical stat. No, but that's fun. I got squirrels in my pants, I guess. Okay. What's so funny about that is that the song spells it and it's up on the screen. SIMP, squirrels in my pants. Simp? A simp? What? No. Okay. But that was rage puffing. We're gonna do comb twing. We're gonna do humming. We're gonna do keys. Let's get going. Let's go with comb. Boop, 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 boop. You are the bane of my existence, little period that I try and put between. Just double spacing. Ugh. Oh. Oh. If you think something is the TSKR, make a clip of it and include that in the name for the clip. This is my request because it sounds like something I should know, and you can teach me that way. This is one of those. This is not one of those. And I think they will be very fun for my clips. Yeah, I imagine they would be used for sus noises, but that's fine. And I imagine you will make clips of me doing that too, even though I don't intend to. Because I don't know what I'm doing a lot of the time. Oh. That was blessed. That saved me. That was bass. That was hot. Yeah, okay. 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 Okay, okay, okay. I'm not saying that one. Well, alright. I guess we need to scribble TSKR as an emote. Fat. Fat. I can't wink in this, but I'm trying. Okay, we'll do comb twing now, though. Here we go. We're both great bored. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna do humming. Just kidding. Not very much hydrate, but definitely caffeinate. You might need counseling. I mean, maybe, but that feels unrelated. I feel like those are still valid, especially in this community. Who brought it up? Because now squirrels on my pants are stuck in my head. I'm sorry, that was me. But hey, it was somebody else that called me Candace. It was Bored. Bored called me Candace. You can blame the both of us. It wasn't just me. Okay, we do humming. Hmm. I'm hearing a weird buzzing. Something's wrong. It doesn't sound right. I don't like it. I don't like it. Something's off. I'm glad you like it. And I'm glad this ghost aura feels good for the spooky, but you know, it feels weird. It feels like it hurts, well, like preemptively. Like it's not hurtful yet. It feels like either I have been hurt or I will be hurt soon. if I keep it up. So I think I will stop and do big cough. So I'll be muted and try and get my throat right. It's funny. It feels weird. Okay, now we're gonna do keys right after I do my big cough. So there's that. To test it, I just did a big growly, like, screamy thing. And I sounded so much like a donkey. But it was too loud, so I'm glad I didn't do it while you heard it. But, like, also, I wish you heard it. No, no, no. I'm squeaking. No. I told you something's wrong. Yeah, go ahead, board. Okay, I need to. Okay, I think I'm better. Don't make me laugh too much, so I think I'm gonna go fully immediate squeak mode. Which is okay, but if you do it a bunch, it'll hurt. Um, oh, thank you, Andy, for concern. I appreciate it. Okay, we're attempting to play Minesweeper after an hour. SCP-8980 consistently triggered a bomb on the first guess for over 58 games in a row, resulting in angrily closing the device. Oh, yeah, that is a cute Dort thing of bored to say. Hee hee. No, I know you mean me. Thank you. But like, I play Minesweeper sometimes. That's specifically not a thing that they do. um, it's like I think it's impossible to get a bomb on the first try. Um, you click the second try, and that's when you can hit a bomb. So it's like you click, and that's always your first step that you get hints, and then you click the second time. That could be a bomb. That could be a bad. So just a little like push glasses up. Well, actually, definitely got bombs in the first go before. What? What? Maybe I just play a different, like, cause I don't know. Maybe the version that I usually use is one of those. Cause I have had so many shitty starts. That's insane. Yes, I guess maybe I've just been using the wrong one, but I'm fairly certain that that's one of the things that they do intentionally. And having it go 58 times in a row would definitely be an insane number if it is even possible. But okay. Okay. Alright, I'm doing keys now. But I got very distracted, obviously. My throat still feels quite weird and scratchy. So don't mind me also chugging water while we do keys. Okay. Here we go. Well, thank you, Turt, for that. I appreciate it very much for the support. And for that, when I run this ad, I'm going to continue doing keys while we do it. just, just as a little extra, because I know you're subbed, because you just resubbed. Duh. So, yeah, I have to run an ad, and while I do it, we get extra keys time. Just a little bit nice. Normally does seem less human than before, but my idea that she's being played is not out of the question yet. Yeah, I think it's bad. Yes, we will be going back to reading right after this ad, and I do keys during it. We'll go right back to where we were. So we'll pick up and my god. We'll hopefully hear everything about 8980. Yes, please don't spoil it just yet. We will get there. Okay, so here is a 1-minute ad. I'm sorry for all of you that have to suffer through ad. I'm sorry. But I have to do it. Okay. Keys! Okay. Oh my gosh, I need to cough. But I will set us back up into SCP reading time. Here we go. Okay. You didn't get an ad? Well, no. Lucky you. You just got to have more keys. Ah, I'm sorry you got bonked. I'm sorry. Promise I wasn't trying to. Okay. I am trying to adjust. Alright, so. We had that addendum 2, that log. Annoying. And now we have addendum 3. It's the same one as before, we're just continuing. It shouldn't come out while I'm reading, but if it does, the VOD will be on YouTube soon. Probably by the time I'm streaming tomorrow. I still feel scratchy. I don't like this. I'm going to run out of water on my desk. Okay. Addendum 3 is experimentation log and secondary testing results. The following is an abridged list of SCP-8980's experimentation logs conducted over a period of 4 days. 4 is highlighted. Reviewer annotation says, incorrect information. Experimentation took 5 days, not 4, which is concerning. It feels a little bit like there's a secret experiment that he did not include, and now I am sounding worse by the second. What the heck is happening? I don't like it. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so we've already got a lie there as we jump into the test. Okay. ID 8980A1, duration 2 hours. Experiment, control case. SCP-8980 was given a standard Dell brand laptop with Windows 95 installed as its operating system. The laptop was not capable of connecting to SciPnet or the internet. Noted effects. Very little occurred initially. However, when attempting to play Minesweeper after an hour, oh my gosh! You just copy paste what actually happens. SCP-8980 consistently triggered a bomb on the first guess for over 58 games in a row, resulting in it angrily closing the device. Ah! Hey! I totally called it! So, SCP consistently triggered a bomb, blah 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 blah, was highlighted in blue. And the annotation says this is impossible on non-anomalous versions of Windows 95 as the game generates the board around where the button is first pressed. I told you! Boom! Don't gaslight Raven. Bam. I was correct. Suck it. Okay, sorry. No, I'm not sorry. So, yeah, that's a bullshit. But they did say that that's something that happens, that actually impossible things happen, even though they shouldn't. And then she's closed it. Yes. Comments. It is possible that the phenomenon may be placing SCP-8980 into situations which will cause it to react with frustration or anger, embarrassing itself. SCP-8980's hot-headed personality. Reviewer annotation says inappropriate description, self-explanatory. So you did not need to call her hot-headed. Probably exemplifies this, a good avenue for future experimentation. A quote from Dr. Burns. Screw you. I need a big cough. I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, I have sorted it. It is better. And Windows version, other versions, and sites can basically have seeded maps. Yeah. But it's clear I was not crazy to say, hey, wait a minute, that's, whoa, huh? So I feel validated, both by Turt and by the logs. Okay, so the second experimentation. ID 8980A2, duration 3.5 hours. Experiment. SCP-8980 was provided with a Dell brand desktop running netlog. With netlog highlighted in blue, it says netlog, all caps, was the standard SCP Foundation operating system used for most devices. It was depreciated in 2010 and replaced with FrameRail. So we're running that with read-only SciPnet permissions. So you're not allowed to edit, you're not allowed to write, but you can read. SCP-8980 was instructed to solve 100 geometry math problems on the device. Certain modifications were made to the software to obfuscate and frustrate 8980 in order to test whether the frustration would prevent SCP-8980's anomaly from activating. So they intentionally put in things that should make her upset. Noted effects. SCP-8980 initially reported mixed success, though frequently bumped into software obfuscation that frustrated her endeavors. This is where we have a thing pop up that says, incorrect identifier. all anomalies should be referred to solely by their designation, a clinical identifier, or the pronoun it. This is to prevent personnel from forming inappropriate personal connections with the SCP they are assigned to. Understood. And I imagine that since we are the ethics committee, this is one of our rules, that we are supposed to flag as many of these things that would pop up as possible. But I would say it's taken him a little too long to start using her, considering the other Foundation writings and people being people. Just gonna say it. But, yeah, we flagged it. It's highlighted yellow. Obfuscation frustrated her endeavors. Researchers noted that values in the software had begun to change slightly while SCP-8980 solved them, resulting in consistently incorrect results. These were not part of the programmed obfuscation tactics. Test was aborted after SCP-8980 refused to continue, citing a migraine. So, the anomaly still happened, just a little bit different. And it did give her a migraine, so she quit, but she was still going. Comments: SCP-8980's anomalous properties activated quite insidiously here. It took us nearly 20 minutes before we even noticed the values changing. It seemed the anomaly isn't content with allowing situations to play out naturally, and it could be affecting things on a much more minute scale than we thought. We'll have to pay closer attention. From Dr. Burns. AKA, I'm a dumbass. It's not about embarrassing her. It's just about fucking up whatever she does. Like, because those little things didn't embarrass her. It's just messing up what she did. Didn't frustrate her. She kept going. Those things afterwards were changed, as far as we can tell from this reading. So, interesting. Oh, that's perfect, Turd. I love that. Okay. Next. ID 8980A4. What happened to A3? Looks like that might be the one they scrubbed away. Okay. Anyway, this one is 25 minutes. Experimentation. SCP-8980 was provided with its work computer. It's modified to be SciPnet read only. SCP-8980 was allowed to use the device for up to an hour in private. There you go. In order to test whether its effects activated without outside observers. Noted effects. SCP-8980 aborted the test 25 minutes into the experiment, unexpectedly showing distress. Then this is highlighted blue. So something's going on. But we're concerned about it. Anyway, it says SCP-8980 did not yield to questioning on the nature of this event and requested the experiment not be conducted again. Below this says, while testimony did corroborate the existence of this experiment and the described interview, no video recording could be found in Site 17's Deepwell archives. So, this gives a little bit of, she's noted as doesn't want to do it again, don't do this again, and whatever. But what do you mean, why is there no video? Why can we not confirm this? What did you actually do? Question mark, question mark. And more concerning, the comments at the bottom isn't Dr. Burns, because it's highlighted, but we'll get there after I read it. Even though we are not aware of the specifics of what occurred during this experiment, it is still apparent that the anomaly activates in isolation with SCP-8980. The next line of inquiry should be to see whether or not SCP-8980's anomaly activates with other electronic devices besides personal computers, PCs. Yes, but I'm still holding on to the theory that he's doing it And the fact that this was Dr. Steele has my little spidey sense up. So, hovering over the highlighted blue Dr. Steele text, it says Dr. Rachel Steele was another member of the SCP-8980 containment team. Interviews conducted with Dr. Steele by the Ethics Committee revealed next to no involvement from her in SCP-8980's actual containment beyond initial testing. It is the general consensus of the Ethics Committee that this general lack of involvement was gross negligence on part of Dr. Steele concerning the circumstances surrounding SCP-8980's later containment, and as a result, in direct violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct. So, okay, maybe I'm not sure. I don't know why we're so sus of her then, especially as it says that I don't know, maybe she's one of the people that's, doing the weird bullying of her. I don't know. But okay. I guess maybe it really was just, we don't know what happened. Because it was done privately. But I'm very sus of that private test anyway. Okay. ID 8980A5. Still wondering where A3 is. Duration 7.5 hours. Experiment SCP-8980 was brought to a temporary testing chamber with essential commodities and was provided with a 27-inch LCD television set connected to cable. SCP-8980 was permitted to watch any television channel it wished. Noted effects. SCP-8980 watched various educational documentaries throughout the test, interspersed by an attending researcher entering the room to check on the experiment's status. After 7.5 hours, approaching the 8-hour allotted duration of the experiment, the television suddenly switched to playing The Wiggles Show, a children's program, moments before an attending researcher entered the room. The device would not respond to external input until SCP-890 was removed from the premises. So, we're back to it supporting the wanting to embarrass you thing, I guess. Because, oh no, you're watching a kid's program? I mean, I don't find that terribly embarrassing. I mean, maybe you're watching to learn an Australian accent. The Wiggles were Australian, weren't they? Aren't they? Depends on which generation of Wiggles is right. Anyway, brain. Okay, comments at the bottom. Highlighted in yellow is a quote from Dr. Burns, so let's see what he says. It seems as though SCP-8980's anomaly has some form of foresight or intelligence behind it, though we haven't been able to figure out who or what it is. The annotation says, erroneous assumption. There are numerous reasons for why an anomaly may display rationalistic behavior similar to sapience without being sentient. As a containment specialist, Dr. Burns should have been aware of this. Yes, but he seemed to allude to it being like a god embarrassing her, so like shaming her, but yeah, it feels very much like he's just trying to give her a message for something, and that's icky. You watch Bee and Puppy Cat, is that embarrassing? I would say no. I haven't watched that one at all, but none of it is embarrassing. Like, jeez. It's embarrassing if you choose to be embarrassed by it. Really. Then it says, simultaneously, several more tests were run on organic samples of SCP-8980, the following of which were recorded below. So we have the type, results, and comments on each of these. And it's looking very much like the ones before. Ooh, Myco Psycho, welcome in. It's so cute, I should watch. Well, I will consider that then. There are so many things I do that is not watching things, and then when I do watch it, it's so often just the same things again and again. But welcome in, Myco. If you have to go, no worries. Go ahead and disappear. Thanks for sending the shout out, Cage. Yeah, go ahead. No worries. Take care of yourself. Let me see. Okay, let me click. My thing is being very slow. Ooh. Why is this not very good at showing much? I don't know where to click for things. Well, okay. Ooh. I'm happy to read SCP for you. I just saw the last message before, like, you don't want to read them or else you'll read all of them. So happy to read them. This one's very long. Oh my gosh. Okay, take care of yourself, and thank you for bringing in your viewers and all of the newbies. I'm sorry you're joining us midway through this, but it's very early days of this extremely long thing. Comparatively, we are well past the initial description and the stuff, but this is SCP-8980, and I will warn you. Trigger warnings involve general misogyny, explicit, implicit. Eventually, there will get to descriptions of physical, mental, maybe sexual abuse, various things, violence of some sorts. But there is also supposedly going to be an extra warning when we are closer to that inside this file. So it will give us a warning before that happens. But also, I will try and tell you before it gets really bad in any case, because I know this is so long and people have not heard the warning. But there you go. All right, so yes, we have the updated tests. We have type, we have results, and we have comments. So, remember, icky Dr. Burns had the idea of possible, like, divine punishments, possibly. But the first thing is a Kiva type. Results is baseline, and then in brackets it says atheist. And the comment says, rules out possibility of divine punishment. Just right straight there. So shut the heck up, Dr. Dick. Not because that's his name, but because he's an asshole. And then we have esophysical, with reviewer annotation says, refers to the physical embodiment of an abstract concept. Results is unbound. Comments is rules out possibility of esophysical embodiment. Temporal type. Results is unaffected. Comments rules out possibility of temporal manipulation. Type. We've already covered this one. The A-ACRS. Results is no matches. Comments is rules out the possibility of causation by known anomaly. So it can't be one that we already know. It's not connected to anything already logged. If it's connected to something, we don't even know about it yet. Final two is type anti-memetic. Results is just unlikely. Comment is, while it cannot be ruled out, no major indicators of anti-memetic activity have been noted. And digital, also unlikely. Comment is, while it similarly cannot be ruled out, both the IT department and AIAD could not locate any malware or similar software that could be causing SCP-8980 on SciPnet. So they're like, I mean, we can't find anything that would explain it otherwise, but obviously it feels fairly digital. And it says, after compiling existing evidence, a third interview was conducted with SCP-8980 roughly 3 weeks after the initial containment. Let me adjust. Oof. This poor friend. Imagine being a totally normal human being, except for the fact that you study the non-normal, and you get locked up because you got a shitty misogynist boss. Anyway, okay. Date, March 29th, 2005. Indeed, almost 20 days after her first, math? No, it's like 20 days after the one interview, but that was also a little while after the first one. Okay, anyway. Alright. Here we go. The subject, interviewer, interviewee are the same. Subject is explaining findings. Begin log. Interview is conducted in SCP-8980's containment chamber. SCP-8980 is holding its hands in its lap, motionless behind a folding table while waiting for Dr. Burns to arrive. He opens the door and enters the room. And we have an extra little note in green, missing context, so I'll add at 10:16 a.m. The annotation says missing context. As Dr. Burns' lateness was a point of contention in the prior log, the fact that SCP-8980 did not comment on it is worth noting. Well, I feel like she's probably expecting the worst with this guy, but who knows. Anyway, so he is late, is what they're saying. And we should know that they're there. It said it, but I will tell you, if it doesn't say it, I'm still going to read her as her, because I'm going to be nuts. And, of course, our SCP is Marley. Well, I'll call the doctor Burns. Burns, good morning. Marley, ... morning. Dr. Burns seats himself across from Marley. Burns, I'm afraid I don't have the best of news. Marley doesn't say anything, though her posture stiffens. Burns slides a document towards Marley, who picks it up and begins scanning through it. Burns, pretty much every major test has returned a negative or unlikely result. We've reached out to pretty much every department in the Foundation, and we've got nothing. In essence, it seems like you're a unique pattern-based anomaly. Which is, I think, what I had said. Pattern-based. Marley drops the document in defeat, with in defeat. Those two words being highlighted as inappropriate descriptor, self-explanatory. You did need to have it. You could just say drops the document. She begins to take several deep breaths. Marley says, oh, fuck. Burns says, language. What if Burns is actually an SCP? Dun dun dun. I would not be terribly surprised. Gaslighting, manipulative, fuck. Anyway, Burns says language, and then Marley slams one of her fists onto the table, startling Dr. Burns. And she says, God damn it. Burns says, calm down. Marley, how in the world am I supposed to be calm about this? Dr. Burns sighs in annoyance. Again, probably could have just ended at sighs, because he then also says he pinches the crease in his forehead. It's pretty obvious. You really reads. I think the username is very clarifying. Yes. It's actually, I'm Raven, and I didn't say that, but I should have. I'm a dum-dum. Yeah, hi, I'm Raven. The reads, the obsidian is a description of my reading. Anyway, I'm a dumb. Anyway, I like it. Okay. So he's annoyed. Yeah. And then he says, Lillian, you're acting irrational again. This isn't the end of the world or anything. Oh, fuck you. Thankfully, she interrupts. Marley, interrupting? Like hell it isn't. Do you know what this means? Burns, you'll just need to continue testing for a few months so we can learn to mitigate your anomalous effects. That's it. He straight up said just in italics, and a few more months to mitigate. That's it. That's all. Oh, screw you. Marley scoffs and says, so what? Am I supposed to just rot away in this chamber all day while I wait for my co-workers, in quotes, to finish poking and prodding me with sticks? Burns, look, I'm sure we can arrange some form of ... entertainment for you in the interim. And I don't like the way he's thinking about, like, the hesitation around entertainment. I'm really feeling uncomfy. Classic gaslight manipulator. Don't make a big deal of it. Like, whoa, you're being irrational. The second he said irrational, I'm like, yeah, shut up. Feelings are reasonable. Just because you don't want this person having any does not mean anything. We have been told that this would be a bunch of misogyny. And yeah, so there's going to be more of it. This bit is the obvious and the one that is everywhere every day. So I'm not exactly warning people about that one. But once we get to more explicit or graphic things, of course. Anyways, she responds, He literally is. Okay, I bet. I assume. Okay, Marley. I don't want entertainment. All I want is to work on my projects and actually do something for the world, not watch the fucking Wiggles all day. Because she, of course, didn't choose the Wiggles. As well as, she's saying, I want to work on my projects. Little does she know, at the point of this particular thing, she said, make sure they credit me, and they have moved on. We're not going to credit her. Yeah, no way. And they just keep working, taking credit. Fuckwits. Anyway, Dr. Burns sighs in frustration. Stop describing yourself as in frustration. We know. This is all a very frustrating situation. If you weren't, I'd be surprised. Stop saying it. Okay. Burns, I figured this would be hard to break to you. All right. Well, ... Right now, the best thing you can do for us is to remain in containment and help us study you. Once everything's all done and settled down and we've figured out what's wrong with you, we'll let you come back out and you can help us with your projects or studies or algorithms or whatever, all right? You can say projects, or you could just say work. The way you say man or blah or whatever. Just a little subtle, I don't actually care, and whatever you're talking about is stupid. So screw you again. Marley says, it's not all right, and I never said I wanted to help you. Dr. Burns flinches and grunts. Dr. Burns, ... Not like you've been helping me all that much anyways. Which is where, this is something I didn't fully call it out, but the way she was the very first interview unimpressed with him and uncomfy, called him out right away, it gives the idea that she called him out and that's what started this all out. Maybe she was trying to leave the team and that's why, this is all reciprocation for her trying to leave. Calling him out, saying no thank you. So, I'm icky. Anyways, Marley scoffs again, but doesn't immediately reply. Silence elapses for 10 seconds. Neither makes eye contact. Marley then says, all right, 1 month. After that, I revoke my consent to containment. Burns, ... You can't revoke your consent to containment. Marley responds, I know my rights, Burns. And then it says, Dr. Burns laughs. Then there's a little extra green, so it's extra information. It says missing descriptor due to the contrast between Dr. Burns' reaction and SCP's. It is noteworthy to include the lack of social reciprocation on SCP's part. That feels kind of weird, but the whole point is that SCP-8980 doesn't. I don't know if that's totally necessary, and now I'm suspicious of us. We're judging her now, and I don't like that. Because of course she wouldn't laugh at that. It's not social reciprocation lacking, it's he's being unhinged, and she's just kind of uncomfy with everything, obviously frustrated with all of this. Anyway, Dr. Burns, okay, got it. 1 month. We'll try to have it all sorted out by then. Obviously, I'm assuming that that's very sarcastic. Marley sighs, then leans back in her chair. Marley, is that everything then? Burns, yes. Marley, thank God. Burns, yes, thank God indeed. I would have assumed, but maybe that wouldn't have been obvious. Fair enough. Okay. Anyways, Dr. Burns gets up and reaches out to shake Marley's hand because that's something they did before, but they shouldn't have. Marley at first glances between his face and his hand. The fuck? Before eventually choosing to accept the handshake. Both leave the chamber. He does not need to touch her. She does not need to be touching him. That wouldn't have been expected before. And she looked at that and she knows that that's not supposed to be happening. But she's not she's not going to push back on the little bullshit that people are going to call out as being stupid to call out. Like, it's just a handshake. No, it's fucking weird, but fine. End of log. And the afterword says, telling SCP-8980 the bad news on how containment as an anomaly works will certainly be awkward. Oh, fuck you. It will certainly be awkward. She knows her rights. You're an asshole. So if we can find a way to at least mitigate SCP-8980's effects in the next month, that would be preferable. We'll need to borrow a few members of our other division teams to help expedite some of these tests. But what shouldn't we do for one of our own? Dr. Burns. So he's very much trying to come off as the good guy in these comments at the end, but I don't like it. Okay. Addendum 4. Secondary experimentation log. In order to best reintegrate SCP-8980 into the SCP Foundation's employment structure, various tests were conducted to determine how best to accommodate its anomalous properties in the workplace. She is considered part of the anomaly. Unfortunately, they are going to continue containing her out of necessity. Yeah, but because of the way this is going, I think she's calling it out because, like, it's still not reasonable, of course, and that it feels still like it's all manipulation. I think she's getting that feeling. Yeah, she doesn't have a choice, of course, but she can revoke her consent to it. That is a thing. You can revoke your consent. Just whether or not they actually act accordingly is the real problem. The fact that he's writing that is just like, it's a laugh, like, oh, you stupid, awful words, you know? Anyway, okay, so now we're into our next tests. ID 8980B2. What was B1? And then it jumps to B4. What was B3? Where are the missing tests? Why are you not telling me everything? Anyway, okay, so B2, duration, 2 hours. Experiment. Sorry, brain. SCP-8980 was driven to a remote location with no connection to the electrical grid or internet. Marley was provided with a fully charged brand new laptop running Windows 95 with no prior interaction with other electronic equipment post-manufacturing. Noted effects. SCP-8980 experienced significant difficulty getting the operating system up, including high input latency, incorrect options being selected, such as language, and the device randomly restarting. While Marley was able to eventually set up the device, it was cited as being uncomfortable and requested to conclude the experiment. Comments. This does seem to confirm that SCP-8980 is the source of the anomaly as opposed to just its subject. Isolation isn't able to fully prevent its effects, though it isolates any corruption of the device itself. Dr. Burns. ID 8980B4. Duration, 45 minutes. Experiment. SCP-8980 used a Foundation standard desktop within a Class 2 Faraday room. This was highlighted blue. Reviewer annotation. A room lined with a Faraday cage. I think the reason it's an assumption is because he does use the words, this does seem to confirm. That does qualify what he says, so I think that gives him enough room. Anyway, reviewer annotation about the Faraday room. A room lined with a Faraday cage, which is a device designed to prevent electronic radiation from interfering with internal electronics. Hello, wall cotton candy eater. Designed to prevent that. The exact definition is not necessary for this review. However, it is unclear why Dr. Burns included this experiment in the log, as there was no reason to suspect this would have any effect, and the experiment returned null results. Yeah, this one feels funny. I wonder if it's a lie. So it says she was put in with a standard desktop in a Faraday room. Oh, well, I didn't catch that. But how has it been? It's been okay. Okay, so he put her in the Faraday room, which would mean that electronic stuff wouldn't be able to get to her. Noted effects is very, very vague. It says SCP-8980 experienced anomalous effects in line with prior observations. Why is this not specific? Hi, Flito. Comments, this certainly rules out the possibility of electromagnetic interference or something of the sort, Dr. Burns. We've highlighted of something or something of the sort in red as vague vernacular. More specific language, such as or any similar possible origins of the anomalous effect, should have been used in this context. I'm flagging this not as, oh, he didn't use the right words, but as, did he even actually do this? Or is this actually how it went? Because I would guess, no, it's not. And he's been the one interfering with everything. The Faraday cage test was to calm everybody else's nerves. And that's it. That's my suspicion. Just more shitty misogyny is fun. My concern that Dr. Burns is creating it. Still alive. Okay, ID 8980B5, duration 25 minutes. I'm going to keep calling her Marley instead of her SCP number. Experiment, Marley was placed in a room with several electronic devices, including mobile cell phones, television sets, and desktops. Marley was instructed to use one such device for the duration of the experiment for any purpose. Ooh, go ahead and share it. Yes, we'll read it in a bit. The noted effects, SCP-890 selected and used a BlackBerry 7230 cell phone for several minutes. As the device was modified to prevent the user from sending outgoing electronic communication, Marley began to play the game Brick Breaker. After several minutes, the device suddenly froze and began to send an outgoing call, which, how? The recipient, a man named Michael Crawford, who had gone to the same college as Marley, answered the phone. So an old classmate answered. Marley, upon learning the man's identity, attempted to hang up, though the device refused to cooperate. The two engaged in a heated debate regarding a nebulous topic for nearly 15 minutes before Marley smashed the device and halted the experiment. You like firewall cotton candy eater? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so what I'm hearing is she tried to do this and then it called someone. It shouldn't have been able to do it. It's an old classmate of hers from college. I think, my theory here, that they have more of a connection than it says. They debated on a nebulous topic. My theory is that they dated and they are fighting over whatever broke them up, and she is breaking the device to end it because why won't it hang up and why won't he just hang up? But yeah. Ooh, you think that it was an experiment done to exclusively see how the Faraday room would affect the experiment, but they were the exact same. It was a waste of time. Well, the thing is, what would be exact same? Because she's had different versions of things go wrong. What went wrong is what I'm asking. Like, which version of what went wrong? If that's something went wrong and that's the same every time, then they would say that. Instead, they are saying specific things. So why isn't he telling us what specifically went wrong? I'm calling that some bullshit. You've given details every other time. Why not now? Something is weird. Anyway. Okay. Comments. Filling SCP Marley's surroundings. Filling Marley's surroundings with electronics to quote unquote dilute its anomalous effect doesn't seem to have any effect. Yeah, I don't know why that would work. That was it. Honestly, that's a dumb one. The anomaly appears to be laser targeted to cause as much damage to Marley's psyche as it can, though its limits haven't been clearly identified. Hi, Jamaican Uncle. The incident regarding Michael Crawford was of particular interest to us, though background checks and subsequent interviews with him haven't yielded any light on Marley's anomaly. His relationship with Marley appears to have been one-sided, as he knows more about Marley than Marley knows about him, though they definitely do know of each other. What I'm hearing is that mayhaps this Michael Crawford was like, that he knows more about her makes me worried that it's like a stalker thing, which is very concerning. But anyway, details are limited on both sides. He doesn't have any connections to any known GOIs and possesses little to no sub-veil knowledge. Just to be sure, though, we amnesticize him with Class B amnestics. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think he might be. Ooh. Oh, no, I have heard people say that. I joke that I don't think I'm much of a motherly, but that's, you're gonna feel how you're gonna feel. It's not bad. Okay. Marley has shown heavy reluctance to participate in further experimentation. Well, no shit, she didn't want to do this in the first place. I've assured it, her, we're getting closer to a permanent solution. It will just need a few days to get its emotions in control. From Dr. Burns. Get her emotions in control. Okay. Yeah, that's fuck empathy, right, Dr. Burns? Fuck you! Okay. ID 8980B6. Duration 10 hours. Experiment. Marley was taken to a retrofitted containment chamber and was provided with multiple stacks of foundation standard lined paper, as well as several writing instruments such as pencils. Marley was instructed to write several short programs on the paper in C, and the reviewer annotation is a popular programming language, and output the finished product into a slot on the wall. The paper would then be interpreted by a remote system, which would then print the requested debugging/output information and return it to Marley. Noted effects. No noted effects of Marley's anomaly were observed during this process. Comments. This system seems like a clear and functional way for Marley to continue its duties to the Foundation. While I'm sure it's a large reduction in quality compared to a machine, more like, I would say quantities probably. I'm sure it's at least a little relieved, she's at least a little relieved that she has a future at this organization. I'm saying she instead of it because I'm getting annoyed. I'm sure I speak for all of us in our research team when I say I look forward to having her back with us. Dr. Burns. Following several days standardizing Marley's containment arrangement, Marley began to resume active employment at the SCP Foundation on April 18th, 2005, with special considerations for her anomalous capabilities. Marley's designation was not lifted, however, due to the potential risk to nearby electronic equipment. Marley's containment procedures have been updated. Ooh. Hi, Frigid. Welcome in. And thank you for joining the Discord, Wall Cotton Candy Eater. I just saw that. Frigid, I do not stink. You're so rude. And I am not strict about punctuality. You are not late. I do not keep attendance. Next. No, we'll keep going. Addendum 5. Post-reemployment containment interview. For the first few days following SCP-8980's accommodations being standardized, SCP-8980 showed signs of struggling, however, quickly achieved similar efficiency within a week of acclimation despite the limitations. SCP-8980 showed some signs of improved emotional stability during this period. I mean, it's technically fair in this clinical. It's just still icky. It's the same kind of thing I would expect out of all of the Foundation, but I don't like it. I'm allowed to still not like the Foundation. Okay. After several weeks of concurrent containment and employment, SCP-8980 began to show signs of irritation and lack of cooperation. I wonder why. If it was anyone but Burns writing this, we probably would have been told specifics. After 3 days of poor compliance with Foundation working standards, Dr. Burns scheduled an interview with SCP-8980 to identify the source of the issue. And the way that the subject is worded pisses me off. It says, ongoing issues in work ethic. So you're not doing as instructed. You're not choosing to want to. It's giving very, I feel like an animal in a cage and you're being shitty to me, so no wonder I don't feel good or don't want to do things, but okay, sure, blame me. Anyway, date is May 4th, 2005. May the 4th. Same people. Let's move on. Begin log. Marley sits motionless behind the interviewing table with her hands clasped together. Despite the lack of movement, there is clear irritation present on her face. Irritation is highlighted yellow. It says, incorrect descriptor. SCP-8980's expression was more clearly anxious rather than irritated. Ooh. So, whether he's intending to make it sound bad or not, he's making it sound like she's more of a problem because he has no empathy and is being consistently the bad dude. At around 10:09 a.m., Dr. Burns enters the interview chamber, consistently late, although less late now. Enters. Marley takes a silent, deep breath, but does not greet him. He sits down and faces her. Burns, good morning. Marley, hi. And then silence. My assumption is he's waiting for her to be doing more stuff. But he's the one that should be leading this. Like, she doesn't, fucking do your job. Anyway, Burns. So, ... Your performance recently has been showing some ... And then in quotes, negative trends is the term for it. The division director, and then we have a little Director Philip Thompson, irrelevant to this case. Okay, cool. Now we know who. Oh, yes, we don't do a sharing links thing. You gotta ask before you share them. But, yeah, you can go find SCP-8980 if you want to follow along. The division director is a bit pissy, and I'm sure you understand the pressure to perform on us. Things seem to be quite fine for the past few weeks, so I'm curious why your work ethic suddenly took a nosedive. I wonder. No, you're okay, board. That's why I told you, hey, just please ask. That's fine. Now you know. Marley says, I want out, Burns. No shit. Burns. Dumbass, come on. Marley, I've been stuck in this cell for 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, with little to no freedom for over a month now. During work hours, I'm entirely alone when not on break. The silence is deafening and I'm exhausted. I want to leave. Silence. Marley shifts in her chair. Marley continues, we've had a system here for my, and then all this in quotes, continued employment despite anomalous interference. But I want to talk to my friends again and my parents. Feels a little bit like she's scared to mention if there's a romantic interest. Just in the back of my head, I wonder. But she's choosing not to say it because it's this creepy guy. But maybe not. I know I don't get along with them, but I haven't seen or spoken with them in over a month, and I really miss them. You can surely sympathize with me. She's trying to introduce empathy. Let's see if this works. It won't. Dr. Burns scratches his chin. He says, well, it's not like you can't leave your cell. You've got a total of 8 hours of specialization in supervised areas, of socialization in supervised areas. Just because you can't enter sensitive areas anymore doesn't mean you're imprisoned here. Dr. Burns momentarily pauses. Besides, it's not like you're the most social person anyway. You barely talk to us outside of work. 'Cause she has to talk to you? Fuck off. Marley grunts, because obviously this is not it, and you're dismissing her, and it's, not cool. She acknowledged that she has hours outside of... She included. She said 16 hours stuck, the other 8. That does count socialization in supervised areas. Why does he think that it's about sensitive areas to enter for work? Why is that his assumption? Especially since she said, I want to see my parents. And on the one hand, he's a dum-dum. He's not listening. Fuck off. And on the other hand, either he's trying to imply that she's trying to do something and it's suspicious. He's trying to get her in more deep hot water. Or he is trying to say, like, why do you want to go there? That is it. You know, like kind of projecting, like hoping she doesn't go to certain areas because then she'd find out or something. I don't know which one it would be, but probably not a good idea to commit arson in forest. But yeah, I would say please don't. Especially my forest here. I've been working pretty hard to make it better. Which reminds me that I will be reading my story soon. Woohoo! I haven't said much. Okay. And you're not that social. You've barely talked to us outside of work. Nothing says she had to talk to you. Okay, so she grunts. She says, I'd really rather have human interactions that aren't being supervised, and to repeat myself, I want to see my parents again. So I want out of containment, and ideally, I want to go back to working at a computer regardless of the consequences. Well, that part you're not going to get as long as this is still a problem. Dr. Burns says, Lily, you're anomalous. We can't. Marley, interrupting, says, look, I know, but there are anomalies employed by the Foundation too, and most of them don't have to put up with so much of this. And that is true. We have read about other researchers or other SCPs that aren't kept in the containment cell like that. There's usually a bit more room if they're still valuable, but unfortunately, her boss thinks her shit, so she's not going to get out. You need your boss to be a good person to be able to get around to that. Anyways, you don't want to put so much of this. Marley motions around wildly. With this bullshit, I feel like a fucking prisoner here. You are. Burns, your circumstances are unique, 8980. Yeah, you just called her Lily. You're being weird to pull that out now. We can't let you wander around, possibly wreaking havoc on the Foundation's security or normalcy. One malfunction in a random critical component could cost us lives. And then this is highlighted, but it says, hell, you should be grateful the Foundation even lets you out of this cell at all. Foundation humanoid containment policy requires at least 8 hours of available socialization opportunities per day, excluding hostile or extremely dangerous entities such as SCP-4051. Oh, right, damn it. Ugh, I'm going to have to go back for all of the links. You know what? This might be one where I don't keep track of those. Anyways, except for the dangerous ones, you have to bring them out. So, this comment was therefore inappropriate of Dr. Burns to make. So he's just lying to her, and he's trying to make her feel grateful for what she has. He's manipulating her. He continues, you're a massive liability for us, for the Foundation as a whole now. Marley shifts uncomfortably. Marley hesitates. I mean, truth be told, I don't really give a shit. This isn't normal. I never agreed to this.
Burns, the Foundation often does things to people that they don't agree with. You, of all people, ought to know that. There's silence. And she says, you sure have tact, Burns. Burns, it's the truth. Frankly, this has been an awfully draining experience. Adding another anomaly to my duties and subtracting an employee from my roster has been packing our team with endless issues, and your newfound non-compliance has been a real pain in the ass. So he's just, again, trying to make her feel shitty about this. Marley, oh yeah, I'm sure I've been the pain in your ass. Poor thing. Burns, you have been. Thank you very much. Marley scoffs but doesn't respond. Silence elapses for 12 seconds. Marley fidgets anxiously. Marley, I'm going to file an RFR. RFR, note here says, stands for Request for Reassessment, a type of form anomalies can file to request a reassessment of their containment procedures. Honestly, she should have filed one ages ago, but she says she's going to file that if I have to. I'm not going to sit here for another month writing code on a piece of fucking paper all day. Dr. Burns shrugs. Burns, go ahead, 8980. I'm not allowed to stop you, but you know I'm right. You're a liability to normalcy, and the directors know that too. They're not going to do much else differently than me, if anything. Though we can always do another round of testing. Maybe we'll meet another one of your college exes. Clearly trying to, he is straight up being deeply unprofessional and concerning. But guess what? It's about to get so much worse. I'm going to call this officially the point where it's verbal abuse. This is the point. It isn't exactly what you'd expect it to be verbal abuse, but this is a mental abuse that he's doing and saying shitty things. It's here. Marley grimaces. Maybe I can ask them to change who I'm assigned to, so at least my social interaction of the month isn't with a piece of shit like you. Burns scowls. I'm just going to assume it's your time of the month and pretend I didn't hear that, so we can keep some level of professionalism between us. If you're going to do clinical stuff, you should be perfectly prepared for when that comes up. Also, they would probably know because they have to supply certain products. So he would probably know. So, fuck you. But time of the month is highlighted. The annotation is slang for the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle, where many women experience irrational irritability. I would like you to reassess irrational. Thank you. But irritability, nonetheless. This form of vernacular is not appropriate in a workplace environment and should not have been used by Dr. Byrne. 1,000%. Marley responds, sure. And then reviewer annotation jumps in. Missing dialogue. So he didn't include this sentence. He's redacting the text without making it obvious. This segment of the recording was not explicitly transcribed. Due to the potentially sensitive nature of the comment alongside its conspicuous absence from the transcription, it is clear Dr. Burns intentionally excluded it for unknown reasons. I think it's pretty known. Purposeful modification of the Foundation transcripts is in direct violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct. The context for Marley's comment could not be identified. So we don't know why she says this, but she says, sure, since we were already in the business of pretending we didn't hear things, so there's something that he pretended to not hear or something? There's missing context here because he's already redacted stuff. We've confirmed that he has been redacting things. We don't know what's going on. Burns. Dr. Burns grunts. Silence elapses for nearly 20 seconds without either individual moving. After several seconds, Marley sighs and stands up. Marley says, I think we're done here. You know what I want. If you're going to obstruct me again, I'll just go around you. I'm tired of staring at your ugly mug, and I'd be happy to get my case off your hands. Silence. Burns. Okay, file your RFR. I'll see you again at our next interview. Marley opens her mouth to reply but decides against it. She leaves the interview room accompanied by a guard. Dr. Burns spends several minutes in the room in contemplative silence before muttering an obscenity to himself and turning off the recording. End log. Afterward says N.A. There's nothing left. So, I think he realizes things are going to hit the fan. She's going to call somebody else's attention, and things are going to be looked at more closely, and there's going to be a problem. That's what I think's about to happen. He's made sure that the coworkers don't actually participate. We saw that Rachel wasn't actually participating in this like she was supposed to. Even though she gave that one note, they called out that she wasn't involved as she should have been. And we know that the Morgan guy, he's getting what he wants out of this. So, it's weird. Mother, because her voice is soft, like trying to calm a baby. I don't think I've had such a specific description. I'm honored of the analysis, I'll say. I'm honored of the analysis that you're going into the description. It's cool. I like that. And yes, it is getting heated. It should be. You should not be surprised. I said that I would get heated, and that's when Dew left, because it's like, no, you're right, this is too much. But okay. So now we have, woohoo, 4 hours following the interview, SCP-8980 requested and submitted a 2193A form, colloquially RFR, or Request for Reassessment, to the Site 17 Containment Oversight Committee. Annotation for the Site 17 committee thing, composed of several containment specialists and higher-ranking Site 17 staff, including senior researcher Alan Weathers, Dr. Noah Gates, and Site Director Thomas Graham, a.k.a. all male-presenting names. Minorly concerned about that. Just a little bit. No, didn't you know, Andy? We already We already found out that he retired of his own volition with his memory wiped. So he actually chose when to leave, 2014. And I said that I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a quiet, it's a ultimatum kind of a thing, but they would prefer if there was less of a stink, because I hate the Foundation already, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're supporting all this icky stuff, because that's the world has been, unfortunate reality. But okay, so here we go. We got that information on that, and then we have the document has been reproduced below for transparency purposes, is highlighted in red. Reviewer annotation says violation of privacy. It is the general consensus of the Ethics Committee review team that the 2093A form filled by SCP-8980 in 2005 did not need to be displayed in its official file in lieu of a summary. Yeah, never seen something like this. The publication of confidential information on public-facing SCP files is prohibited unless explicitly necessary to provide context. The purpose of its inclusion in the file is presumed to be for ulterior motives. Ironic when the Ethics Committee has ulterior motives. Ooh, board, I know you went snooping ahead. I want to know what you mean, but I have already called out that I think that they're not doing the best either. But anyway, regardless, in this instance, Dr. Burns was in direct violation of the Foundation's Code of Conduct policy. So he should not be posting this for everyone to see. What in the shit? It's a pendant on my neck, but yeah, what? Then we have the form. This should not be happening. So it says the form 2093A, request for reassessment of special containment procedures. The 2093A form is designed to allow anomalies to request reevaluation of their special containment procedures by a site's containment overseer committee. The 2093A form was standardized in 1995. I'm seeing that this is a thing and this is a thing that they can use. I'm just left here wondering, is it possible for a non humanoid one to get a request? Would someone have to step in for them? Is that how that works? Is there, kids have adults that have to act as their proxy. Is there someone that could step in as their proxy? I wonder. Ooh, having the page up. I like it and I don't like it because on the one hand, I want to be able to warn people ahead of time. This is kind of because I've read old stuff and I don't know what I'm reading till I'm reading it. I would prefer to be able to prevent things from popping up that shouldn't, or giving a little bit more of a warning, That's what I prefer. It's an idea, and I like it for things that I know is good, but for especially the ones that I don't know, I don't think I will. My trigger warning is pretty vague, and there are certain things like a slur. I don't want it up at all. But yeah. There you go. Okay, so I'm wondering if our SCPs have proxies ever. I wonder about that. It's curious. I doubt it, but anyway, I get the feeling that this is more for show than for actual use with these. Okay, so designation SCP-8980. Date of birth January 12th, 1977. What happens when you don't know birth? Anyway, are you currently employed by the SCP Foundation? And she has clicked yes. Current and former employment status. Ongoing employment, became anomalous during employment. Employee ID, it is letters and numbers. I feel like that kind of thing is. Do you need me to read that? Do you need me to read that? Yes, they should have 2 different questions for gender and sex. I'm glad that they do. So if there's something you can have on screen, just skip it. Huh? I'm lost, but I'm going to keep going. Sure. Employee ID, yeah, sure, I'll read it. L7701M53-N271. Hope none of you try and log in with her information. Okay, first name and middle initial, just says Lillian. There's no middle initial. Last name Marley. Sex, she's clicked the female option of male, female, and non-applicable. Gender, she's picked the female option of male, female, and other or non-applicable. Marital status, she has clicked never married of the options never married, married, divorced, or widowed, and other. And immediate family, she has clicked off parents, but not siblings, not children or grandchildren, and not other. Ooh, thank you for posture check. All right. Then she says, under full containment area designation, she has humanoid containment chamber number, and I'm pretty sure that this is theta, and then 082 section. You're right. Oh, I did click that off. There we go. Section 6, northwest wing, site 17. Now we get to the T of it. Purpose for filing. I am largely dissatisfied with how my ongoing containment has been handled by my current containment staff. Oh, beta. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. Yeah, that's beta. Of course it is. It's because I was used to the little one, and I was like, what's going on? Somehow it didn't register in my brain in this font, too. In your font, in the chat, I was like, yeah, fucking, Raven has bread for a brain. As a former non-anomalous member of Foundation staff who has worked closely with containment specialists in the past, I am of the opinion I am being deprived of certain rights and subject to improper containment, including but not limited to First, a severe lack of visitation rights from family members. Then, a major failure in privacy rights, especially during socialization. Ooh, go ahead and eat. Take care. Oh, thank you for tucking him in. Thank you. Okay. A lack of sufficient entertainment slash stimulation. Yeah, there should be a bunch of books at the ready. We've seen that plenty before. And it's literally just not tech. Get her in a cabin in the woods, for fuck's sake. Verbal abuse from head researcher Christopher Burns, 1,000%. And finally, a failure to obtain consent for permanent containment, which as an employee is necessary. As a general SCP or one that is like a danger, that you wouldn't need it. But I think, yeah, the fact that she's an employee, the fact that she is not a danger, like at one point it said risking lives. I'm like, how in the hell is it risking lives? It could like set off a series of problems, but there's a reason she's not designated as that, you know? But okay. Finally, she says, due to these factors, I am requesting direct intervention from the Containment Oversight Committee to reassess my current containment procedures and whether Dr. Burns is most fit to handle my case. I am hoping that these issues can be settled without further issue. Then there's a big ... anomalies does not file below this point ... And it looks like this is Dr. Burns' response. I'm not sure, Rabbit. Hi, welcome in. So it looks like this is him being able to respond, which on the one hand I understand, and on the other hand I'm like, especially in the case of this person is doing something bad, I'm on the team. They shouldn't be able to read my direct response. Someone else should be filtering that. You know, like if it was HR or the ethics committee that's in charge of this here, they should be doing something along the lines of like, okay, hello, sir, we have read this and we would like further clarification. Can you tell me how everything's been going? And then maybe ask questions. But they absolutely should not be able to read the exact same freaking file. His first sentence makes you, yeah, I'm about to read it. Oh boy. Oh, do you want uppies? But you just got tucked into bed. You little baby. Look at this little kitty. It's so cute. Okay. Preferred title, doctor. Why was that not an option on her end of that? Well, I guess because they're just an SCP, maybe. You gotta worry about designation, whatever. But anyway. First name and middle initial. Again, they're not using their middle initials, but it says Christopher, last name Burns. Sex, male of the same options. Gender of the same options. Marital status, divorced or widowed of the same options. Clearance level, level 3 containment specialist. Provisional site 17 for clearance. Issued October 26, 2004. So not that long before all this happened, he got his little clearance upgrade. Admittedly, contextual comments and clarifications, which bullshit. Fine. Anyway, admittedly, SCP-8980 is exceedingly difficult anomaly to work on for me. Researcher Marley was a close associate of mine throughout its tenure. Again, still calling it. I think at this point you can say she. This isn't the file. You can say she at this point. Anyway. And despite our differences, we worked well as a team. To see it have to suffer through this anomaly has been painful for all of us. It especially. Since when do you have emotions and empathy? And this situation has brought out quite a lot of negative emotions in all of us. I don't like that he is catering his speech to them at this point. I also hate that it says researcher Marley now. Doesn't even say head researcher anymore. Like, bro, what the fuck? Oh, she was never head researcher. He's calling himself Dr. Burns here. He was head researcher. She's just researcher Marley. So it makes sense. But yeah. brought out a lot of negative emotions in all of us. Nonetheless, it is my professional opinion that we've been doing all we are able for SCP-8980's comfort and productivity. No, it's a fair misunderstanding. It's all good. Its anomalous effects, while innocuous at first glance, could have catastrophic consequences should it interfere with a major electronic component at the site. Yeah, we understand, but that is not catastrophic in its first nature. You can just separate her. Like, oh my gosh. For this reason, we've had to take extra precaution regarding who SCP-8980 interacts with, both for its safety and ours. This is also why its provisional containment has been extended. It's not enough of a reason. I will admit I have been less than professional in my past interviews with SCP-8980 thus far, because he knows it had to be recorded. He admitted it. However, I recognize now that this situation has begun to escalate, and based on my past counseling? Oh, right, he had issues before. I would like to try and show this committee that I am fully capable of fixing my mistakes and maintaining a healthy and productive relationship with SCP-8980 in the future. If necessary, I will begin remedial therapy to address my mistakes and work towards a better future for myself and others. I hope you consider my words in good health, Dr. Christopher Burns. End of document. My problem... You've already been through the therapy, clearly didn't work, or through the counseling at least. You're just gaming the system a bunch. It's eeky. Finally, after 3 weeks of deliberation, the Site-17 Containment Oversight Committee replied to the request with the following document, and with the following document is highlighted red. It says, violation of privacy, see prior note. Again, certainly should not have had that. She didn't want this up. This should not be included, but anyway, the Oversight Committee responds. And it's clear they are more on his side than hers. Site-17 Containment Oversight Committee response to Form 2093A-8980 from 05-2705. SCP-8980. Thank you for reaching out to the committee regarding your ongoing containment. We appreciate your continued efforts to help make the SCP Foundation a more ethical and responsible organization. Following intense deliberation, we have decided to respond to each of the points you made below independently in order to ensure we adequately meet your expectations. A severe lack of visitation rights from family members. As per Chapter 2, Section 5, squiggle, 8.15 or 8.15.3 of the Ethics Committee Code of Conduct, an anomaly may be denied visitation rights if the transportation of any involved persons could cause, in quotes, significant and or highly likely damage to either normalcy or monetary/personal resources of the SCP Foundation. So they won't do it because subsection. Yep, thank you. So they won't transport her because she could be a problem for normalcy, monetary, or personal resources. It's oh no, normalcy. Oh no, money. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, okay. In conjunction with your anomalous effects, it is the opinion of this committee that a lack of visitation rights was within the guidelines set out by Ethics Committee as they so intended. Just ick. 'Cause like again, she could be housed somewhere else. There's nothing saying that she needs to be in this particular at all. Anyway, next. A major failure in privacy rights, especially during socialization. It is largely the opinion of this committee that Dr. Burns is not infringing on your right to privacy. While several accommodations can and will be made for your future containment, such as a provisional guarantee to private one-on-one conversations with other anomalies or coworkers without direct supervision, you still maintain an overall right to privacy with stipulations to accommodate your anomalous properties. So, consistently, too bad, so sad. Then a lack of sufficient entertainment/stimulation. Your containment staff will be provided with a $50 USD monthly allocated budget for purchasing recreational material at your request. And they just leave that like, okay, oh boy. All right, fine. Verbal abuse from head researcher Christopher Burns. The committee has found that several comments made by head researcher Christopher Burns to you have indeed been inappropriate for a professional environment. No, I'm just like, okay, here's some money to throw at being stimulated. Like, it's something, but it's very much like, just shut up. So, anyway. Okay, so it has been deemed inappropriate, but what are they going to do about it? We have reprimanded Dr. Burns on his comments and have scheduled him for 3 months of remedial therapy, concurrent with his oversight of your anomaly. Things that he have already heard and has not changed with. So, fucking pointless. Finally, a failure to obtain consent for permanent containment. According to the Foundation Employee Handbook, consent is not a requirement for your containment. Yeah. But the thing is, if you were doing your jobs, being empathetic and being good guys, it shouldn't have been needed as a, like, you should have still heard this. You should have been better. At the end it says, we hope these points help alleviate your concerns regarding your continued containment here at the SCP Foundation. If you have any further questions or concerns, please reach out to the Site 17 Local Ethics Committee Liaison. And it's highlighted blue, and it says, at the time, the Site 17 Ethics Committee Liaison role was unfilled. The role was eventually filled by Ethics Committee Liaison Flora Marinos in 2011, which is us. We are F. Marinos. And then it says, Desk of the Containment Oversight Committee, session presided over by Dr. Noah Gates on May 27th, 2005. Which, if we look back, May 27th is the exact same day that she sent in her form. We know that these digital effects have been happening. I'm going to make the probably not absurd assumption or suggestion, there you go, that either everybody's all working in cooperation, they're all dicks. The whole thing is messed up, which is this is the real world probability. Or in story world, they're going to make things get better, probably, possibly. I think Dr. Burns, our asshole, is the one that sent this email. It also makes sense why he could see her file, like, and pin it up and be able to do that. I mean, I think you're able to, but, like, shouldn't there be ways that makes that at least difficult? I think he made this happen. That's my guess. But okay, underneath that is Ethics Committee Memorandum. It says, the remainder of this file represents a severe and continued violation of the SCP Foundation's Code of Conduct policy, including gross neglect and explicit use of a contained anomaly over a lengthy period of time. Any and all individuals who are not willing to view such content should not proceed with the remainder of this document. If you have been assigned to this document and are not comfortable viewing such material, please speak with your supervisor for immediate reassignment and amnesticization. Brain. Reviewer discretion is heavily advised. Proceed at your own risk. So this is the main trigger warning section picking up. We're not even halfway through this giant freaking thing, and I definitely need to take a trigger redeems break. But I'm telling you that now at the next thing, it's going to get directly worse. it will be bad. I don't know exactly how it'll pick up, what kind of speed it'll go, but it won't go well. So there you go. That's our little warning. The anomaly change the file is my theory, specifically Dr. Burns. Wait, weren't a bunch of the OG researchers from the Foundation anomalies like Dr. Wright? Yeah, a lot of the researchers have been anomalies because they've been affected by something, or they've been like, they just have this because they've been affected by anomalies. So having to be locked up because you're an anomaly is some bullshit. This is a bullshit. It's icky. It's bad. It's lies. So yeah, a bunch of this. I don't like it. Okay, we're going to do break. We're going to do redeems. So let's jump over there. I don't see anything but Kalimba right now, and I'm happy to do Kalimba. So let's do that. Okay. Let's get rid of some more water though too. Ooh, Cardillan. Okay. I'll put that over there. And I'll move the mic, so I'm gonna mute real quick. Okay. I am banned. Alright. Yay! We're gonna go again. I'm gonna shoot till I fix it. Okay. Messed it up again. Good try. Why can't Raven play this? Nope. Yeah, close enough. Maybe it's great to grow the services. Meridian read. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I'll do another. No, brain. No, okay. My brain is not brainy.
of at the desk. I like the little dancing frog. He's just fun.
The city man leads. What the heck is this?
Okay, so that was Kalimba. Let's do card dealing and then all the other stuffs. Oh wait, I can do this one real quick. Catatonic tactic. Catatonic tactic. Oh, bam. Okay. Okay. Actually, since I brought this up, I'll do humming again now, and then I'll do glass jars, and then I'll move the mic back to the table for the cards. How about that? How about that? I'll do it. Humming, humming, humming. My brain's stumbling. What do I want to do? That one's always. But okay. There was our humming. We'll do glass jar tuppies. Here we go. What are you? Glass jar. Okay, here we go. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Killa1234. 12324. Sorry. Oh my gosh, how dare I misread that? Thank you for the follow. Let's drop some little dancies for you. Whenever we've got a new follower, we drop our little dancies. It's a little tradition. Boop, boop, boop. Any dance will do, but these are the ones that I found quick. Okay, here we go with the tuppies. sorry, I dunked you. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Alright. Now, card dealing. Put that on. And I'll move the mic. Here we go. Hey, go ahead. Go head out. Go eat. Discord, you can tell me where you left off. I will do that. I will tell you what section of text we got to, because I have a feeling, yeah, it's gonna be too long. This is gonna be a second stream one. We're gonna have to do Tuesday's SCP about this one. Okay. I don't know if we'll even finish at that. You know what? We'll do our best to finish at that. But yeah, so go ahead and eat. I'll tell you where we've left off. When we wrap up, I will add that in the chatting, and then yeah. But you can also catch up with the VOD will be up definitely before that stream starts. I will hopefully have it up before Monday's evening stream. So yeah, there you go. Eat well. Take care. Here's the rest of card dealing. We are going to 2 a.m. I'm gonna call it that this is our last trigger break. I'm gonna try and push through right to the end. And then we have a little bit of wrap up, because I'll wrap up wherever it's making sense to finish. So that it's a clean break. Wouldn't want to stop in the middle of a section, you know? Because that's just an easy way to accidentally leave stuff out. But okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. Since there's nothing else, we have 21 minutes before another ad goes. And I kind of need to... Okay, I'm going to run an ad, and I'll do a BRB, and then we'll be back into reading. Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay, we'll do that. And when I'm back, we will go ahead and start back in, and I'll reiterate the trigger warnings because this is where they'll be necessary. So I'll be right back. It'll just be a couple minutes. turn. Da-da-da. We are reading La School. Okay, so yes, I will reiterate that this will have references to a bunch of things. Oh boy, I'm pretty far scrolled down. I'll just scroll back up to the top where I had it. Not as far as I thought. Jeez, we have not read enough. I keep saying too much in between things. That's what it is. Okay, so the specific things that it's going to reference. This is not going to be good. Explicit and implicit misogyny, prolonged psychological abuse, prolonged institutional abuse, severe psychological trauma/torture, institutional and personal gaslighting, physical violence, prolonged isolation, implications of sexual assault analogies, and mentions of sexual acts. So if you are uncomfortable listening to any of these, I will not be upset if you head out. Please look after yourself first. With that said, I'm about to jump in. Actually, you know what? Fat, would you mind putting up a trigger warning in the chat? Maybe? Or, like a pinned message? So that anybody that joins us sees it? Because if I try and type it out, it's going to take forever. The summary would be mental, physical, sexual abuse, explicit and implicit misogyny for the general. Yeah, that's what I would say for that. Okay. Yes, one of you two. Cage, you could do that too. I'm sorry. You're sad? You're sad because of the art or because I didn't call on you? I saw Fett taking notes. If he really did take the notes, then he could just put it up. Okay. So here we are. Again, it says, it's reviewer discretion is heavily advised. Proceed at your own risk. So we know what's really happening now. Marley has tried to escape Dr. Burns, and it's not happening. I'm drained from the art and fake sad about not being called out. Good. I did assume fake. Please rest. Just flop. Just go play. Just flop right now. Let sounds go in and out of your ears and not pay attention. Too much mental energy. Well, that's good. I'm glad it was coming out. But yeah, I definitely feel I'm drained of all the efforts. Please, no, nothing. Zero of it. I get it. Okay. Addendum 6, Ongoing Containment Plan. On June 8th, 2005, 2 weeks after being prescribed remedial therapy, Dr. Burns conducted a follow-up interview with SCP-8980 to reassess containment efforts and ensure SCP-890's well-being. What I'm wondering is, why are you basing it off of your timeline, Mr. Burns, and not hers? It's supposed to be about the SCP, not you. So you basing June 8th, you don't need to say 2 weeks after prescribed remedial therapy at all. But if you're going to reference, where this is compared to what in our timeline that we've been reading, you should be basing it off of after her request for RFR, or after the denial. Not based off of when you got prescribed remedial therapy. It's giving you're salty that you had to go back to that again. Anyway, SCP-8980 brain had continued to display lowered engagement with its continued employment at the Foundation, often missing deadlines, failing to clock into work despite living in its work environment. Oh, don't give me sass about that right now. Fuck you. And producing more errors. Additionally, while SCP-8980 had been seen engaging in socialization with other anomalies,
Most of these interactions were superficial and presumably unsatisfying for SCP-890-8980, possibly indicating depressive symptoms. Funny how you're able to recognize some depressive symptoms, but not the ones related to her productivity, and only the ones that seem to say, those are the wrong people. You should be engaging with someone better. Me. Like, he's very clearly trying to make sure she's even more isolated and making her feel even worse about not getting work done when he's fucking indicated that he realizes that there are depressive. I mean, come on. Okay. Basket Daywind? Daybreeze? The Cage Nightwind alternative? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. But here we go. We have our little log of this interview. Same people. There's never someone new interviewing her, which is more for the isolation. Anyway, date June 8th, 2005. Subject ongoing issues. Begin log. Marley is holding her head up on a plastic folding table in her containment cell. The next few sentences are all highlighted red, but I'll read them before I give the note. Her bed is unmade, and a trash can in the corner of the room is entirely filled with diet soft drinks of various brands. Several crumpled papers are present under her Foundation-issued desk. Well, they would be diet soft drinks considering there's supposedly an allergy to sugar, whatever that bullshit's about. But here we go. I'll hover on the thing. It says, unnecessary personal information. While the state of SCP-8980's room lends authenticity to SCP-8980's mental state being poor, the content of the interview is enough to highlight this, rendering this description unnecessary, as well as that doesn't particularly say it's depression. Could be various things. You could just prefer that to be the way. Like, I don't know. Anyway, Dr. Burns enters the room, prompting SCP-8980 to look up but not move. Dr. Burns places the audio recording device on the desk and turns it on. Burns. Beginning interview log, ID 8980W12 with SCP-8980 at 10:02. I'm remembering that they say 8980. At 10:02 a.m. Hey, he's more punctual now. Good morning, 8980. Marley begins laughing hysterically. I don't know if hysterically is entirely accurate. I don't trust it, but maybe. Marley says, wow, they must have given you quite the beating, Burns. Never thought I'd see you act so professional. You didn't even stutter, and he was pretty much on time. So yeah, he is feeling the burn from being reprimanded that minimal amount, but it's not much. Dr. Burns smiles. Burns, yes, well, I suppose you could say that I'm a changed man now. Bullshit. I've realized that I've done very little to minimize... Ooh. Yeah, that's a good phrasing of the chat. That one works great, Cage. I've realized that I've done very little to minimize conflict in our workplace environment, so from now on I'll be following the SCP Foundation guidelines down to the letter. I hope this should be enough for us to, using the same phrasing I've used before, maintain professionalism between us in the future. Marley says, I'll see it when I believe it. I'll see it when I believe it, which is the flipped phrase. It should be, I'll believe it when I see it. And I guess it's highlighted blue because it says this is transcribed correctly. It's interesting. I wasn't born yesterday. I know you haven't changed a bit. Dr. Burns smiles again. Burns, don't worry, you'll see it. Marley lets out an exasperated laugh sigh. This is highlighted yellow, and it says incorrect nomenclature. The correct term for this sound is a dry laugh. So there is no sigh involved. It's just her laughing, but he's trying to somehow suggest in the text weirder things. Anyway, Dr. Burns places several documents on the table in front of him. Burns, as for today's agenda, I want to speak with you about your workplace environment, the possibility of psychological assistance, and future testing protocol. Marley says, I don't need a Pause. Testing? Burns, yes, we want to. Marley slams her fist down on the table and stands up, startling head researcher Burns. He's thrown in head researcher again. He's been referring to himself as Dr. Burns repeatedly, and now he's saying head researcher Burns in here. That's bullshit. Anyway, Marley then says, no, and I guess she interrupts herself. Marley pauses, then sits down again, probably because she realizes this is going to come out looking bad. That's my guess. Marley then says, ... absolutely not, no. I won't do any more testing. There's silence. Burns says, allow me to elaborate, if I may. There's silence. Burns says, it's quite clear from your RFR that you're very discontent with your current working arrangements, correct? Marley freezes, but then slowly nods. This is highlighted blue. It is likely that SCP-8980 was not aware RFRs are shown to containment handlers for comment prior to Containment Oversight Committee review, explaining its reaction to Dr. Burns' statement. So she didn't realize he would immediately see it before somebody else saw it, which could mean that something got, adjusted, is what I'm worried about. But also, yeah, you should not be having them see it first. Shouldn't have them seeing it at all. Burns says, well, with additional testing, we should be able to figure out some more amenable conditions for you to work in. I'm sure you want that, yes? Which is bullshit. Of course, it's just a way to just test her more because it's not fun for her. He's just torturing her with it. Marley says, fuck you, bastard. I don't have a choice in this. Burns says, well, technically you do. According to the Foundation Code of... Marley interrupting, just save it. Burns, according to the Foundation Code of Conduct, you're free to deny testing if it is not being conducted for security reasons, normalcy enforcement, or termination of subject. Since your anomaly is not unavoidably dangerous, you don't have to worry about that last reason. Marley says, Jesus Christ. Because he's just said to not worry about dying, but he has included it in his list. Vague threat. Burns, anyway, please be sure to let me know by Monday whether you truly wish to abort testing. I'll be sending you the relevant paperwork to fill out. Code of Conduct doesn't quite allow me to decline testing based on verbal request, and I need to give you 3 quote-unquote business days notice for you to withdraw consent in testing. Withdraw consent in writing. Dr. Burns pauses, then continues. However, I do wish to inform you that I personally believe testing is very much in your best interest, especially based on what you've told me in the past and your present mental state. Marley, something that would help my mental state is not having you run my testing. Burns, unfortunately, I am required by the Code of Conduct to at least have some oversight role in any experimentation carried out on you. I hope you understand. Marley, if this is your idea of de-escalation, I'd hate to be your therapist. Dr. Burns lightly smiles. I apologize for your discomfort then, though speaking of therapists, I'd like to also sign you up for Site 17's parapsychological counseling program. I have an he's about to say an acquaintance. No wonder he's getting through all the counseling bullshit. He just has his friend sign off on something, doesn't he? Marley, interrupting, let me save you the trouble, Chris. I don't want a therapist. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm fine. I am fine, okay? Dr. Burns smiles. Okay, though remember, offers on the table. Marley, great to know. Silence. Marley, is that everything? Can you leave now? Please? Dr. Burns, yes, that should encompass everything on my agenda. I'll be sure to get the relevant documentation to you by 5 p.m. today. And then this is highlighted blue. I highly recommend that you don't file it, though, if you want my 2 cents. Dr. Burns should not have provided his own opinion on whether SCP-8980 should deny testing or not, as it was not his decision to make. I don't know why that's highlighted blue. Oh, right, because it should still be included in the... He did say it. It has to be included. But anyway. Dr. Burns extends his hand, and SCP-8980, Marley, begrudgingly highlighted green, because I guess he didn't include it. It says, missing descriptor. Video footage shows SCP-8980 hesitating for several seconds before shaking Dr. Burns' hand. Yeah, because she shouldn't. And so she begrudgingly shakes it. Dr. Burns leaves the containment chamber and log. Rita! Okay. Let's give some money, frogs. Thank you for resubbing. Thank you. Welcome in. We have a pin message because the trigger warnings be real. But come on in. Get settled. Get cozy. 6 months with Rana. Oh my goodness. Okay. So the afterword for that log was... Afterward, SCP-8980's reluctance to therapy and continued testing is most probably due to the depressive symptoms we've been seeing from its accommodated working environment. However, I firmly believe additional testing will help us identify additional ways we can improve SCP-8980's environment, or in lieu of that, help us understand the basis for the anomaly further. I would like to reiterate that our team is working diligently to improve SCP-8980's conditions. While we cannot control SCP-8980's reaction to its containment, we can try our best to ensure it is as comfortable as possible with its new role. Dr. Burns. I'm going to flag why he's saying our team and stuff. Like, he knows it's just him. It's just a lie. It's just him controlling her. Ugh. But okay. Also, he's not trying to make it better at all. Addendum 7. Tertiary Experimentation Log. After several days of waiting for SCP-8980 to submit appropriate documentation, it reluctantly agreed to participate in necessary and purposeful, in quotes, testing of its anomalous properties in order to, in quotes, work towards a more productive work environment. The fact that those are in quotes suggests that he is admitting here that that's just what he said to get her to agree to it. And it's so sad but real that she has agreed to it because she's thinking it's the best way to go forward, but it's not. Ugh. The following is an abridged list of the third round of experimentation conducted by SCP-8980's research team under head researcher Christopher Burns. You don't need to say by their team and under who's the head. Stop trying to flout your minimal power. It's very rude and icky. But abridged is highlighted and it says, it is the general consensus of the Ethics Committee review team that the quantity of experiments in totality conducted was severely in excess of what was reasonably required, totaling 36 separate experiments over 2 months, despite only the 4 listed below providing any new information. So he did 36 experiments in this next round. He had done maybe 5 at a time last time. And it says abridged. Usually they skip 1 or 2 in these anyway, but like, for so much to be missing is absurd. And the fact that it even says that only these ones listed have any new info. So all of the other experiments are repeats. He is just torturing her. And we don't know what happens in them, because he hasn't got them here. But obviously it doesn't go well. ID890C3. Duration 1.5 minutes. That can't go well. Experiment. SCP-8980 was instructed to warm up a standard Foundation ration using a microwave oven with no electronic interfaces, though it contained internal electronic circuits. Noted effects. The microwave's radiation was significantly higher than normal. Instead of the standard 2.5 gigahertz, the microwave was believed to output at the maximum 6.8 gigahertz for the model, resulting in the ration violently exploding inside. Okay. Comments. It appears as though electronic circuitry brain is susceptible to SCP-8980's effects, despite the lack of electronic interface. The effect extends even to regular equipment too, which justifies the strict oversight of SCP-8980's movement through the site. Dr. Burns. Does anyone remember if she had interacted with something like a microwave, no electronic interface, but electronic before? Because my thought is she's in rooms with lights. I'm wondering about the very basic things, because one, his comment saying which justifies, red flag, and the fact that this is gone from something that is like, let's embarrass her, to, oh no, now it's like a big explosion. That's not really embarrassing her, that's just violent. And it is so different. It's no electronic interface. I think it is him causing these things, and I think he is escalating it to further his own means, to further, his accusations of her, to justify his strict control of her, and to maybe justify making things worse. I'm expecting these to get more dangerous suddenly. Surprisingly, oh no, now she's a real threat. So, yeah, I'm fairly certain he's doing this, and he's making it worse specifically to justify what he's done and what he's about to get worse with. ID 8980C12. Duration 2 hours. Experiment SCP-8980 was instructed to use an experimental speech-to-text transcriber that was located in a separate room to fulfill various prompts, which would then be printed out afterwards using an analog system. SCP-8980 did not have any direct contact with the transcriber, which was electronic in nature. Noted effects. The transcriber began to misrepresent various words that SCP-8980 spoke in a manner consistent with its known anomalous properties. It is unclear if this was partially due to the transcriber's general inaccuracy or influenced by SCP-8980. Comments. Electronic components, which SCP-8980 has direct contact with, even if it can't see them, still appear to malfunction. This definitely limits our options even further than they already have. If we are to find some alternative system, we have to be creative. Which is, he didn't used to say things like, this limits our options and things. This justifies things. This is him. Every one of these tests has been, how do I make it so that this is actually unable to happen? How am I able to make it so that she can't have that as an option? And this brings me back to the Faraday cage where she was in there, and it just generalized comment of like, same things happen that has been happening before. What do you mean, which same things? There's been various things. How did it go wrong this way? At least in this, the thing consistent with its known anomalous properties, like made words different, misrepresent various words. That at least has some description. That's still a little bit vague, but it's like, no, that actually describes what happened. So I'm wondering if the Faraday cage worked fully, or, you know, maybe he just couldn't come up with something at all. Like, I think there's not even a little bit of anomaly on her. I think it's fully him. But anyway. Okay, SCP-8980-C31. Duration 15 hours. Why 15 hours? An inactive Dell desktop computer, or experiment, an inactive Dell desktop computer running on Windows XP was placed in SCP-8980's containment chamber. SCP-8980 was instructed not to use or interact with the device at all. Noted effects. Despite not interacting with the desktop, the device repeatedly activated. During activation, the device played the Windows XP startup sound, which repeatedly and audibly startled SCP-8980. SCP-8980 refused to touch or turn off the device after setup, even when requested by experiment overseers. Maybe she's just like, I don't want it to reset. Why doesn't she want to turn it off? I think it's because she doesn't. If she just leaves it on, it won't be able to do the wake up sound again so soon, or at all maybe. So maybe that's why she doesn't want to turn it off, or maybe she's just pouting. You know, she just doesn't want to deal with it. I don't know. Either one's valid. After the 23rd activation, at approximately 15 hours into the experiment, SCP-8980 began sobbing uncontrollably, terminating the test. This is torture. This is 15 hours in a row. I'm wondering if this is, you know, this is startling her, of course, but maybe this is also when she meant to be sleeping. Like, if this is interrupting sleep, that's a problem. So, curious. Yeah. ID 8980C. Oh, no, wait. Comments. Here's a comment on this. This experiment, while disruptive for SCP-8980, helps us further narrow down why our alternative systems don't quite work. Interaction does not seem to be a prerequisite for the anomaly's activation, only SCP-8980's general proximity. From Dr. Burns. If that were true, you know, her interacting with that voice command thing so far away would have set something off. If that were true, lights probably wouldn't cooperate. I don't believe you. ID 8980C36. This is the last one, and it is included, so that's interesting. Duration 47 minutes. Experiment SCP-8980 was brought to a connected testing chamber. I'm just slurring, and I can feel something like pressure in my nose. I'm not pronouncing things. Not very articulate. Okay. It was instructed to communicate with junior researcher Morgan McFarrell. Ooh, this guy that's stealing her. I don't like it. Okay. Who was present in a separate room. McFarrell was instructed to in turn follow SCP-8980's directions while interacting with a Dell desktop computer, taking caution not to communicate back to SCP-8980 except through written notes passed through a slot on the walls connecting the chambers. Could he not say something back, maybe? I don't know. Noted effects. While the experiment was running, no noted effects occurred. I'm mildly confused by the next bit, but I'm also still like, okay, why wouldn't that be a problem? Because he's the one interacting with it. And it is in a separate room, so it's not proximity, I guess. Okay. Alright. But this is the weird part, that I couldn't tell you what's going on. I get the feeling that this is something weird. thoroughly, but anyway. However, roughly 3/4 of an hour into the experiment, SCP-8980 vomited onto the floor of the chamber and began sobbing uncontrollably. SCP-8980 and junior researcher McFarrell were both extracted and the experiment concluded early. Comments: see following incident log. And now we're jumping into Incident 1, post-medical instability. I'm going to go back to Colin and Marley. I can't read out the full number every time. It's just too many words. Well, syllables at least. On August 16th, 2005, Marley vomited profusely during routine testing, with routine highlighted in red. It says, incorrect information, the testing was not routine. Yeah, it was an odd testing. Well, anyway. Resulting in her immediate hospitalization in Site 17's West Wing. After objective analysis, it was largely determined that Marley did not suffer from a known paramedical or medical condition, and her issues were likely due to cumulative stress, depressive symptoms, and disorientation from a lack of proper nutrition. The next sentence is highlighted blue. It says, Marley was discharged to her containment unit on August 17th, 2005, and then the note says, although compliant with the Foundation Medical Code of Conduct, it would have been prudent for medical staff to hold Marley for several days to properly diagnose any underlying medical or mental disorders. Because that was just one day or one night that she was held. Maybe he convinced them to be concerned about stuff. I'm wondering, being in the building with all the electronics that go on, I'm wondering how the doors lock. I'm wondering when she's over there if they had to convince them to get her out of there because of equipment, because if he's not going to fuck up that equipment, because I do think it's him, and nothing happens, then it's proved, hey, she was safe with that stuff. I wonder why that stuff didn't blow up or something. This is my theory. Along with, he doesn't want other people to have access to her, just him. And Morgan, I guess, who seems to be given the green light on fucking around too. Despite being discharged, Marley refused continued testing, citing its hospitalization as a reason for suspension of experimentation. But our ethics committee team inserted valid in brackets, and it says, missing context. It is important to specify that SCP-8980's reason for suspension of testing is entirely valid under the then present circumstances, according to the Foundation Code of Conduct. So, let's be clear. Her hospitalization was a very valid reason, and honestly, I would add, Dr. Burns probably should have stopped himself. Hi, Darkstorm. Ooh. I don't know exactly what you caught. I missed that, but thanks, Andy. Okay, so, however, he continues though. However, concurrently, she refused to leave her cell and experienced severe lethargy for several days, resulting in very little production or socialization during this time. Yeah, she's ill. She's still recovering. This shouldn't be surprising. This shouldn't need description. Anyways, 6 days later, on August 23rd, 2005, Dr. Burns conducted an intervention interview. She just got back from the hospital. Fuck you! With SCP-8980 to attempt to address the issues she was facing. I would say give it a week after vomiting, but you could even give more time. You should have let her stay in there to be properly assessed, but of course you wouldn't let her. No, you're gonna fucking... It's gonna get worse. I officially need to step back, because now it's gonna be more obvious. I don't need to interject my little things to defend her, because it's obvious. Should I picture Dr. Burns as Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, or would that be an insult to Mr. Burns? no, Mr. Burns is meant to be really maniacal and awful, but not in this way. So, yeah, Smithers would probably be like, he has never been that awful, because Smithers is in love with Mr. Burns. But, maybe Dr. Burns is Mr. Burns' icky nephew, raised in the ick, but took on his own flavoring. And Mr. Burns would be like, ugh, yeah, I don't support that one, but, okay. Okay, so, August 23rd, 2005, they're in an interview, you know who, subject, lethargy and lack of motivation. You could just say, reasonable illness, but of course you wouldn't. Begin log. Had severe temptation to say earlier, I'm Mr. Burns, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Okay, so Marley is sitting down in her containment chamber with her arms hugging onto her sides. That's a very clear I'm not okay right now pose. She stares downwards, directly ahead, unmoving, until Dr. Burns enters the room, causing her to glare up at him but otherwise remain motionless. Her breathing pace can be seen briefly quickening before returning to her baseline. As in, she's clearly getting agitated at the sight of him, and we're not doing anything about it? Dr. Burns sets down the recorder on the folding table and begins the interview. Burns, beginning interview log ID 8980W23 with SCP-8980 at 10:01 a.m. He's only getting more and more punctual. Good morning, 8980. Silence. Burns, I see. Well, I suppose that is the purpose of our interview today, so let me get right in onto the agenda. Dr. Burns pulls out and straightens several papers. So, our first topic for today is the medical incident that occurred during experiment 8980C36 involving Mr. McFarrell. That's who was behind the wall, by the way. I'm sure you remember him. Helped finish the manifold problem, if you recall. So at this point, it's been published, I guess. Helped finish the manifold problem. I wonder if she knows she was not credited. Mr. Burns is what you've been picturing this whole time. Imagine only a marginally younger Mr. Burns. That is not corporate greed, but his entitlement is about people, I guess. Anyway, yeah, sure. Silence. Marley stares directly at Dr. Burns. Burns, anyway, on subject, we wanted to ask a few routine questions. Is that all right? Marley, no. Burns, ... Well, I suppose I'm not allowed to push you to answer medical questions against your will? No, you're not. Younger but older looking. How do you do that with Mr. Burns? He's so old. Okay. I love all the jokes that he's like light as a feather, like can't do anything because he's just and yet he walks around. He's fully ambulatory and everything. I think that's so funny. Okay. Okay. I suppose I'm not allowed to push you to answer medical questions against your will, according to the Foundation Code of Conduct. So I'll just drop the issue for now. We can circle back to it some other time. Anyways, ... For the second item on the agenda, let's see. He's interrupted with Marley. Marley lets out a long, exasperated sigh and says, what? ... Silence. Dr. Burns looks up at Marley expectantly. What day is it? Marley says. Burns, it's a Tuesday. Marley, no, Burns, I meant, what date is it? Dr. Burns briefly glances around Marley's containment chamber. Burns, I see. You don't have a calendar in here. I suppose I'll arrange to get you one later. And that, I suppose I'll get you one later, is highlighted. Dr. Burns never provided SCP-8980 with a calendar during the entire duration of its containment. Which, as a person, pretty reasonable thing to give her. Not letting her keep track of time with extremely long, I imagine that's one of those things that is counted as a kind of mental anguish additional points thing. Dr. Burns reaches for his mobile phone, but recalls he does not have it on him because he shouldn't, because if tech is the problem, he shouldn't have it on him. Or maybe he went for it and then he realized, ooh, I'm not supposed to have this. Because I bet he's been in there with his phone before. Anyways, he spends a few moments thinking. Burns, right. Your rules don't let me bring my phone in here. I believe it's around the 22nd of August. It's been pretty busy, so it's actually the 23rd, and he would know. Marley, August? With a ... but then a question and exclamation. She's... what? Marley begins hyperventilating and abruptly stands up, knocking her chair backward and startling Dr. Burns. Marley, it's been 6 months? I've been here for 6 months? Burns, I'm... afraid so, yes. Unfortunately, we haven't made much progress in neutralizing your anomaly. And Marley interrupts loudly. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Burns, please calm down. Marley clutches her head and backs herself against the wall. She begins muttering to herself, hysterical sobs occasionally ringing out. Dr. Burns remains at the table but keeps a steady gaze on Marley. Marley, 6 months, 6 months, oh my god, oh my god, when will it end? Why, Burns, look, Marley screams, interrupting him, then sobs loudly and lowers herself onto the floor. Dr. Burns does not move. Marley continues to sob for several minutes until she eventually cries silently. Dr. Burns, You know, I'm not trying to hurt you, 8980. The experiments can be a lot, yes, but ultimately we've made some progress and... Oh, she interrupts. Just shut up, please. Please just be quiet. Like, she's not freaking out about the tests right in that moment. She's freaking out about, it's been how long that you've housed me here? How long you've been doing this? She shouldn't have been here in the first place, kind of thoughts, I'm guessing. Yeah. Dr. Burns, I'm just trying to help you, 8980. We all are. While our progress has been slow at our current rate, we're guaranteed to make a breakthrough within a year or two. Marley uncovers her tear-stricken face and stares, and then, he didn't have this. We added, missing descriptor, it is indisputable that SCP-8980 appeared horrified. In horror. It says stares, but we say in horror at Dr. Burns, slowly rising to her feet. Marley, no. No. You're not helping me. You're not helping anyone. Leave. Please. Dr. Burns slowly reaches for his glasses and begins to polish them. Dr. Burns, you know I'm not going to leave until we cover the full agenda, 8980, and I am here to help you, even if you don't understand that yet. Marley approaches the table but doesn't sit down. Dr. Burns looks up and stops polishing his glasses. Marley, I'm not fucking doing this anymore, Christopher. I'm not playing your sick fucking games. I can't do this for another 6 months, let alone a goddamn year. I would rather die than do another goddamn fucking useless shit-ass experiment overseen by your egotistical, narcissistic, piece of shit, smug fucking face. I left out a word because that's what he did. It says missing dialogue. This audio was not transcribed by Dr. Burns, but she actually says, by your egotistical, narcissistic, misogynistic piece of shit, smug fucking face. So he left that out, even though that's the most obvious one here. Dr. Burns, 8980. Marley balls her fists into her face before screaming. Marley, without warning, lunges at Dr. Burns over the table, knocking them both to the floor. Dr. Burns yells in terror, and unfortunately, you just know that this is now the reason that she is going to be stuck here for the rest of the time that she's here, because
It's been recognized as her being the threat now. You just know. So she jumps over and knocks them both down. She yells, "My fucking name is Lillian Marley, you goddamn piece of shit." Marley's legs push down on Dr. Burns' left arms, pinning him to the floor as she leans her weight on his right arm. Dr. Burns struggles wildly as Marley frantically begins searching. Dr. Burns, all caps, just like hers just was, "Get off of me." Marley does not verbally respond as the two struggle. In short order, it spots the key to its containment unit on the floor and immediately stretches to grab it. In the instant that Marley shifts her weight, Dr. Burns manages to free himself and throws himself sideways, sending Marley spiraling to the floor before she can grab the keys. Marley yelps in pain as Dr. Burns reflexively kicks it in the chest. I would highlight reflexively. I don't think that was reflexively. As Marley recovers her bearings, Dr. Burns pulls himself up using the knocked over table, holding his stomach. Holding his stomach? You never got hurt. She pinned you, but she didn't hit you. SCP-8980, Marley attempts to pull herself up, but Dr. Burns delivers another kick to her chest in self-defense. In self-defense is highlighted, and it says incorrect information. The action has been determined to be excessive, even in the circumstance they occurred in, constituting retroactive explicit abuse of an anomaly, sending her spiraling into Dr. Burns' sideways chair. She screams and begins sobbing uncontrollably as her back hits the floor. Dr. Burns spends several seconds panting and staring at Marley before picking up the keys to the unit and his now shattered glasses and exiting the room, leaving the recording equipment behind. Marley does not make any effort to acknowledge his exit, nor attempt to follow him out of the containment unit. Instead, she sobs and moans. Moans is highlighted in proper vernacular. The word groans is more appropriate in this context, because either he's sexualizing it or he's calling it like, "Oh, you wimpy little, just get over it." Either way, moan, incorrect connotation. Softly on the floor, slowly curling herself into a fetal position. After several minutes, site security is alerted and responds to the situation. A security officer, highlighted blue, later identified as Agent Olivia M. Hall, a 31-year-old female security guard, enters the chamber and immediately moves to place SCP-8980 in handcuffs, restraining her with little resistance. He then placed, but he is highlighted, incorrect identifier, as the guard's gender/sex was not known to Dr. Burns. He should have used gender-neutral terminology out of respect for the guard while writing the incident report. But also, while writing this report, he should have known who the officer was. In everything else, it's not a person, it's usually this person. But anyway, okay. He then placed, which is she then, but anyway, placed Marley on her bed, erected the table and chairs, and finally disabled the recording before exiting and rescuing the containment chamber. End log. Oh my god, guys. How did I miss it? I knew there would be one. The recording device is never incorrect. He brings the recording device in every time. I bet it's a digital one. I bet it's electronic. They don't specify. I think all this time we had the evidence right there. Right there. Oh my gosh. But there's no comments afterwards. There's just further information in the file. There's no afterward comments on the log. But okay. In the aftermath of the incident, it became clear that SCP-8980's psychological state had deteriorated significantly to the point of engaging in active hostility against Foundation staff. Well, specifically one, but okay. This necessitated Foundation intervention for the safety of both the anomaly and its containment personnel.
To this end, several measures were immediately enacted by Dr. Burns in compliance with the Foundation Code of Conduct. Marley was classified as a potentially hostile entity, requiring approval from containment staff to interact with the anomaly. Unfortunate. Marley's free roam time was reduced, with further restrictions to her movement at the site to minimize future incidents. Marley was required to undergo Level 3 intensity security measures for humanoids, which is highlighted blue. Level 3 intensity requires security cameras to be placed directly in the containment cell of the anomaly. Would those not also go wrong? Additional restriction on what recreational items the anomaly is allowed to request, and weekly room searches. Oh, okay, go to bed, Forest Cabin. Take care. Thank you for being here. Eat well. Okay, so your items have restrictions and weekly room searches to prevent contraband possession. The maximum security level is 5, so she's now been escalated to the middle, which is not necessary, or it wouldn't have been necessary. They just need to change who's in charge of her, and she'd be so much better. It is the opinion of the Ethics Committee review team that this was extremely excessive for the circumstance, though not technically in violation of the Foundation's Code of Conduct, which is exactly the sweet spot he's living in. Raven is angry at this fictional person. Marley was assigned to mandatory in-person parapsychological counseling. After implementing the above procedures, Dr. Burns was requested by Site 17 administration to distance himself from handling Marley's case. He complied, is highlighted yellow. Incorrect information. Dr. Burns was highly agitated by his removal and consistently put pressure on Site 17's senior staff to remain head researcher over SCP-980. Lies. He did not comply. However, the next is also highlighted. It says, after several weeks of searching for a replacement without result, Site Director Thomas Graham signed off on the retainment of Dr. Burns as head researcher. So, after several weeks is highlighted, it says, vague information. According to Foundation reassignment policy, the only possible candidates for the position were other members of her existing research team, of which there must be a minimum of 3 people total. Of the remaining 2, Dr. Steele professed no interest in taking up the position. Rachel, who doesn't seem to be doing any of the work involved, very distanced, and junior researcher McFarrell was strictly underqualified for the role. He really shouldn't be, but he's been given all the opportunities he has. And also, it's incorrect information, they say. The process occurred over several days, not weeks. So he's making it seem much more professional in his write-up, but it's not real. But they went ahead with keeping him, and then it says, citing his prior professionalism and expertise. This is highlighted blue, and it says, when confronted with evidence regarding Dr. Burns' inappropriate prior actions, Site Director Thomas Graham claimed complete ignorance to nearly all of the events detailed prior and below. So Thomas Graham just did not care, let it happen. He's in on the gaslighting. That's why it said institutional and personal gaslighting. While this is considered extremely unlikely due to his central role on the Site 17 Containment Oversight Committee, no concrete evidence has yet been found that he intentionally violated the Foundation Code of Conduct in this case. But anyway, yeah, so they were citing his prior apparent professionalism, bullshit, in handling her quote-unquote, they literally use this, but thankfully do use quotes, tantrums. Tantrums. Why are we infantilizing her? Why are we calling it tantrums? I would say outbursts at best. Oh my gosh. Okay, for 3 days following the incident, SCP-8980 was given medical treatment for the wounds she occurred during the altercation. So again, she went back to the medical peoples. Again, I ask, did that have any
electronics involved, I wonder? On August 27th, she was returned to her containment chamber. Her first parapsychological counseling session was scheduled for September 5th, 2005, and would recur every following Monday under Dr. Nadine Crawford, PPSYD, parapsychologist doctorate, I'm guessing. Dr. Crawford's name is highlighted blue. So we have this text. Nadine Crawford was a prominent parapsychologist working for Site 17. Was. After obtaining her PSYD in 1979 in Portland, Oregon, USA, she incidentally came into contact with a significant amount of anomalous clients due to her clinic's proximity to the Three Portlands Nexus. Because of this, she was scouted by a foundation recruitment agency, and she accepted the position of parapsychologist shortly thereafter. I'm waiting for this to turn out that she's friends with Burns. Dr. Crawford has generally been described as thoughtful, compassionate, and patient by most of the anomalies put under her care in the past. However, several incidents demonstrating grossly inappropriate behavior throughout her career resulted in the foundation terminating her employment in 2013, so just before Burns got rid of too. This includes a particularly grievous incident in 2012 involving a romantic relationship with a male anomaly under her care that ultimately resulted in it committing suicide in containment. So she is also a sexually abusive person, using her power over someone else. She's definitely in cahoots. Yep, oh my gosh. Based on evidence obtained by the Ethics Committee review team, it is suspected Crawford had close personal ties with Dr. Burns. Point for Raven. For more information about her relevant case, please consult case ID, blah, 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 blah. So, she's got her own thing, too. I hate him. But the next up, Addendum 8. Ongoing psychological and physical health effect. Beginning near the start of September, SCP-8980 was required to attend parapsychological counseling on a weekly basis under Dr. Nadine Crawford. Initially, these sessions made very little progress, as SCP-8980 had a strong negative reaction towards the therapy process. This continued throughout the month. However, an eventual initial breakthrough was achieved on September 26, 2005, when Marley, SCP-8980, began to speak with Dr. Crawford in a meaningful capacity for the first time. All of this is back to Dr. Burns is writing this. So it feels so icky that this doctor, who is friends with the psychologist, gets to read this psychology. This is definitely going to be chats about Burns. And he gets to read all about this. And I'm so uncomfortable. Where's their HR department? I guess that's us in the ethics committee, but okay. So here we go. Beginning excerpt. Doesn't say, what if the psychologist was just Dr. Burns wearing a mop as a wig? Then I'd say the relationship with the man should be interesting, not because there's anything interesting or silly about being gay, but because he is such a misogynist and going after women. It's a spin that would both make more sense and less sense. But anyway, here we go. So instead of giving, more info, this is just an excerpt of their stuff. Again, I'm thinking they have cameras, they have audio recordings. These are electronic devices, which if the text-to-speech thing got upset in the other room, this is definitely, those things should be already being a problem. Every step that they're moving forward, it proves this is bullshit. And I'm just, oh my God. I'm actually a little bit mad at myself that I didn't pick up on, they're recording this. They said that they have the recording device, which I doubt is analog. Severely unlikely. And secondary, there's a camera, because we as the ethics committee are able to say that's not what happens. She looks different. She said something different. There are cameras on her. And then there are extra cameras added to her containment unit. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Okay, so we're in her therapy. Oh boy. Extraneous information removed. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Now you want to watch The Simpsons? Me too. Oh, I should figure out how to do watch parties in Discord because I don't yet. But if when I did, maybe we'll watch because I'm in the middle of watching that. Remember how I said I rewatch things I've already watched? Yeah, that's what I'm watching. I'm in season 19 right now. Okay. Anyway, says extraneous information is removed. I'm nervous that means actually relevant stuff, but whatever. Unreliable narrator. Prior to this excerpt, Dr. Crawford attempted several times to initiate productive conversation. Can we be clear about what is and what isn't productive? I mean, anyway. With Marley, which was largely unreciprocated. Dr. Crawford is sitting at her desk in the furnished office while Marley is lying on a large velvet chair. Dr. Crawford has been doing miscellaneous paperwork for nearly 15 minutes in silence, while Marley struggles to stay awake on the couch. Marley's clothes and hair are both highly disheveled. After the fourth time, Marley snaps herself to attention. She pushes herself further up the couch, presumably to help her stay awake better. Crawford, it's comfortable, isn't it? Marley looks over to Dr. Crawford, who has now glanced up to meet SCP-8980's gaze. I'm also wondering, she's been doing paperwork. Has she been doing it digitally or physically? I'm just so suspicious. I bet there's a bunch more digital electronic devices. Anyway, okay. Marley says, yeah, it's nice. Crawford, you know that chair you're sitting in is anomalous. Marley gives Dr. Crawford an expression of incredulity, prompting her to continue. Crawford, its fabric was made by a thaumaturgic clothes maker who produced a lot of our higher quality materials. I actually met him once, Marley, Crawford, well, I can't elaborate much because of client confidentiality, and client confidentiality is highlighted. Due to the relaxed regulations in client confidentiality for parapsychologists employed by the Foundation, Dr. Crawford would have been wholly allowed to disclose relevant information from her time with the anomaly if she had reason to suspect it would have aided in returning SCP-8980 to working conditions. So she could have said it, but I think it's good for her to say that as a psychologist. You want them to know that you'll respect their privacy. I think that was a good move by her, or a smart move. Anyway, but we met back when I worked in Portland, Oregon. Lovely guy. Marley, oh, interesting. Crawford, funnily, I think his designation is SCP-8580. Isn't that a neat coincidence? Because it's just, one digit different. Former designation for SCP-8580 ARC, who was molecularly annihilated during a workplace accident in 1993 at Site 43. So, SCP-8580, I can't fully tell what they're trying to say. Are they saying that the person she knew was destroyed? And that's their full info? His full info? Or is she saying... Is this little thing saying that she's lying? I don't know. Anyway, Marley grunts and folds her arms. She says, wish I could sleep in a chair like this every night. Dr. Crawford lifts herself into an upright position. Crawford says, what makes you say that, Lillian? Silence elapses for several seconds as Marley rubs her arms together. Marley, I miss my bed. The one in my dorm here. Apparently, the mattress didn't fit into the concrete block they call a bed frame, so they just gave me the cheap standard one. I hate it. Crawford, are you having a harder time sleeping because of it? Marley appears to recoil slightly. Appears to recoil slightly is highlighted in blue. It is unclear if SCP-8980 was attempting to keep herself awake or if the comment somehow provoked it. I'm wondering if something's happening or something had been happening
that we haven't been told because we're getting this information through the guy who's been hurting her. So I wouldn't be surprised if we find out that he's been visiting her and hurting her. Anyway, she recoils slightly before shaking her head vigorously. Marley says, "It's fine, I'm over it now." I'm over it now. That is not response to having a harder time sleep. Crawford says, "Well, if you'd like, I can let you nap for a bit here each session." Marley does not respond, but shortly thereafter falls asleep. Crawford returns to her paperwork, smiling. End of excerpt. After waking up, SCP-8980 continued to deflect conversational attempts until the end of the session. However, over the course of multiple meetings, Marley began to engage in small talk more with Dr. Crawford, establishing some level of rapport between them. The next is highlighted red, so it should not be included, but topics of conversation frequently included Marley's current projects, novels Marley had read in the past, or other miscellaneous yet irrelevant topics. Then why did you say it? This says violation of privacy, information regarding Marley's progress in parapsychological counseling. And yeah, I'm saying Marley interchangeably. They're always saying SCP-8980, but I'm being nice to her. Counseling should be kept vague unless demonstrating an important breakthrough or highlighting an important interaction. Exactly. But of course, Burns is not following the rules. While Marley's mental state did not significantly improve for some time, Marley began to trust Dr. Crawford as the sessions progressed. This eventually led to Dr. Crawford being able to discuss Marley's past, representing an important milestone in reconstructing Marley's mental state. And we begin the next excerpt. Extraneous information removed. Marley is sitting on a couch in Dr. Crawford's office. Her appearance is still highly disheveled, and she fidgets in place absent-mindedly. Dr. Crawford is occupied writing notes at her desk before Marley suddenly speaks. Marley: "How long have you been working here?" Dr. Crawford sits up and looks toward Marley with a smile. Crawford: "Oh, me? What do you mean, oh, me? Shut up." "Well, I've been working here for about 2.5 decades by this point." My, how the time flies. Dr. Crawford folds her hands on top of each other. "And what about you, dear? How long have you been working for the Foundation?" Marley lets out a laugh sigh, and this is highlighted again. So again, incorrect nomenclature. As mentioned prior, the correct term for the sound is a dry laugh. This really isn't that relevant. I don't care that he's really... Marley says, "I don't think this was part of my contract." Crawford: "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not violating your boundaries." I don't think you actually care. Marley makes an inscrutable sound. This is highlighted blue. It says, "This is an accurate description of the sound SCP-8980 made." Then why are we highlighting it or paying any attention to it? I don't care. Okay, it's an inscrutable sound. Moving along. And sinks into the couch. There is silence for several seconds. Then Marley says, "It's fine. I've been working to the Foundation for 6 to 7 years now. The Foundation hired me after I got my degree." Crawford: "Which degree, if I may ask?" Marley sits up straight on the couch, making eye contact briefly with Dr. Crawford before looking away. "Oh, well, it's nothing impressive. I was hired after I got my bachelor's degree in computer science." Dr. Crawford claps her hands together and smiles widely. Crawford: "Wow, that's quite the achievement, especially for a girl your age." The fuck? It's a completely reasonable age to get that at? Like, I don't understand. I think they might mean like she was slow to do it because she was 28 when she joined, or when she was working here. No, they did it before then. I don't know what. Yeah, it's just a completely unnecessary jab, really. Marley furrows her brows in confusion. Marley says, thank you, I guess." Dr. Crawford raises her hands slightly. "Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I don't mean to offend." I'm upset with her calling her dearie.
I don't mean to offend. I just meant that it's quite the achievement to be scouted by the Foundation in your early 20s. I've only known a few people who have that honor, and most of them were men in financing. Yeah, ick. Well, Dr. Crawford chuckles. Marley appears stoic at first, but then briefly laughs. Marley, well, thanks. I appreciate it. My old boss wasn't very impressed himself. Highlighted, my old boss is blue, and our annotation says, it is very likely this is in reference to Dr. Burns. Dr. Crawford, his loss, right? Marley, oh yeah, for sure. Dr. Crawford lightly laughs. Marley bites her lower lip and looks down again before frowning, a concerned look on her face. Before Crawford can comment, Marley walks over to the velvet chair and lays down in it, turning away from Dr. Crawford. She does not comment, but continues watching. Marley begins quietly crying and quickly falls asleep. End of excerpt. How is this not all of the red flags, these idiots? Okay, I'm trying to get to the end of this, section, but it looks like it's going to be pretty long. Oh, no, wait, yeah. I'll finish till incident 2. We'll probably go a little bit over, but we'll finish right up to incident 2. Backhanded compliment. Obvious manipulation. Yup. Okay. So we've got a couple more excerpts that I'll read, I think, and then it's wrapped up for tonight. We'll go a little bit over, but I'll live. SCP-8980 continued attending sessions throughout all of October and November in spite of her relationship with Dr. Crawford improving. Her mental state appeared to remain stagnant outside of sessions, and her productivity was still relatively low, though still within minimum acceptable boundaries for continued employment. During the months prior, Marley refused to address head researcher Burns. You don't need to refer to yourself as head researcher Burns in this, Mr. Dude. You can say Dr. Burns. Why do you keep doing this? Anyway, she didn't want to address him during routine interviewing unless explicitly required to, resulting in very little progress in treating her anomalous condition. Well, duh. In spite of Dr. Burns' attempts to minimize hostility following Incident 1, SCP-8980 clearly held him in contempt, and that she clearly held him in contempt is highlighted as inappropriate description, self-explanatory. Why are you saying this? No, yeah, dude, she's stressed. We don't have to put it on, why are you saying it about you like that? Nonetheless, she did not engage in any additional hostilities towards any containment staff. Yeah, because you're the problem. On November 24th, 2005, several days before Thanksgiving, Dr. Crawford made a major breakthrough in Marley's case, leading to a significant improvement in Marley's psychological state, which is detailed below. Begin excerpt. Extraneous information is removed. Marley is lying down on the velvet chair with her eyes closed. She is not sleeping, though she is breathing deeply following Dr. Crawford's instructions. Crawford, breathe in. Marley takes a deep breath in. Crawford, and breathe out. Marley exhales. Crawford, breathe in. Marley inhales. Crawford, and breathe out. Marley exhales. Crawford, breathe in. And Marley interrupts here. Hey, look, I really appreciate you trying to help me with these breathing exercises, but I just don't think they're doing anything for me. Dr. Crawford frowns. Well, yeah. Dr. Crawford, well, we can always come back to them later. They're just there to help you calm down, since you're quite the overthinker, you know. Yeah, it's you. You're anxious and you're crazy. It's definitely not a valid trauma that we need to address because it's still actively going on. Anyway, Marley grunts. Marley says, I still don't know how much they actually help. ... Silence follows for several seconds. Dr. Crawford taps her pen against her face repeatedly. Dr. Crawford, something new seems to be bothering you today. You. Marley looks up, surprised at Dr. Crawford, before lowering her gaze. Marley, it's nothing. I would gather there isn't anything actually new bothering her today. It's all the same things. It's just that you've suddenly managed to she's trying to say, "Hey, I don't think this works," as well as you've managed to build up enough rapport that you can call it out, and she does want to talk now. I think that that's what it is. I don't think there's anything new specifically today, but Marley says, after looking up, surprised and lowering gaze, it's nothing. Crawford says, "Well, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't push you. But remember what we talked about last week? It's important for you to be able to communicate your feelings with me if you want me to be able to help you." Marley's eyes widen, but quickly refocus. She rubs her arm. Marley, "Well, ... I'm just a bit upset about Thanksgiving." Crawford, I get it. You're spending it alone here while your co-workers get to go home to their families. It's simply awful, isn't it? Marley whips her head up to look at Dr. Crawford again. "Yeah, it is." Marley pauses. "You're pretty good at this." "No, honey, that's fucking obvious. You just have had so little people caring about what you think that that's amazing." Dr. Crawford laughs. Crawford, "Oh, dearie, it's my job to know these things." Blech. "I completely understand where you're coming from. I've had countless clients under my care who went through the same things you are now." That's concerning. Okay. Marley, "And did any of them get to go home for Thanksgiving?" Dr. Crawford pauses. "Well, most of them, no." Marley exhales sharply, then turns away from Dr. Crawford. What's the fucking point then? Dr. Crawford adjusts her glasses. It's not really in my power to be able to let you out of your containment. You certainly know that. My job here right now is to help you to..." Crawford gestures outwards. "Overcome these awful feelings you've been having." "Yeah, I guess it's just feelings I've been having." Oh my gosh. Why are you saying this to her? Marley doesn't respond. Dr. Crawford clears her throat, then continues. "Why are these being called breakthroughs? These... I don't know if these feel like breakthroughs or just... Anyway, okay, sorry. Right, she doesn't... Then she continues, "Crawford, there's no shame in feeling upset or angry at the circumstances you've been put in. Your feelings are completely natural, especially for a young girl." Why are we just continually young? You're making me uncomfy, lady. "But to let them consume your professional life, to let circumstance control you, well..." Dr. Crawford shakes her head and clicks her tongue. "That's just no good, isn't it? This is a very manipulative therapist. It's very icky." Marley, mumbling, "What the hell do I do then?" Silence passes momentarily. Crawford, "In my experience, the best thing someone can do when they're in a tough situation is to consider their problems like a challenge." Silence. Marley turns around. "A challenge?" Dr. Crawford smiles. "Yes, a challenge. I'm sure that's not everyone's solution, but I think every trial you face can be tolerable if you just see it as a challenge. That's how I got my degree, after all." Marley begins to furrow her eyebrows. A challenge. Dr. Crawford says nothing but remains smiling at Marley. Suddenly Marley's eyes widen, and then she stares down at the floor. Marley, "Yeah, a challenge. A challenge, right? It's a challenge. I can... Yeah. Marley looks up and smiles at Dr. Crawford. Marley, "Yeah, a challenge." Dr. Crawford nods cautiously. Marley quickly pulls herself to her feet. Marley, "If you don't mind, can we cut today's session short? I have some work I need to catch up on." Dr. Crawford, "Oh, certainly, dear. Are you sure you don't want to continue our conversation about Thanksgiving?" Marley, "No, I'm okay, even if I'm stuck here for Thanksgiving. ... I have a feeling I'll see my family for Christmas." She's telling herself, "Oh, I am getting out. Ooh, boy." End excerpt. Yeah, this is very clearly, oh, okay. We're about to do something excessive. Ooh boy. Following this exchange, Marley suddenly saw an extremely high productivity boost, reaching levels similar to her initial containment. Simultaneously, she did not experience any other challenges to her depressive symptoms. So she has taken this as a challenge. If I serve them enough, if I am valuable enough, they'll let me go home. The rest of the sentence is highlighted in red, but it says often going extended periods without engaging in hygienic activities or socializing, which to me is a concern of depressive symptoms. But also, this says, in its red, it says unnecessary detail. This level of detail is unnecessary. It's just not. We don't need to know. Anyway, it's also very clearly that you're just... the values Dr. Burns has for this are so clear and so icky. Then the last sentence is highlighted in blue. It says, it is unclear why Dr. Burns conducted this interview, as at the time there was no reason to suspect SCP-8980 had any ulterior motives. But basically, on December 9th, 2005, Dr. Burns interviewed SCP-890 to ascertain the source of its newfound productivity. Yeah, there's no reason to interview for this. Just be glad and move on. I don't see... It is actually suspicious. I think she's going to burn herself out. But, like, this is what you wanted, especially if you're pushing her to do this. Yeah, this is the result. Same people, interviews, Burns and Marley. Date, December 9th, 2005. Subject, newfound motivation. Begin log. Marley is seated in the secure interviewing room with a single masked guard behind her. She leans on the table, staring ahead, waiting for Dr. Burns to arrive. So he's late again. Lovely. He enters the room. Oh no, never mind. He enters the room at precisely 10 a.m. and sits down in front of Marley. She glares at him but does not otherwise react. Burns. Beginning interview log ID 8980S12 with SCP-8980 at 10:01 a.m. Good morning. Marley. What do you want? Burns. I've called a special interview with you today because we've noticed that your productivity has seen a sharp increase in recent days. Marley glances to the side. So? Dr. Burns smiles. Well, the containment team has just been curious as to why you've had such a sudden change of heart. Marley. Yeah, I'm sure Steele gives a single shit about me. Woohoo. Silence. Dr. Burns stares at Marley. Marley, I'm just feeling better, all right. My therapist have been really useful. Silence. Marley continues. You were right, okay? I admit it. Therapy was helpful. Can I go? Burns. Well, despite your sudden productivity, we've noticed your depressive symptoms haven't changed much. It's not so common for someone to get their act together without fixing the root cause. Marley scoffs. Marley, I plead the fifth. Burns. Joking is also quite out of character for you, which sounds like a bunch of bullshit. I don't think so. Anyway. Marley grits her teeth. The security guard behind her slightly raises her weapon. Marley, can't a lady do her fucking job in peace? And then this sentence, I guess, was missing. It says missing dialogue. It is unclear why Dr. Burns failed to include this line of dialogue if intentional. What do you mean if intentional? It's clearly intentional. It says, why do you have to worm your way into every goddamn thing I do? Silence. After several seconds, Dr. Burns sighs and gets up. Burns. All right. This meeting is concluded. Thank you for your time. Marley. Thanks for wasting my time, asshole. Dr. Burns ends the recording device and exits the room. Oh my gosh. Hi, Sunny XL. Oh no. Hello, very large raid. Fluffy kitties. Welcome. What? Hello. Hi. I'm definitely not severely overwhelmed. Hello. Thank you for the raid, Sunny XL. If you can hear me now. Thank you. Welcome in. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kyle-san99. Let's get some dance emotes going. Whenever we've got a new follow, I read the name and we drop some dance emotes. Things are going to be a little bit slow loading though right now because there's suddenly so much going on. But welcome, thank you. Yes. Hi, Fluffy Kitty Raids. Sunny, thank you for joining. If you need to go, please go look after yourself. There's no worries. Go take care of yourself. Eat whatever you need. Thank you for sharing, everybody. But take care of yourself first. I am Raven. I am a dear woman, dear lady, streamer. If you want to look up what that is, please check it out. I do not mean that I am part deer and part human. I'm a shifter. I'm a boogeyman. I have stories of it. If you want to check out my YouTube, there is more VODs of all of my streams. Well, nearly all of my streams, and one of them is, of course, the story on Deer Woman. I've done a couple Let's Talk About Deer Woman stuff. But thank you. Yeah, I'm Raven. Hi, welcome in. We're reading something. There's a pin message for a reason. We're reading something that is new to me, as all of my readings go. I don't know what I'm reading almost always. But it has a trigger warning, and it's been mostly just the one effect of it, but we're slowly building into the rest of them. Basically, personal and institutionalized gaslighting, psychological torture, and we're getting into more soon, or kind of now, physical abuse. So, in various and mental abuse, of course, and verbal abuse has happened, and it's just been very icky. But the highlight is there. The headline is misogynist. This is an SCP read, but it is. My theory is it's just a woman. It's just a woman that this person is calling an SCP and framing and stuff, and it's so uncomfy. So if that sounds like a ick, if that sounds scary, please go ahead and leave. Go ahead and go somewhere else. Look after yourselves first, please. With that being said, thank you, Kashibu VR, for the follow. We'll get another little dancey. Give me my dancies. There we go. Twice in a row now, I've raided you into another stream. I was also already Fat, you did this! On that note, Raven, I am super invested, but I really need to head to bed. I've already passed where I should stay till. Yes, please go eat. I have also passed. And technically, I was about to wrap up in about 4 sentences. But I feel like I can't anymore. And this is one that we have made a good deal more progress, and I do want to get to the end of this. So I could keep streaming. So yes, I might finish this one. We'll see. We'll see how far I can read. I didn't guide either raid, pure happenstance. If you say so. Okay. But alright. Whew. Okay. I'm going to hydrate. And then we're going to go have to continue. I'm going to give you a little bit more of a summary, raiders, because you are so out of the loop and there's so many of you. But I'm going to take a quick. Whew. Okay. So yes, summary. We have Lillian Marley, or SCP-8980. She is a researcher at the Foundation, a computer science degree that suddenly has, Fed is everywhere. She suddenly has reactions where computers and the like are reacting and having problems. She's having specifically, like, at first it's like, computer, phone related, it's emails, it's what her presentation somewhere kind of blows up, where something bad spins what she's doing, basically. Sorry. Um, something bad goes along with that, and it's usually embarrassing or very frustrating, something that is upsetting for her. And everybody's like, huh, wow, Cage, you sweetie. Oh my gosh, thank you for gifting, Cage. Well, Sunny, there you go. You've got a sub. So here's some money frogs whenever someone gifts something of any kind. Or resubs, we do money frogs. Any money involved, we get the money frog running. It is a 7TV emote if you would like to use it. But okay. So that's a whole mess where she's having that, and they officially categorize her as an SCP, and they bring her in. Her boss is now in charge of her as an SCP. He is the containment specialist and head researcher, and he likes to say plenty of times that he's a head researcher, when most times, the points where he's doing it, they would just say doctor. Thank you. Fett worked on that one. Fett did that one. The rest of the team members is Morgan. He continued her research and took all the credit. She asked to be given credit and was not given any credit when he finished that work that she kicked off. Rachel, who is technically on the team but is very evidently never involved in anything, especially not anything SCP-8980. So Lily and Marley, she does not interact with her. And Dr. Burns, who's a bit older than Lillian and is persistently uncomfortable in various ways, is her boss and being an asshole. So yeah. I hope you go bed, Cage, now that you've spent money when maybe you shouldn't, but very nice of you. Go eat. Take care of yourself. So this is very stressful. He's been misogynistic, he's been verbally abusive, he's been manipulative, he's been lying, and as we are reading this is all in the context of we are the ethics committee reviewing this file. As we read it, someone else has flagged things, and we are the new rep for the ethics committee as we signed in and we're referred to at one point. We know that we're the ones next in charge of this stuff. Oh, I did the little guy with the crown. That one's me. but yeah, Fett did the other ones. Did you smooth that one out? No, I feel like that one's still very janky, and I love him. So we're reading this, and there's various notes everywhere along this very gigantic file. So red highlighted means that this should not have been included in this file. This should not have been included. Yellow means this isn't quite right. Something's up. What are you doing? Green means, okay, they should have had this here, so we're going to add this in and specify this. And blue means, let's clarify something real quick. Let's give you a little bit more info on that. So I'll be interrupting myself regularly to say, this is highlighted that color. This is the other note from the ethics committee. My theories: Dr. Burns, the guy in charge of all this, the icky, awful villain man, is actually SCP himself, or using an SCP, and he is making it look like she is the SCP to control, contain, abuse her. Meanwhile, we, the ethics committee, are supposed to look into this, but we haven't really done much, and the other foundation head just has been permissive of this institutional gaslighting, as we said. So, probably people aren't aware of everything, especially since he's putting everything in the format incorrectly that we, are highlighted. But something's up. With that, we're wrapping up this one log. I'm getting back to the reading, going for it. And I'm going to say we're going to maybe pause. Yeah, we're going to pause all redeems, except for the stretch and posture and hydrate ones, because I want to finish or get through as much as I can, because I'm going to read. Damn it, I've decided I will. We're staying late. Ah, jeez. Okay. Anyways, all right. So Dr. Burns ends the recording. Oh, thank you. I did. That was fine. I have to make more. We were talking about it earlier. I'm very excited. Oh my gosh, focus, Raven. Oh my god. Okay. You you, you seem fun. Oh wait, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Let me no. How do I from here? Oh, well, I don't know what I've done. I'll look into that later. I think I've messed something up. Anyway, I'll try and get that sorted. Ugh, never mind. Okay, so I'm picking back up where we were. Dr. Burns is ending the recording device and he's exiting the room. Marley, the SCP, is escorted back to her cell shortly thereafter. Oh, yes. And, so I refer to people with their names a lot of times with the SCP, especially in this one. I'm trying to say her instead of it. I'm saying Marley, her last name, instead of SCP-8980 a lot of the time. You can assume that they're still doing very detached clinical writing, especially with this evil Dr. Burns being in charge. Like, I'll say the nice things because she deserves that. With that being said, end log, and it says in the afterword, Marley's sudden change of behavior has me questioning its motivations. I realized, yeah, this is a quote from him, so I'll say, SCP-8980's sudden change of behavior has me questioning its motivations. We'll need to keep a closer eye on it in the foreseeable future, from Dr. Burns. This whole last interview was Dr. Burns being suspicious of her suddenly being productive again after being very, very depressed and her depression symptoms not seeming to get better. But she's back to being very productive, and so he interviewed her like, why are you productive? And she's like, get off my ass. Isn't this what you want? And then his afterwards saying, well, this has me very much questioning her motivations. Does it fucking matter? She's an SCP that you have still locked up to do work. All you care about is that she's actually working. So shut your dumb face. Anyway, moving on. Raven says, fuck you. Okay. SCP-8980's parapsychological counseling sessions have been deemed necessary for it to continue due to its persistent depressive symptoms. Which I think might have been like, well, this seems to make her more productive. Make sure she keeps doing it. Or it could have been, I don't know what she's up to. Hey, my little spy, keep spying. Because evil Dr. Burns is connected to the psychologist, who is also evil. We've confirmed that she's an abusive therapist to other people. Just awful. Every angle of this is awful. Okay. Incident 2. ACE exploit and aftermath. I don't know what that means. For several weeks following her increase in productivity, Marley did not socialize at all outside of routine interviews and counseling sessions, which we understand she's trying to work, and prove herself good so that she can maybe go home for Christmas, is what she's trying to do, because she got sad to not go home for Thanksgiving or see anybody, family, for Thanksgiving. She did not socialize outside of routine interviews and counseling sessions. The anomaly worked overtime for several hours per day as well, including on weekends when it was not assigned to work. Well, she doesn't have much of anything else to do. This activity was noted as strange by containment personnel, though it suddenly ceased on December 22nd, 2005, when SCP-8980's productivity returned to normal. She's burnt herself out, and she's realized she cannot go home for Christmas. But anyway, the activity was noted as strange by containment personnel, was highlighted blue, and it's clarified that it's Dr. Burns. It's noted by him. We didn't need that note. Ethics committee. That could be assumed. Anyway. She's back to normal. Though she experienced slightly fewer depressive symptoms, according to Dr. Crawford, her overall behavior was still considered abnormal. On January 9, 2006, Dr. Burns received permission to conduct a full audit of Marley and her containment area. But there's pieces redacted and we're putting it back in. Dr. Burns requested and, missing information, failing to specify that the action was requested, de-emphasizes Dr. Burns' role in having the investigation performed. See following annotation.
So, like, saying that it just happened is de-emphasizing how he is trying to do this, but received permission from the Site 17 Containment Oversight Committee. And the annotation here is passive voice. The use of passive voice obfuscates the origin of this action, which deflects responsibility to an unspecified party. It is largely believed by the Ethics Committee review team that, by this point in Marley's containment, this use of vague phrasing was largely intentional, even if prior infractions were accidental. No, all of this has been intentional, Ethics Committee. We know this. He's an asshole. Next is, Marley and her room were fully stripped and searched. Was highlighted yellow. Vague vernacular. This phrasing obfuscates the fact that SCP-8980 was forced to undergo a strip search, including invasive medical scans for potential hazardous materials on person. This was deemed grossly excessive by the Ethics Committee review team and is an egregious violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct. And I would argue, despite her supposedly being unable to be around any electronics, even a microwave that she interacted with, even a device in a different room, any electronics get messed up, she went through scans. They did not say tests this time. It's clear the medical team scanned her, which would mean she can be around electronics. She can interact with them. Guess forking what? This is all a lie. I prove Raven is totally correct. There's no way I'm wrong at this point. I mean, right? Am I right or am I right? But anyway, yeah, that was super fucked up. Not okay. Anyway, they did the search and as the remote code device used by SCP-80 to conduct her work. Oh, okay, so the code device was removed and she was removed. Okay, so after a careful 2-day audit of all her belongings, investigative staff discovered that Marley had located and exploited an arbitrary code execution, ACE, in her remote work apparatus over the course of several weeks. This granted her full access to her former SciPnet account, which granted her access to all her previously limited SciPnet utilities, such as intra-messaging systems, her secure extra-foundational communication system, and the SCP-8980 file itself. So she's been interacting with the internet that whole time. Concrete proof right there. How is no one else seeing that she clearly then is not an SCP, and this has all been oh my gosh, I want to scream. Throughout the latter half of December, Marley had been in direct contact with several members of Foundation staff and several sub-veil individuals, especially her mother. Although the nature of these conversations did not violate any employee protocols, the fact that Marley was a contained anomaly made conversing with these individuals without approval expressly prohibited, as well as theoretically impossible by all of the accusations against her. So what the fork? But okay, all individuals who interacted with Marley were administered Class C amnestics. This has been highlighted blue to say Class C amnestics are for targeting specific memories or concepts. Class Cs are administered throughout 2 injections. A first initial primer, which places a subject in a hypnotic state to orally, quote-unquote, prime the target, concepts or memories, and a second catalyst which erases correlated engrams. I'm surprised that they noted that, but they did not note why was this chosen and what the fork. It's been proven she's not freaking anomalous. Dr. Burns had to make sure nobody could remember this, because they would have proved, well, she talked with me and everything was fine, because he didn't know. Because if he knew, he would have done something about it. He would have made, oh no, it blew up again. All of this started, friends that didn't know, friends from the raid, All of this started, her first thing that happened that made everybody be like, oh wow, it's an anomaly, was when she was presenting something, and instead of her presentation showing up as she was doing her little click through, sexually explicit material came on the screen. That's the best we have for the description. And everyone was freaking out, and it was shown that she didn't even have it on her drive. It physically wouldn't make sense. How did it happen? That's impossible. That's anomalous. And so they went, oh my gosh, it's anomalous. And then they started doing tests. It's clear that all of this, including the other little weird things, were either anomalous, as they came to, or I would say, were pranks by the shitty guy in charge, or maybe the team, or something. But the point is that someone is doing this to her. Now that we have proof, it's not always. I've said that the camera's in her room. I've said that the recording devices she's getting interviews, those prove that she can be around electronic things. I even said lights in the room when they... That's electricity, you dumbasses. Anyway, okay. As SCP-8980 abused her Foundation accommodations to facilitate her rule-breaking behavior, consensus from the Containment Oversight Committee concluded that Marley must either undergo amnestic therapy or have access to her remote work apparatus permanently revoked. Why would the choice be to make her forget? The choice to make her forget is very clear so that she can't prove that it happened. We know that the Oversight Committee, the guy that's in charge of that, is just going along with it, just saying yes. And evil Dr. Burns is getting away with this, but oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Next sentence sucks worse, though. Although SCP-8980 was initially against amnestic therapy, Dr. Crawford convinced Marley to voluntarily accept the treatment, insisting on its efficacy. So they manipulated her into doing it. It was a coordinated effort. Okay, so now we have an Ethics Committee memorandum. It looks like this was not included in the file, but the Ethics Committee injected it in. So this was not going to be included. Dr. Burns would not have kept it up. Ethics Committee memorandum says the following is a transcript of the video and audio recording of the amnesticization of SCP-8980. Although it is not present in the original file, nor should have been, it is attached here for contextual and review purposes. Because, boy, does it clarify, I bet. Okay. Date, January 6, 2006. January 6th? No, January 12th, 2006. My brain. Subject of investigation, Dr. Christopher Burns. Area investigation, amnesticization of SCP-8980. Begin transcript. 8:42:41 a.m. So the 8 a.m., 8:42 a.m., 41 seconds in, that specific timing. SCP-8980, Marley's anesthesiologist, arrives prior to the amnesticization at 8:42 a.m. local, alongside Dr. Christopher Burns. Dr. Burns initially mistakes the anesthesiologist for a nurse, though she quickly corrects him, because he's a misogynist. Of course he would do that. The two engage in light conversation on and off for approximately 20 minutes while waiting for Marley to be escorted to the chamber. Neither appears to discuss anything of note. 9:08:53 a.m. Marley is escorted into the amnesticization lab by an armed guard. Her appearance is, as previously described, extremely disheveled. Her movements appear sluggish as she walks, likely from lethargy. 5 milliseconds later, Marley spots Dr. Burns, who stops talking upon making eye contact with Marley. She immediately freezes. Marley says, "Oh God." 3 milliseconds later, 9:09:01 a.m., Marley immediately begins to back away from the lab, but is pushed back by the guard behind it. She stumbles to the ground, prompting a laugh from Dr. Burns. The anesthesiologist does not react. It's at this point that I want to reiterate trigger warnings, because I'm nervous that this is about to get... I'm getting stressed out, even though I think all that's about to happen is she's going to get a needle. It's just clear that she shouldn't be in this position at all. And it's a clear sign that there's going to be worse things. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So she's pushed back by the guard. She stumbles to the ground, prompting a laugh from Dr. Burns. The anesthesiologist does not react. Marley says, not this, not like this. 9:09:15 a.m., so again, just a few milliseconds apart for each of these. Marley spends several seconds attempting to crawl away. Sorry, not milliseconds, seconds, my brain. Several seconds attempting to crawl away or stand up, neither of which are effective. In short order, she lays on the ground unmoving before making eye contact with the anesthesiologist. She looks away and clears her throat. Because they say the anesthesiologist looks away. Anesthesiologist, I understand this is a bit of a scary process, but trust me, it'll be over before you even realize it. I've done this countless times. I'm a professional. No accidents in 10 years. 9:09:23 a.m. Several seconds. My brain. After several seconds of hesitating, Marley slowly gets back onto her feet. She points at Dr. Burns while staring at the anesthesiologist. Marley, why is he here? Anesthesiologist. Him. Well, Dr. Burns, interrupting, because of course he does. I'm required to oversee your amnesticization as per the Foundation's Code of Conduct. I'm just here to provide the list of targeted engrams for the nice doctor here. It's clear he was meaning to say nurse, but then corrected himself partway through the word nurse to say nice doctor. Nice doctor here. Anesthesiologist. Yes, doctor. And then to Marley. The procedure for Class C amnestics involves a primer injection, where we'll specify the target memories to excise through a hypnagogic fugue state. Then a second injection, which will actually do the erasing. Since amnestics usually involve confidential information, he needs to be the one to prime you. Dr. Burns. You need to simplify it for her. She's a computer technician, not a neurologist. Okay, fuck you. Anesthesiologist. Giving the shade right back. With all due respect, doctor, neither are you. And then to SCP-8980. I'll be in the room in the whole time, okay? The whole session will be recorded, so there's no need for any dramatics. Oh, if you only knew the length of this. Oh, if you only knew what he was... You know he's going to erase a lot. Anyway, okay. 9:10:12 a.m. Marley glances between Dr. Burns and the anesthesiologist repeatedly. She slowly begins to back up. Marley, I can't do it. I can't do this. Don't. 9:10:26 a.m. Marley immediately turns and begins running for the door. She is quickly intercepted by the guard who initially brought Marley, causing her to stumble and fall. 9:10:31, just a few seconds later, the guard begins to drag Marley towards the amnestization station, which causes Marley to begin screaming uncontrollably. The anesthesiologist covers her ears in irritation. Dr. Burns does nothing besides watch. 9:10:54 a.m. The guard secures SCP-8980 to an empty amnestics injection table. Marley writhes in place, still screaming. 9:11:09. After several seconds, the anesthesiologist walks toward Marley, which prompts her to stop screaming. Anesthesiologist, I promise it'll be quick, okay? No harm, no foul, all right? Marley, don't let him. Dr. Burns interrupting, probably because he knows she's about to try and say something that will get him in trouble. Can you begin the procedure? I have an appointment at 9:30. At 9:11:27, probably when he says that, Marley begins sobbing again. Marley says, leave me alone. 9:11:34, the anesthesiologist begins to sterilize Marley's arm for the injections, causing Marley to tense her arm in fear. She spends several seconds attempting to relax it, to surprising success. So she, in this case, the anesthesiologist spends several seconds trying to relax her, I guess, or her arm, to success. Marley stops thrashing in apparent defeat, gasping and sobbing without coherency. 9:12 on the dot, the anesthesiologist begins application of local anesthetic. Anesthesiologist, all right, that should fully kick in about 2 to 3 minutes. 9:12:44 a.m. Marley makes eye contact with the anesthesiologist. Upon seeing her expression, she, the anesthesiologist, stops moving and watches back. So she sees, oh, wait a minute, that's really desperate. Marley says, please don't do this to me. You don't know who he is. Please help me. Please let me out. 9:12:54 a.m. Dr. Burns does not react but watches the pair. The anesthesiologist glances at Burns but quickly pulls away from Marley. Anesthesiologist, look, ma'am, I'm just doing my job. I'm not going to get involved in this. Take it up with the ethics committee or something. Marley, they won't listen. Please. 9:13:08. Marley strains against her restraints. The anesthesiologist glances at Dr. Burns again. He crosses his arms and stares at her. She turns back to Marley. Yeah. Anesthesiologist, I'm not going to risk my career over a stranger. Sorry. Heartbreaking. 9:13:14 a.m. Marley falls back and stares ahead, crying silently. Dr. Burns pulls out his mobile device in violation of his own protocols involving SCP-8980. Again. Because of course he... Anyway. Though quickly puts it away as it appears not to turn on. Or just because he realizes it. Several minutes pass in silence, only broken by SCP-8980's sobs and an occasional grunt by the present guard. 9:16:05 a.m. The anesthesiologist prepares the primer shot for amnestics administration. Presumably due to SCP-8980's general uncooperation, she opts to include a quick-acting light sedative agent in accordance with amnestics guidelines. 9:16:59 a.m. Ooh! I'm sorry, I missed it. Laus? 74? I'm not sure how you would pronounce that. I really don't know. But thank you for joining us. Thank you for the follow. There's a little dances. I go back. 9:16:59 a.m. After preparing all the materials, she approaches, anesthesiologist approaches Marley and sterilizes the injection site once again. Marley begins hyperventilating and struggling again. Dr. Burns watches in silence. 9:17:13 a.m. The anesthesiologist begins the injection and SCP-8980 begins screaming. The anesthesiologist ignores it. 9:17:43 a.m. The anesthesiologist finishes and pulls the empty injection from Marley. Marley stops struggling but is still visibly shaking and crying. Anesthesiologist, there, all done. To Dr. Burns, it'll take a few minutes until she's ready for priming. You shouldn't say anything once she's ready until we're done, because it could have some nasty side effects. That means absolute silence. If you say anything besides the primers, we have to let the shot wear off and reschedule it. Got it? Dr. Burns, understood. Anesthesiologist, good. I'll let you know when she's ready with a thumbs up. 9:18 on the dot. Marley spends several minutes shivering and sobbing as the shot begins to take effect. Dr. Burns watches Marley in silence while the anesthesiologist files relevant paperwork. 9:21:51 a.m. As the primer begins to spread through Marley, she redoubles her efforts to push against her restraints. However, her left arm is completely paralyzed, and her speech heavily slurs. 9:23:24, Marley's mouth begins to twitch uncontrollably while she glances wildly around the room. Her ability to move her other arm and legs quickly fades, as Marley's thrashing and shivering slowly ceases. 9:26:55 a.m. After several additional minutes of the agent spreading throughout her body, Marley is rendered nearly immobile, only able to breathe lightly and control her eyes. Her jaw is slack open, saliva begins to drip down the side of her mouth as her eyes unfocus and refocus repeatedly, still glancing wildly around in terror. 9:27:34 a.m. The anesthesiologist checks her watch, then glances at Marley. She motions a thumbs up to Dr. Burns, though he does not notice at first, as he is watching Marley intently without expression. Uncomfortable. 9:27:40 a.m. Irritated, the anesthesiologist gets up and walks over to Dr. Burns, who jerks up suddenly when he spots her approaching. She stops and gives him the thumbs up, which prompts Dr. Burns to approach Marley. Her eyes solely focus on him, Marley's eyes. 9:27:53 a.m. The anesthesiologist puts on her foundation-grade earmuffs to ensure she is not exposed to classified information, as per standard protocol. Marley appears to notice this, and her mouth begins to twitch repeatedly. The anesthesiologist watches in silence. 9:28 on the dot, Dr. Burns pulls out a folded paper, presumably a refresher on administering amnestic primers, and begins to prime Marley for amnesticization. He smiles. Dr. Burns, memory, performing arbitrary code execution exploit in containment. 9:28:07 a.m. SCP-8980's left eye spasms. Dr. Burns, concept, arbitrary code execution exploits, which I believe is him trying to allow I believe it's him trying to make the memories go away of him exploiting her in containment. And then the next ones is you're changing things. Memory is what concept is what you're replacing that memory with, is basically it, I guess. But anyways, so okay. 9:28:12 a.m. Marley's mouth twitches and her eyes dart to the anesthesiologist. The anesthesiologist watches with disinterest. Marley repeatedly attempts to vocalize, but she makes no coherent sound besides low grunts and moans. Dr. Burns' memory, contact with your coworkers during containment. 9:28:19 a.m. Marley does not have any sudden reactions, though her eyes meet with Dr. Burns again. Dr. Burns looks down towards the paper he is holding again. Dr. Burns, memory, contact with your mother during containment. 9:28:25 a.m. Oh no, it's just all the things that you're trying to get rid of. Gosh. So he's trying to get rid of even the contact with coworkers' memory. I think he's trying to mess her up more. For a second I thought he was trying to make her happier, to cover up his tracks, but I think he is trying intentionally to mess her up more. Marley, 9:28:25 a.m. Marley's right arm twitches repeatedly and Marley's eyes dart around the room panickedly. 9:28:30 a.m. After several seconds, Marley's eyes begin to leak tears, which slowly trail down to mix with the saliva building on her chin. 9:28:36, Dr. Burns spends several seconds reading the paper he's holding. Dr. Burns, concept, using your remote work apparatus to breach containment. 9:28:43 a.m. Marley's mouth twitches again momentarily. She begins moaning for a few seconds, futilely attempting to vocalize. 9:28:47 a.m. After several seconds of silence with no activity, Dr. Burns looks up and makes direct eye contact with SCP-8980. He holds her gaze, her eyes widen, and she immediately stops making sound. 9:28:49 a.m. Dr. Burns looks sideways toward the recording device and then back towards the anesthesiologist, who largely does not react. He then turns back to the anomaly. Okay, Fett, thank you. That would be great. 9:28:53, Dr. Burns leans directly above Marley, close enough that his face is inches away from Marley. Her jaw begins to spasm. Neither of them break eye contact, though Marley's breathing becomes extremely labored. 9:28:58 a.m. After several further moments of silence, Dr. Burns smiles, then speaks. He says, concept, and then in brackets it says data corrupted. I'm not sure what that would have removed. Something that isn't allowed to be on here. Maybe he's altered this, maybe he's not. I don't know. 9:29:03 a.m. The video and audio feeds severely distort for several seconds. Oh, there you go. Marley is violently spasming and her eyes are entirely unfocused. Her breathing is highly irregular. Dr. Burns is no longer leaning. 9:29:04 a.m. The anesthesiologist jerks up and instinctively reaches for her earmuffs. However, looking towards and remembering the recording device, she hesitantly puts her hand down again. So she must think, oh, that's not okay, but then must have seen that and been like, oh, I guess it's covered. That's my guess. I don't know. 9:29:36 a.m. Marley returns to an inert state after several seconds, though her mouth continually twitches and continually moans loudly. Dr. Burns turns toward the anesthesiologist and gives her a thumbs up, signifying the priming phase is complete. So it seems that he's removed performing code execution in containment and all of the code working, memories of working with coworkers, memories of her mother during containment. I'm not sure how she has memories with mother contact, as well as using her remote work apparatus to breach containment. He's removed that memory. And then whatever concept he's removed, I'm guessing it's any abuse or any understanding that, you know, you're not actually SCP or whatever, but yeah. Brat Tamer 6969, thank you for the follow. Let's go ahead and drop some dance emojis. Emojis, brain, emotes. Thank you. Welcome in. Okay. So 9:29:42, the anesthesiologist gets up and begins to prepare the second injection, including sterilizing Marley's arm again. Marley appears to recuperate from the sudden spasm as her eyes refocus, and she begins crying more intensely, making direct eye contact with Dr. Burns despite him now looking away. 9:30:15 a.m. The anesthesiologist finishes preparing the second shot and approaches Marley hesitantly. 5 seconds later, as she bends down to administer the catalyst shot, the anesthesiologist locks eyes with Marley, whose gaze now stares directly at her. Her mouth twitches intensely. She looks back to Dr. Burns, who nods sternly. She sighs. Anesthesiologist sighs. 9:34 a.m. The anesthesiologist injects Marley with a catalyst. 9:39 a.m. Marley's mouth stops twitching. You finished your math! Yay! I'm glad you have gotten things done. 9:31:12 a.m. As the amnestic activates, Marley's consciousness slowly fades, causing her eyes to completely unfocus and her head to fall limp. The anesthesiologist sighs again. Anesthesiologist, all right, it's not now. She should wake up in a few hours. Hey, good for you for saying she, anesthesiologist. Dr. Burns. Thank you, doctor. 9:31:19 a.m. Silence. The guard begins to remove Marley's restraints as Dr. Burns and the anesthesiologist stare at each other. Anesthesiologist. If I may ask, what caused her to... Dr. Burns interrupting. That information is strictly classified. 9:31:24. Dr. Burns glances at his watch. Dr. Burns, I'm late for my appointment because of how long you took, so I'll be leaving. The guard will handle the anomaly. Have a nice day. 9:31:32. Dr. Burns exits the room as the guard finishes unbinding Marley. 9:32:01 a.m. The guard picks up SCP-8980's limp body, throws her over their shoulder, and exits the room. The anesthesiologist, at first, does not react, but in short order snaps herself to attention and begins to pack her things. 9:39:29 a.m. As the anesthesiologist finishes, she glances at the recording device. She shudders, scratches a discolored patch on her arm, then exits the room. End transcript. Not sure what the colored patch thing is, but I think we'll maybe get a hint in this last bit of the memorandum. We have a full dissection of Dr. Burns' actions is attached at the end of this review, and as such will not be discussed in depth here. Nonetheless, it is clear that Dr. Burns abused the protections assigned to the head researcher position to purposefully amnesticize Marley of non-essential concepts and memories. The effects of this can be seen in the following log in the SCP-8980 file. Hello, Gary. One instance of this, at timestamp 9/28/53, appears to have been corrupted beyond restoration. This effect is believed to have been caused by Marley's anomalous capabilities, though this is the first and only time a recorder has been directly affected by the anomaly. Yeah, and at a very opportune time. Dr. Burns has done every single one of these things, and why are we not seeing it as the ethics committee? God damn it. Apparently we're staffed with idiots. Blah. The anesthesiologist. The anesthesiologist, whose identity has been purposefully obfuscated by the review team due to complete code of conduct compliance, was later identified and interviewed. This unfortunately did not yield significant results, as it was revealed that she had been chronically abusing amnestics on herself to erase her own traumatic memories. So that patch, I bet, was amnestic that she set off or something by scratching it, I'm guessing. Nonetheless, she was able to point out that she submitted a complaint to the office of the Site-17 Ethics Committee liaison a day after the incident, though the report was not received as the position was vacant at the time. Ah, damn. So I think she was actually trying to kick her addiction because she remembered and filed the thing. But of course, we've had that'll go to the Ethics Committee liaison. And no, nothing does because no one was there. All right. The identity of the guard, although wearing scramble equipment in accordance with Foundation guidelines, was requested from Site-17's administration, as information may possibly be gleaned from them. Although Site-17 administration complied with the request, subsequent investigation showed that the guard, Geraldo H. Rodriguez, a then 36-year-old male, was killed in a containment breach in 2013. Funny, that's when the therapist got kicked out, and just before Burns got kicked out or left. Although the Ethics Committee obtained a warrant to search his belongings from the O5 Council, no evidence relevant to the case has been found. The corrupted concept erased by Dr. Burns could not be re-derived by the Ethics Committee review team. All right, now we have Addendum 9. It's post-amnesticization depression. He's made her more upset by removing the few good memories, and immediately after is another Ethics Committee memorandum. Following Marley's amnesticization, her mental state significantly deteriorated to the point of her not fulfilling any of her quotas, nor responding to any work inquiries. In response, Marley was required to attend her parapsychological counseling on a bi-weekly basis Biweekly highlighted. Oh, wait. Addendum 9 highlighted in blue. Ethics Committee review team is attaching an annotation to remind the viewing personnel that this addendum was presented without the above context. So there was no context of the amnesticization before, like how that went. Just that it happened. So, anyway. And then biweekly basis is highlighted yellow. Vague vernacular could imply anomaly is required to attend counseling once every 2 weeks. Twice weekly should have been used instead. Of note is that later in Marley's containment, this vernacular was confirmed to have been misinterpreted by containment personnel. Woohoo! There you go. This is why you gotta be more specific, dumbass. I don't like Dr. Burns. I'm gonna keep insulting him. But there you go. Vague vernacular got him in trouble. Okay. Though these sessions did little to alleviate her symptoms despite Dr. Crawford's best efforts, Dr. Crawford made another breakthrough on January 16th, 2006. Not long after amnesticization. Extraneous information was removed, as usual. As we begin, excerpt. Dr. Crawford is sitting at her desk, slowly searching through her client's files. By this point in the session, several prior attempts to start a conversation had previously failed, similar to her initial reactions with the anomaly. Marley is lying in the velvet chair, unmoving. She stares ahead at the ceiling and does not acknowledge Dr. Crawford at all. Her breathing is light. Crawford says, here we go. And then highlighted in blue, Dr. Crawford spends several minutes reading the recent report on SCP-8980. The annotation says this should have been performed prior to the session, which is to say, she's not very good at her job. Anyway, her expression growing grave. Crawford says, oh dear. Dr. Crawford looks up towards the anomaly. Crawford, the amnestics got you down, huh? Marley slightly turns her head towards Crawford, acknowledging the comment. Dr. Crawford momentarily hums. Crawford, I remember my first time with amnestics. When did you hum? Okay. Dr. Crawford waits briefly for Marley to comment. She does not. Crawford, of course I don't remember exactly what I saw, but it must have been horrifying. I walked up to that amnestics table and practically injected myself. You're awake now? How's the stream going? It's going good. I should not be streaming still this late, but I'm committed. There's still enough. I want to finish it. Okay. Dr. Crawford waits briefly for Marley to comment. She does not. Dr. Crawford, I practically injected myself. Marley does not reply, but turns her head away. Dr. Crawford frowns. Crawford, well, I can imagine it wasn't so pleasant for you. It was voluntary, wasn't it? Marley's face briefly appears to contort, but she doesn't otherwise react. Of course it wasn't frickin' voluntary. Hi, you wake? I'm still reading. We've gotten past the amnesticization. If you need to go, go. I need to focus, you guys. Take as long as I need. No, I need to go to bed myself. I need to be fast. Come on. Okay. It is slowly getting worse. Okay, Dr. Crawford. It was voluntary. She doesn't otherwise react. Crawford says, dear, if you keep your emotions locked in all the time, you'll just end up exploding. You need to open up about what's bothering you so. You can trust me, same as you can any other old lady. Oh, fuck you. Marley shivers and her eyes widen. Marley, Marley pauses, then shivers again. Marley, he took something from me. Dr. Crawford, he being Burns again. He, in quotes. Marley's voice appears to catch in her throat, so she nods instead. Dr. Crawford sighs. Crawford, if you keep blaming your problems on that man, you'll never be able to overcome this victim mentality you've built up for yourself. Oh, fuck you, Crawford. Marley does not respond. Crawford, I've often heard, in my line of work, that some reality benders torment themselves with their anomalous abilities subconsciously because they believe they deserve punishment. They find ways to make their own lives miserable. Marley's eyes widen. Marley, I'm not. Crawford, interrupting. Oh, sorry, yes, I know you're not. They tested you for that, right? Marley nods.
It's just, Crawford is totally trying to say, it's all you. Fuck this lady. Crawford, I was just bringing it up because, well, sometimes the fault does lie within. No, lady, you were trying to tell her that she's the one to be blamed, but then you remembered, oh, right, yeah, you tested that. Oops, yeah. You're, oh my gosh. Just bringing it up because, well, sometimes the fault does lie within, and it's a difficult truth to swallow, but rarely does stuff happen that we truly can't help. I disagree. There are lots of things that we truly can't make the way we want. We can always do something, but that does not mean that we can make it want. Majority of things we cannot just make happen. We can do what we can. We can make some effect. That's it. Ugh. Treat I've been having you here this late was a treat. Hopefully you can do an endurance one day. Thank you. I am doing a subathon eventually. November. I promise. Okay. But I need to focus. Marley shivers again. Marley says, I don't know if that, Crawford, well, you were amnesticized because you tried to breach containment, weren't you? Marley's eyes unfocus momentarily. She lightly shakes her head in confusion. She was not trying to breach containment. Fuck this. Gaslight gatekeep. Gross misconduct. Yep. Well, the last one was gross guy or gross dude. I don't know. She shakes her head in confusion. She says, I don't remember. Dr. Crawford looks down and reads the briefing again. She audibly sighs, which makes Marley flinch. Dr. Crawford, I'm sure you could eventually argue for lighter restrictions if you practice more restraint. Fuck you, lady. Knowing when to keep my mouth shut is how I got to where I am now. Sometimes you just need to turn the other cheek, as they say, even if you know you're right. Only then will you finally be able to get ahead. Marley does not respond, though tears begin to stream down her face. Dr. Crawford looks up. Crawford, oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. I was getting too personal there. Fuck you. Marley does not respond. Dr. Crawford glances at the clock. Crawford, I hate to do this to you, sweetie, but our time is coming to an end for today. It pains me to break it off at such an emotional moment, but I have other clients that sorely need me too. The foundation can be a cruel place for all of us. Oh, fuck you. Marley does not respond. Dr. Crawford sighs, then lightly chuckles. Crawford, I suppose our emotional little brains are just like the foundation itself, no? No matter how hard of a job we do, there's always more work to be done. Dr. Crawford gets up to close the session until she sees Marley's expression, which stops her. Marley's eyes are wide and her mouth hangs open. Marley, there's always work to be done. And that's the end of the log. It says, following the session, Marley's productivity increased to perfectly match her quota. Her depressive symptoms, however, have only appeared to increase as she spends no time on entertainment or socialization, opting to stay in bed the remainder of the day. Nonetheless, Dr. Crawford was commended, and was commended is highlighted. It says, passive voice, obscures the origin of the comment, which was Site 17's Containment Oversight Committee. Oversight Committee are the problem. Okay. For her contribution towards improving SCP-8980's productivity despite shortcomings. Now we have another memorandum, which is from their Deep Well archive. And it's an undisclosed meeting with Marley. This does not sound like it will go well. Somehow the end is easier to listen to than the build-up. Honestly, yes. Because then there's closure. I found that, like, it's so much more tense in the build-up. You don't know where it's going to go, how bad it's going to be, the implied things, all of that. But with that said, I have to run a quick ad to be able to finish this story. So I'm going to run a 1-minute ad, and I'm going to hydrate. Thank you for the stretch and posture check. Yeah, that's exactly it. So here is a 1-minute ad. I'm sorry. We'll pick up with this ethics committee memorandum. It's going to be... Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Boop. All right, let's stretch and posture check and hydrate. Stretch, posture check. Hydrate. All right. No, I do not. I believe I made sure that we... I believe that I made sure that we paused everything, actually. Knowing where it ends up makes the beginning all the worse. Yeah. Oh, boy. You're making me nervous because you know, and I'm not quite there yet, but I've been nervous this whole story. Let's get this shit done already. Oh, my gosh. I just want this to end. 68 viewers. Oh, that's so cute so close to a nice number. Come on. Can we get one more viewer? Please? Please? I think that's 71. Oh, that's too many. Damn it. Okay. I've been bamboozled. Yeah, well, I thought that I was going to end, and then I didn't, because I decided to keep reading, and then I was like, well, you know what? We're going to keep reading, so I need to focus. I could emotes only as well, honk. I could get that mean. I could, but I haven't. Okay, so we're here. We pick up with Ethics Committee Memorandum. The following video was obtained from Site 17's Deep Well archive. It is not present in the original file, but is presented without comment in its chronological context. Date March 10th, 2006, which is roughly, this is 1 year from the first interview, if I'm remembering correctly. You won't. Are you challenging me? Focus, Raven. Subject of investigation, Dr. Christopher Burns. Area of investigation, undisclosed meeting with SCP-8980. So this was originally something that he probably would have included because he has recorded it, but something must happen that makes him decide, yeah, I shouldn't include this, I guess. Begin transcript. 6:28:34 a.m. 6 a.m.? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Marley is sitting on the chair in her containment chamber. Oh, right. No, it's recorded always because she's been elevated to that threat. So she's always recorded. Marley's sitting in the chair in her containment chamber. Why does it say the ad's going to start? I just ran an ad. Sorry if you get an ad shortly. I think things are glitching out. She's sitting on the chair. She's slumped forward, staring directly at the floor in the direction of the room's entrance. Almost a minute later, 6:29:23 a.m., the door to the chamber opens and Dr. Burns enters the room. Marley does not react, continuing to stare at the floor, which suggests to me that this is not abnormal. 6:29:35 a.m., Mr. Burns spends several seconds closing the door behind him, then turns around to face Marley. He spends several seconds watching her silently. Dr. Burns, I'm sorry I'm a few days late. You know how traffic can be. What do you mean a few days late? Fuck off. 6:29:40 a.m., Marley does not respond. Dr. Burns, you were the one that requested to meet with me. You should be grateful that I'm even giving you the time of day, especially on your terms. Wait, really? What? Though you should know I've got a taser on me, so if you try any shit this time, it will hurt. What do you mean this? What? I wish I knew the context of things. I hope that it really fills in all the holes, but these rarely fully fill in the holes. Oh my gosh. Okay. 6:29:47 a.m. Marley does not respond. Dr. Burns crosses his arms in frustration. Dr. Burns, if wasting my time is your idea of petty revenge, you and I both know that I can do a lot worse than... Wow, so that's a direct threat. But anyways, he's interrupted. 6:29:51 a.m. Marley takes a deep, racked sigh, causing Dr. Burns to fall silent. Marley, you... 6:29:55 a.m. Marley begins to cry silently. Marley, you... 6:29:59 a.m. Marley's breathing quickens, and it begins to shiver. She begins to shiver. Dr. Burns reaches for his taser. 6:30:03. Marley looks up to Dr. Burns. Marley, you win.
6:30:05. Dr. Burns does not react. Marley continues to breathe quickly, waiting several seconds before lowering her gaze. Marley, you win. She chokes briefly. You win, okay? 6:30:11 a.m. Dr. Burns does not react. Marley's sobs increase in intensity. Marley, I'll do anything you want. Please just let me go back to how it was. 6:30:15. Silence. Dr. Burns removes his hand from his taser. Marley looks up at him pleadingly. Marley, I'll give you everything I own, all of it. You can have everything in my bank account and in my room. I'll draw out loans for you that I can't pay back. I'll give you my paycheck, everything. Which reminds me that some of the first things in the weirdly her paycheck went to the wrong person. I've been wondering if it just goes directly to the person that's been doing it to her. So she probably noticed that it was going to him and was like, why is it going to you? And realizes. Anyway. Okay, so 6:23 a.m. Dr. Burns does not react. Marley, I'll work whatever assignment you could give me. I'll let you take credit for all my papers. I'll be your Marley gulps. Your secretary. Oh. I'll bring you your morning coffee and make you your sandwiches. I'll lick your shoes. 6:31. Dr. Burns does not react. Marley watches his expression fervently for any emotion. 5 seconds later, after several seconds, Marley sobs and lowers her gaze. Marley whispering, I'll even sleep with you, please. 6:41 a.m. Dr. Burns does not react initially, but slowly begins to smile. Marley looks up hopefully at him, though her expression begins to fall as Dr. Burns says nothing in response. Marley whispering, please. 6:53 a.m. Dr. Burns begins to laugh. He laughs loudly for several seconds, gripping his stomach and bending over at the waist. Marley falls off her chair and begins to back away in fear. 6:18 a.m. After nearly 30 seconds of laughing, Dr. Burns recomposes himself, wiping a tear from his eye. Burns, that's hilarious. Hearing you say those words show just how pathetic you've become, how pathetic you always really were. I mean, I know that this is what it is, but there's no way in hell that is allowed as a researcher, that is what he would want anyone to see, that is okay. So it's clear that the mask is dropped, so we're about to hit even worse. 6:31:24. Dr. Burns walks towards Marley. She crawls back, attempting to distance herself from him as he approaches. 6:31:31. Her back hits the wall. Dr. Burns stands in front of her and crouches to meet her eye level. Marley shivers and attempts to speak but can't. Burns, you really don't get it, do you? 6:31:34. Silence. Burns, if I wanted to fuck you, I would have done it by now. 6:31:38. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. We're nearing the end and I am exhausted, so I am not going to summarize, but please check the trigger warning. This is heavy content. Please leave if you would like to look after yourself, but basically misogyny, gaslighting, personal, institutional, and then there's references to a bunch of different kinds of abuse, mental, psychological, verbal, apparently physical and sexual. So if any of that is uncomfortable, please leave now. I am already been describing it and I'm going to continue reading it, that there's a threat but not actively happening just yet as far as I see. So please look after yourselves. But thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I'm Raven. Oh boy, here we go. I go back. 6:31:38. Silence. Dr. Burns smiles. Burns, I already have everything I could ever want from you. 6:31:43. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's a kitty. Thank you for the kitty. No, go ahead. Dash, please. Go take care.
Yes, reading Dracula. Perfect spooky readings. Okay, go take care of yourself. Eat. Look after yourself. Wait, we didn't give a shout out to you, did we? Oh my gosh, we did not. There we go. Thank you, Swadla71, for the follow. Let's get a little dances going. Where are my dances? There you go. Sorry I'm a bit slow. Looks like my mods are off to bed. So, yes, go look after yourself. Okay, I focus. I already have everything I could ever want from you. 6:31:43. Dr. Burns gets up without further comment. Marley stares blankly ahead, weeping. She does not react. Oh, there's Dew. She does not react as Dr. Burns walks towards the containment door. 6:31:48. Dr. Burns stops, then glances back. Burns. Happy first-year anniversary, Lillian. Here's to many more. And there's multiple more. 6:31:53 a.m. Dr. Burns smiles smugly to himself and exits the chamber. 8:00:03. After an hour and a half of no activity, the remote work apparatus in Marley's chamber prints its workday schedule. Marley slowly lifts herself off the floor and gets ready for work. Fuck. Thank you for the follow. I prefer the term anti-hero. Thank you very much. I prefer the term anti-hero. That's nice. Here's your dances. Welcome in. And that is the end of that memorandum. But now, Addendum 10, Neutralization. So, that was 2006 was her first year anniversary, and here is our addendum. On December 12, 2014, head researcher Christopher Burns chose to retire. Was he requested? Did people find out? Or did literally nothing happen? Anyway, as per Foundation succession standards, Dr. Morgan McFarrell assumed the role of head researcher for Marley on December 15th of that year. So the person that took her work and published it without crediting her is the one that's now in charge of her. The guy that went along with Christopher Burns's torture, so that's great. Okay. On January 5th, 2015. Oh, and 2014. That is... yeah. Really, though. This is, what, 8 years that she's been in captivity then? At the time of his retirement? On January 5th, 2015, Dr. McFarrell conducted Marley's routine yearly testing as per its special containment procedures. After several rounds of testing, Dr. McFarrell discovered that Marley possessed none of its stated anomalous properties. This was confirmed after several additional rounds of testing, because she never was. She never was. On January 8th, 2015, Dr. McFarrell conducted an interview with Marley. During the duration of the interview, he noted that the entity possessed several alarming features, including extreme apathy, severe technophobia, and a lack of social awareness. Well, that's just her being kept away from those things and told she can't interact with them, as well as having had a psychologist for years that fucked up. But anyway. After spending several days confirming Marley was directly and indirectly subject to long-term abuse and negligence, Dr. McFarrell filed a formal ethics committee complaint regarding the treatment of Marley under Dr. Christopher Burns. Well, hey, I'm glad McFarrell did one thing at least mildly right. After obtaining a warrant of investigation from the O5 Council, a formal investigation was launched on January 14, 2015. As of January 19, 2015, Marley began rehabilitation and reintegration into the wider Foundation workplace under direct supervision from Dr. Morgan McFarrell. Marley is pending reclassification to neutralized. Why is she still pending? It's been 2 years since she started getting integrated. She should be fully
neutralized. It should be scrubbed. It shouldn't be anywhere. She should not be connected to this at all. It does not feel like 2017. All of this, it reads like what we in modern times maybe we think would be like, oh, that sounds more like 1912 kind of things. No, it's so current. So disappointingly current. And then it says ... end of document ... loading attachment ... SCP-8980 investigation summary, May 5th, 2015. Results presented by Ronald Roberts, leader, Linda M.N. Brown, Flora Marinos, who is apparently us, and Amber H. Goldstein. The prior document has been fully reviewed and annotated as of May 4th, 2015. It is presented in full for contextual purposes. Wait, I thought we were reading this in 2017. Why is this saying everything was addressed in 2015? I don't like this. Anyway, okay. Based on both SCP-8980's documentation and external resources found by the review team, it is clear that Dr. Christopher Burns engaged in severe, deliberate abuse of an anomaly over an extended period of time. Although extensive, a full list of irrefutable violations consists of the following. First, misuse of formal position to extort, manipulate, or otherwise negatively affect other members of Foundation staff. Title 1, Chapter 1, Subsection 1. Failure to recuse himself from sensitive matters in which he had clear conflicts of interest. Title 1, Chapter 7, Subsection 3. Misuse of official documentation to prevent false or inaccurate information. Title 5, Chapter 3, Subsection 1.1. Intentional obfuscation of details in official documentation. Title 5, Chapter 3, Subsection 2. Abuse of an anomaly. Title 2, Chapter 2. Sexual harassment of an anomaly. Title 2, Chapter 2, Subsection 1.5. Gross negligence of an anomaly. Title 2, Chapter 2, Subsection 2.4.1. Extreme testing of a sentient anomaly. Title 2, Chapter 2, Subsection 2.6. Deliberate intimidation of an anomaly. Title 2, Chapter 2, Subsection 5.3. Public disclosure of private information of an anomaly. Title 2, Chapter 2, Subsection 7. Gross misuse of amnestics. Title 7, Chapter 1, Subsection 2. Violation of prior Ethics Committee stop order. Title 9, Chapter 1, Subsection 7. Although these violations alone are egregious and numerous, they likely do not represent the full breadth of infractions committed by Dr. Burns, as several could not be proven, and further violations were likely committed in the containment of other anomalies. Although the review team has attempted to identify the full scope and scale of Dr. Burns' infractions, this investigation has largely been impeded by Site 17 administration's non-compliance and the O5 Council's unwillingness to expand its investigation warrant. The institution is working exactly as it intends to protect awful people. I hate the Foundation. Unfortunately, Dr. Burns cannot be sentenced. Due to the ethical post-amnesticization punishment ruling by the O5 Council in 1995, Dr. Burns cannot be punished for actions taken prior to major amnesticization, as he would not be able to remember committing them. Dr. Rachel Steele was also found to be in violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct, particularly Chapter 2, Section 2, Subsection 2.4.1, concerning gross negligence of an anomaly. As she was not the head researcher and did not possess prior infringements on her record, the review team recommends the standard escalation and dock 1 week of pay, as well as requiring 3 months of remedial therapy, because we've seen how well that works, haven't we? Although Dr. Morgan McFarrell was found to be in violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct, similar to Dr. Steele, it is the consensus of the review team, 2 out of 4, that Dr. McFarrell should not receive an infringement on his record. So it's not the consensus of the review team. It's very much split. It's entirely half and half. And he should still receive infringement on his record, but he doesn't need to have severe things. He was a subordinate. He didn't know the length of it either, but he should be just as much as Rachel. He was involved in a couple of the tests. He knew a little bit. And then Dr. Nadine Crawford has already been removed from Foundation staff. For further information, consult case ID number 0708-2012-9932T. So she's already had her case. As a result, the SCP-8980 review team would like to make the following recommendations for future Ethics Committee proposals to rectify in this case. 1. Provide monetary compensation to Marley for the abuse she suffered. It's still using SCP and it, though, which I think it's time you call her a fucking person. What she suffered under Dr. Christopher Burns. 2. Provide free parapsychological counseling to Marley. Again, they're using her, but it's been cleared she was never an anomaly. For the remainder of her tenure at the Foundation, 3. Request the Fire Suppression Department to soft monitor Marley in order to properly reintegrate her back into the Foundation's workplace environment. Why the Fire Suppression Department? Huh? Anyway, additionally, some structural changes would be beneficial to propose to the wider Foundation as a whole as Foundation motions. 1. File a Foundation motion to require Ethics Committee review of any staff member who wishes to undergo amnestic therapy upon retirement. 2. File a Foundation motion to expand the ability of the Ethics Committee to promote liaisons to sites without site director approval. 3. Request an investigative warrant from the O5 Council to investigate all of Site 17's administration. Further inquiries and questions should be forwarded to Review Team Lead Ronald Roberts. Then we have a bunch of additions from Chairman Odongo Tejani. First is May 5th, 2015, 1:02 a.m. local. Thank you for your invaluable efforts in this case. Roberts, you and your team have done us an immense service by presenting such a thorough case to our committee. All of the suggested Ethics Committee proposals have passed the initial Ethics Committee review process and will each be voted upon accordingly. Foundation motions will be put up for the vote at the next annual Intercommittee Council session, should they be approved by the Ethics Committee as a whole. Chairman Odongo Tejani, June 15th, 2015, 1 a.m. local time. All 3 Ethics Committee proposals presented by the review team have passed. Proposal 1, compensation, passed. I'm just going to skip some of the numbers. Separate vote. Yeah, the votes are here, but separate vote decided in favor of an allotment of $470,000 US, as opposed to the standard for similar cases. Primary concern raised is the recent budget deficit and low profile of the case. So literally, because we don't have money and because no one actually knows, might as well give her less is what I'm assuming from this. Proposal 2, counseling, passed. This is the standard practice. Those voting against raised concerns that Marley's experience with Dr. Crawford may result in additional traumatizing experiences for it. Well, maybe make sure that this person doesn't have connections to the person that is, of concern, but okay. Proposal 3, fire suppression, passed. Why fire suppression? Outcome was largely irrelevant. The Fire Suppression Department was already monitoring Marley's case for several years. All actions taken by the FSD have been reviewed and deemed within specified ethical limits. I don't understand why them, but okay. Foundation motions 1 and 3 have been passed. However, motion 2 has been rejected. So, specifically, the file a Foundation motion to expand the ability of the Ethics Committee to promote liaisons to sites without site director approval has not been approved. So, they're not really... They're still having loopholes for people in power to kind of prevent safeguards to pop up, is what I see. Okay. As opposition cites concerns that this policy would disrupt power balance between the O5 Council, the Ethics Committee, and the Site Directors Committee, unnecessarily inflaming tensions across the Foundation. Yeah, I don't care. The O5 can suck my dick. Another one from the Tejani, September 2nd, 2015, 1 a.m. local. I am adding an additional comment to this thread to indicate the previously mentioned Foundation motions were filed for vote during this year's Foundation Committee reference. The Results of the vote are as follows. Motion 1, amnestics amendment denied. Yeah, I thought this would go this way. Passed by the O5 Council, but vetoed by the Site Directors Committee. So, O5 Council majority opinion expressed approval for the amendment, citing no concerns, but the Site Directors Committee majority opinion expressed disapproval of the amendment, claiming the motion was an effort by the Ethics Committee to take power from the site directors. They're just asking that when you leave, we get to investigate why you want to stop remembering things, especially considering that rule that if you don't remember things, you can't be punished. So, I don't think it's power. It's don't do bad things. But okay. Motion 2, Site 17 investigation warrant, denied by the O5 Council. Minority opinion expressed interest in ensuring Site 17 was fully complying with the ethical guidelines, but the majority opinion solely commented the following. Site 17 is doing its job as intended. AKA, we want the awful things to continue. Unfortunately, it seems our hands are tied once again. I will be keeping this case open indefinitely in the event any future progress is made in investigating any of Dr. Burns' other activities. I want to once again extend my gratitude to our incredible review team for their hard work in bringing this case to light. Your efforts are invaluable in keeping the Foundation a safe place, and your work is incredibly appreciated. Thanks, Chairman, but we're still screwed. Then it says this thread has been automatically soft-locked due to inactivity 2 years. Please consult your superior to have this thread unlocked. And then it says ... end of document ... scanning for additional local files ... loading one local file ... We've got an email, and this will be the last thing before we kind of wrap it up. From M. McFarrell at site17.sipnet.net or .sipe.net to F. Marinos plus site-17 at eth-com.sipe.net. So, Morgan McFarrell to us. Subject: Rehabilitation Progress Update, November 3rd, 2017. This is why we are reading all of this in 2017, because of this. Good afternoon, Flora. I wish I could say I've made more progress on Lillian's rehabilitation, but the past month hasn't been too kind on her. At the very least, I have a few new things to report. First, the new program you recommended for counseling wasn't effective. 2 minutes in, and she immediately suffered another panic attack, and the second go-around was even worse. At the present rate, we're going to run out of new therapists at 17 in about a month. Long distance is basically infeasible until we can stabilize her technophobia enough to get her on a computer for more than an hour at a time. In terms of work, she's still pretty much incapable of doing anything productive. Can't really blame her for this one. Doing a division's worth of labor every week for a third of your life will absolutely burn you out, but I can't get Director Thompson off my case unless her work gets done. So I've bit the bullet and just started doing her work for her. Well, considering you didn't credit her, I think you kind of owe her that. Just a little bit that you... Like, I'm never going to get over that. I know it's just a little salty thing, but you... It's absolutely agonizing to have to work overtime every single day, but I can't really do much about it. Director Graham's already denied my transfer request. At least I get overtime pay, 'cause she sure didn't. Eat your words right now, dude. Just do it. Sorry, but no, don't care. Finally, her condition in general, ... She's still mostly the same, but I've made a little bit of progress. For one, she's finally stopped compulsively calling me sir. It was a bit funny at first, but it got weird really quick, so I'm glad we can finally move past that. The random bouts of screaming haven't stopped, though, and neither has her tendency to stare at me while I sleep. But they've become less frequent. If there's any hope for progress, it's in that, though if we're only seeing this kind of progress 2 years in, we've still got a ways to go. Why is she seeing you sleeping in the first place? Okay. I wouldn't dare tell anyone else this, but ... I think I'm really starting to resent her, Flora. I've been de facto co-opted into being her full-time caretaker, and frankly, she's being a real pain in my ass. Fuck you. Between doing her work and chores for her and dealing with her severe neuroses all day every day, she's completely worn me down to the point that I can't even respect her as a person anymore, much less a coworker. I hate to say it, but I'm honestly this close to just calling it quits and letting her rot. I can't do this. Something's got to give. I will say, you do need more help being a caretaker. That's not fair. You're right there, but still, Yeah. Sending this email is probably the dumbest thing I'll ever do in my career, but I really need to get this off my chest. I know you'll send the committee's hands. We're tied, but if there's anything you can do, please help me out here. I'm not sure how much longer I can handle this psychotic woman. With regards, Dr. Morgan McFarrell. ... End of file. File has been archived. No further documents found. ... Log out. And that is the end. And I can finally go to bed. So thank you everybody for sticking around. Thank you all my people that rated in. Whew. Yeah, that was a lot. Fire suppression deals and metaphorical fires. Oh, okay. They are the little gas light gatekeep. Go maintain the image of institutional normalcy crew. They do not extinguish fires. They suppress. I understand now. Thank you. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. But okay. I will say that I'm surprised that they had to like they referenced sexual abuse, but it didn't ever actually get described. And at the top it said that it did describe it. Let me click that. Mentions of sexual acts, sexual assault analogies, implications of sexual assault. Okay, no, yeah. That is what they said. I misread. But yeah. That one's tough. It was well written. The way that our anxieties were definitely still lifted. We're nervous about all of this. It is so real. But oh my gosh. Thank you for the follow, Pestis Doctor. Thank you very much. Let's drop some dancies. And now I need to scroll back to... if it's still here. Fet. Rinny. That's where we're headed out if they're still streaming. Okay, so let's wrap up. I'm not going to pay attention to any links in this one. It was too long to go through all the links. Just not happening. It's just not happening. Alright. So, thank you very much. Hopefully I see you guys tomorrow. I may start a bit late as I might be running late to do things after all this. Well, let's go ahead and raid. Uh-oh. Okay. Almost 7 hours. Jeez, yeah. Yikes. Okay. Twitch is being slightly unresponsive, so let's give it a minute. Hello. I can still see your chat a little bit in OBS and on the screen, but yeah. Who we want to raid? Well, I have instructions from Fet. Fet suggested Rinny. But like I said, Twitch is not really responding. So we're gonna try and reload. I'm a little nervous here. This might not be... Oh, I know. I can do this now. There we go. OBS. Please help. This is not good. Thanks for the stream, Raven. See you next time. Have a nice night. Thank you. I will be streaming tomorrow. We'll be doing creepypastas tomorrow. And then we're going to be doing SCP again Tuesday. Let's see. I'll
steal a frog another time. Oh, thank you for giving us to us and the mods. Thank you very much. My mods are very, very good, helpful people. Right now, it is my tech that is being a butt. Yeah, it's becoming more predictable. It's unfortunate. Okay, that should speed things up. So far, so good. I had to close VTube Studio. I'm glad I moved on to the things for watching so that could cooperate. But alright, we're still a little bit slow. Yes, we'll be doing more Spooktober. Please check out the YouTubes for VODs. Yeah, I was, but I want to check who we're gonna, in case they're not. And last time I tried to do it, it made some weird problems. Oh gosh. Okay. It says none channels are found, so I don't think that they are currently going. Check out my YouTube for all of the VODs that go up and origami how-to videos. Join the Discord if you'd like to chat. I need to update that we did in fact finish this one instead of going to bed because someone had asked. Oops. And oh well, perfect. So brain. Let's get the raid messages. If you can drop in raid 2, we're gonna raid out now. So thank you everybody. Check out Discord, YouTube, Throne if you'd like. And I will be doing my subathon in November to hopefully help grow the channel. We're slowly pulling things together there, and I'll update you all on that as we go along. But we're going to raid into a friend who might not at all be expecting anything. Probably. So this should be very fun. We're gonna go and check out Annie Bell, who is doing a game, Silent Hill. So it should be fun. Should be cozy. Okay, let's go. Good night, everybody. Eat well. Take care. Let's go. Raiding, and away.